Show on the road. Hello and welcome.
Hello.
I'm doing something that I haven't done in a long time before, which is to have a chat with another developer. With me is Poobslag, developer of TurboFat, which is a game that we're going to be talking about today. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do? Or maybe even describe TurboFat if that sounds exciting.
Oh, sure. I think I jumped my cue earlier. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
My name is Poobslag. I'm a new game developer. TurboFat is my first game, and it's a puzzle game I invented based somewhat in the rules of Tetris, but then it takes it a few steps further with some crazy new ideas. I've been working on it for about 2.5 years, and yeah, it's the first game I'm going to attempt to sell and stuff, and I'm really excited about it.
That is exciting. How long have you been a game developer for?
I mean, technically, my first computer was like the Commodore 64, and I did some like game development, copying stuff out of magazines, tweaking variables.
Hell yeah, that counts.
Oh yeah. Well then, I guess I would say 37 years. But realistically, I don't know. I've done some I guess I've been doing hobby game development since high school and stuff too. So
Yep.
I would say, no matter what I would count, yeah, it's hard to say when it starts exactly. Probably 36 years. I guess that is a pretty honest answer.
Yep. That's it sounds like a similar path to me. We got our first computer at the end of the 80s. It was like an Amiga 500, so slight generation after the C64. But I learned to program by copying stuff out of the back of computer magazines and fiddling with it to try and understand how it works and what it did. And yeah, my dad and I learned to program together as our sort of first computer, first bonding experience. And then I'd spent a whole bunch of time just making games for friends and family rather than making anything that I was intending to like broadly distribute. And it wasn't until I started working on Half-Life mods with some people when I was in college that I was like, oh yeah, I think I could make games. I think I would like to make games that people I don't know might play. And
I think when you get started making games mostly for yourself or friends and family, they tend to be very narrow and focused, and you just make them just enough of a game to fulfill that purpose, and then you sort of stop. So I think there's a difference between making them for a more broad audience.
Definitely. And I think sometimes that focus is valuable. I think it's interesting to have something that you want to express and put together a project that says something specific that is very highly contextual to who you are and where you are at that point in time, and not be necessarily concerned with I don't mean this as so I was about to say accessibility, and I'm not sure that carries some connotations I'm not sure I want to bundle in with the statement, but the idea of it being broadly approachable to people that you in different cultural contexts and with different sensibilities, like the idea that you know your audience intimately is creates a very different style of work. I think you're right. I miss that a little bit sometimes.
I think in general it's a challenge when you make a game that's fun for you as a programmer. It tends to be a game that's fun for someone who's intimately familiar with both the genre and that particular game, where you'll understand all the little esoteric details. I'm sure if we watched the creative Dwarf Fortress play his own game, he'd just innately know all the little hotkeys and how all the doors work and where to put but someone who just comes into the game, outside it and plays it for the first time just is not going to have any fun with that game unless they pour through a wiki. So I think that's sort of that's more what I meant, is when you make
definitely
games for yourself when you're a kid, it's more just
And there's also if you're sharing a game with someone that you're probably going to say, you're going to be there usually. At least back in the day, you would have been there. It's not like you're going to email someone in the early 80s. If you're standing over someone's shoulder while they're checking out your work, then that's in part a shared experience that you get to guide in a way that you don't really get to guide with stuff that you distribute online. It's an interesting thought. So I guess this leads into something that I want to raise, and I don't know whether or not you feel this in the same way that I feel this, but you were talking about having, if you're making games for people then you're less concerned with onboarding in general, and you're expecting players to potentially, if you're making games for yourself, you've got all the literacy of the things that you are trying to express. is this so maybe I should we'll switch over to show the game as well a little bit before I dive into this. I've changed my mind. I've changed tack, backing and forthing. So this is TurboFat. It's still in development. Rainbow Sherbet is the name of this song. I was gonna say I really like this song, and I restarted the game like a dozen times to get this song so that I could have it as the background when
If I tune into Twitch, can I see what you see?
yeah. There'll be a slight delay, but that'll be fine. So TurboFat. Actually, would you like to express what your inspirations and influences were as I start a new game? I think.
Yeah, I can talk about that. So as far as my experience with puzzle games with Tetris as a whole, I had a largely lukewarm experience with a lot of modern puzzle games like Tetris, in that typically the two problems I had were I didn't feel like there was often enough game to them. Like if you play a modern Tetris incarnation like Tetris Worlds, which is a fabulous game, but it is more or less just like 40 little levels of like here's cool themes, and it gets faster and faster, and no story, no characterization, no plot. It's just pure abstract Tetris.
Yeah.
And at the other end of things, not only is it sort of a very abstract, very non-story driven like game, there is also, unless you really dig for it and go into like the secret modes, for someone who plays a lot of these games, there's just not enough challenge. Where if you go back in time like 20 years or so to like things like the Tetris Grandmaster series, or some of the old arcade puzzle games like the Magical Drop series, they get like blisteringly hard, where it'll take you like years of practice to possibly like get to the end of the game. But a lot of times the modern games were, so I just found them both to be sort of like slightly too small feeling. And by small I mean compared to a game like, you know, Factorio or Papers, Please, where like you feel like you got your money's worth, you know, it's a whole giant world you need to explore. And also just I didn't feel like the skill ceiling was as high as I wanted it to be. So those are the two things I sort of wanted to fix with TurboFat. I wanted to make a game that felt like it had a whole world and a whole story, and like you want to find out what's going on in it, and also a game that you can play for weeks or months or years and still feel like, oh, if I just play a little longer, I'll be able to beat this really hard level.
Yeah, I dig that. I like the idea, and I guess so. I've got this very tenuous connection to Bonesweeper that I'm hoping to lead into it, and I think I'm trying to do something similar to that with Bonesweeper as well, where the core concept is, what if we add some context to what is usually a quite abstract puzzle game, and create the sense of there being I'm focusing more on meta progression than world building, as a way of giving you a connection to the stuff that you're doing. But I think world building is like a super valid way of doing that as well. But yeah, it's like another interesting parallel between the two that I thought about. So you mentioned that Tetris was a bit of an inspiration. The thing that I find really interesting is that you've decided to eschew the traditional tetrominos. Is that what they call tetrominos? I think.
Yeah, tetrominos. That's right.
And go for a different set of blocks, and I think part of that is to enable and emphasize the distinct gameplay that TurboFat has that doesn't match what traditional Tetris is. And something that I've encountered with my Bonesweeper prototype when I released that and got some feedback was that there were some players who were going in expecting a vanilla Tetris experience and didn't get what they were looking for. Is there anything that you feel that you are doing or that you might need to do in order to onboard players and get them into the idea that something that isn't vanilla Tetris can be interesting and worthwhile, to give them, to ease them into that so that it's not a unpleasant surprise, which you can kind of end up in if that's the preconceptions that people are coming in with, you know.
I actually did debut this game to some Tetris communities about a year ago and got some feedback, and there were like 2 or 3 pieces of feedback that I all sort of saw coming, but hearing was reassuring. And the first was like, oh, you know, was we need our line pieces. The game is too hard without them, and also like we need our hold pieces. Like this game is impossible because if you can't hold a piece and the pieces come in the wrong order, you can't do anything. And as someone who's played the game for like hundreds of hours, those obstacles, they do make the game harder, but the mechanics of the game
I think
are
they make it
designed so those
more
aren't
interesting,
insurmountable.
right?
They force you to plan more, and as someone who like, you know, the world of Tetris is gargantuan, but if you talk to someone who plays like NES Tetris and focuses on that versus someone who plays like Tetrio and focuses on that, they have like worlds different approaches to how they'll like stack their pieces and what they'll plan for, because you just can't play the two games the same way. And Turbofat is just a third different monster where yeah, most importantly, you don't have a hold piece, but you can see, as you can see on your screen now, you can see 10 pieces in advance. So you can absolutely tell in advance, like, oh, I'm not getting my next J piece for like 9 pieces, so you know, you can build your stack differently. And
Look at me.
yeah,
I have no idea what I'm doing now.
The point is,
Being too busy listening to you to plan out what I'm doing.
oh, this level's mean anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, the point is, I guess where I was getting is, it was easy for me as the maker of the game to sort of be defensive and want to just cut people off and be like, whoa, I know you think you need those things, but you don't. If you just play the game more, you'll get it.
Yeah.
But as it comes time for me to like debut the game to them a second time, it's like, hey, it's further along. You guys mind testing it out? It's on Steam. Please wishlist it. But I realized, you know what? I shouldn't be fighting them that much on this. So I am gonna concede and just add a I'm gonna let them turn that stuff on if they want. Like I think you actually do this for Bone Sweeper as well.
Yeah.
You're like,
I'm a
you
fan
know,
of
if you really
options.
want the Minesweeper colors, if you really want this thing to work that way, then just go in the settings menu and flip it on. So I'm gonna have a little cheat section, so if people really are like, I cannot play this without a hold piece, I'm like, fine, have your hold piece. But just know you're cheating a little, and you maybe turn it off in a few days once you think the game is too easy. You'll have you can fix it.
Yeah. I know some people have been rubbed up the wrong way by this, but I just kind of like the idea of being able to say, hey, look, it's valid to want this, but I need to frame it in a way that says that this is not the game that I'm making, right? There was a game that I worked on called The Away Team, and it has these... It's primarily a text-based game, and so you've got this kind of choose-your-own-adventure-ish, interactive fiction experience that is... You play as the AI on board the last starship to leave Earth, and you guide your crew through their adventures on planets from your position in orbit. And they're humans, and they're squishy, and die easy, and don't always do what you tell them, and that's where the fun is, right? So you're exploring this kind of interesting sci-fi world, like a collection of short stories about the crew that you send down to die on alien planets. But between missions, there's sort of this real-time exploration sequence, and the other aspect of the game is that you go to planets in order to find resources, so you're constantly running out of food and you're constantly running out of fuel, and because it's real-time, I like, for me as a player and also as someone who worked on it, because the game had been released before I got involved, but yeah, I really like the juxtaposition of these like turn-based missions where the impact, the immediate impact of your decisions is potentially, excuse me, high risk, very deadly, but you have as much time as you need to think about it. And then the exploration sequences are real time, where the act of making a mistake or taking too long to get somewhere, because it's like a fog of war that you've got to explore to find the planets that you go to, is kind of a more constant ticking threat, but it's the immediacy of danger is much less emphasized, and so you've got food is constantly ticking down regardless of whether you're moving or not. And there are a couple of players who are very adamant that it was bad that you starve to death if you just sit still.
Yeah.
And it was interesting to see the way that players discussed and responded to that after the expansion that I worked on added like some extra stuff to clue you into the idea that stuff is real time. because it turned out, like, this is my reading of all the feedback that I got. It's not saying that this is absolutely what everybody feels, but this is my impression from aggregating all of that stuff, is that it's not necessarily that people don't like what's there, it's that it's a really unpleasant surprise when you realize it if it's not signaled beforehand. And so having your first introduction to the concept being the unpleasant surprise of, oh shit, I've stepped away to make myself a drink and I've come back and I've starved to death, or all my people have starved to death. You know, that's deeply unpleasant. You're probably never going to have a positive relationship with that feature after having that negative experience. And so I eased in some things that introduced that concept earlier, and immediately reviews stopped mentioning that as, like, at all. So I think shaping expectations is kind of nice, but also at the same time in the game settings I put in a thing that was explicitly flagged as a cheat that was like, don't consume food when not moving. And while everything I think was made better for new players, there were some players who were like absolutely adamant and resented the idea that they would have to rely on a cheat in order to have the experience they wanted. But I think it is important to say, I'm a developer who's making something, I'm a developer who's expressing something, and this is what I'm making and expressing. It's okay for you to want to have something different, it's okay for you to like play it in a way that I didn't intend, but I have to be clear that this is not the game that I was making. I didn't mean to go down that anecdotal rabbit hole. But yeah, like setting expectations and managing expectations I think are really important, and that's the kind of the thing that I wanted to touch on, was like, how do you as a developer navigate that for your projects? And it sounds like it sounds like you've got a kind of similar attitude to what I've grown over the years as I've worked on various projects. But I'm kind of like,
I've never had to do it before. It's eye-opening that, if nothing else, that people might resent the fact that I do label it as a cheat, and that's something to be prepared for, I guess, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think it's like new players don't seem to care. It's just people who've already built their own expectations and built their own narratives about what is and isn't good that might... I think in that case, there was one person who felt personally attacked, as though it was this kind of dismissive gesture. But I guess at any point in any game's lifetime, I hope that, I don't know, maybe this is the wrong attitude to have, but I hope that there's still more future players. And when I'm thinking about, like, I can't fix someone's first experiences in the past, but I can address future people. And I'm not super into the idea of kind of going, okay, well, like, let's all trace infinite growth. That's not realistic or sustainable. But the idea of it's tricky to balance. Anyway, that was the thought that I had way back when, before I started playing the game. That was the tangent that the thread that was pulling at my consciousness. So we start the game in Lemony Thicket, is it? Is it what it's called?
Lemony Thickets.
Yeah, Lemony Thickets. I love all of these very shifty looking lemon trees.
Yeah, you were around when I was first posting that concept art of those things. People seem to love them, so I kept them around.
They're brilliant. So when I first played, this wasn't the first environment. What led you to restructure and reshift that?
Oh, well, I mean, I feel it's pretty important when you're developing a new game to not develop it. You don't want to make the first world first, because typically when you're inventing the mechanics for a game, you sort of start from the middle and you think, like, what's the main part of the game, and then after you understand more about how the game is going to, like, work, what the challenges are going to be and stuff, then you can make the first world. You know, like, here's what I need to introduce people to, here's how to make the game gentle and approachable. And then later on, you'll eventually figure out, like, where the skill ceiling is going to be, and then but you can't make the beginning or the end of your game first. You have to start at the middle and then branch out. At least that's always been what seemed like it made sense to me.
No, I think that's pretty valid. So you were
Like even this level you're working on now, where it just has these two types of pieces. That was an idea I didn't have. That was just when someone was just messing around with the level editor, and they made a level that seemed like a joke to me. It was just like all the white pieces, and I'm like, this seems really sort of silly, but sure, okay, but then one of the other people said, I know that level looks silly, but it's honestly really fun. Like you should seriously consider putting it in the game. And I was like, really? And yeah, I thought, not only is this fun, it's maybe a little bit too easy, but it would make a great intro level. So now a lot of the early levels are like this, where it's just, yeah, using all the pentominoes is tough. But what if I just give you one, and I give it to you in a context where you're like, oh yeah, this U piece isn't so bad if I pair it with a T piece, then I can make these squares,
So the levels that show up within a world, is world the correct term? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the levels that show up within a world, that is preset, I suppose? You've got like a pool for each world that you draw from? Yeah.
That's correct. This was inspired by, I guess, yeah, it was mostly inspired by an arcade shooter I've always loved called Point Blank. And Point Blank to me was novel in that it would have like about 30 or so little gun-based mini games, but when you play the game in the arcade, it would only give you like 4, and it wasn't always even the same 4. It'd just be like, here's this one, and if you didn't like that one, you just pick a different level, but it always gave you like a little bit of a choice. So I liked that compromise. I wanted to do that, and I thought, if I also break them into areas where it's like, okay, well these 10 or 15 levels are like pretty easy. These are the ones I'll give you at the start of the game and gradually ramp up. I just thought that was a fun little design, as opposed to like 2 or 3 alternatives. Like one alternative, another game that inspired this, honestly, it's probably the greatest inspiration, including Tetris, is an older game called Niet 3 Revenge of the Stones, which is an MS-DOS game from like the 90s, but it was very similar to TurboFat in that it was like inspired by Tetris, but had tons of crazy variations for all the levels. But their design was just, here's 30 crazy levels, beat them all, and you'll unlock the next world. But as a player, you would like be like, whoa, there's so many of these. Which one do I pick? And I thought that was slightly too far in the other direction. So I liked cutting down the choices to 3, because that seems reasonable. You can just sort of scan all 3 and be like, whoa, that one looks too hard. I'll try this one.
Yeah. Is there, on that note, like, are you planning to surface the type of gameplay that each choice has? Because I feel like at the moment I can't read whether or not something is more difficult or harder or easier, or I have no idea what I'm getting into. It's like a lucky dip, which is interesting in its own way, but when making those kind of choices, it takes out, like, it means I'm not making a choice, I'm just picking something at random.
I think there's a brief description at the bottom,
but hang on.
I agree words are lame, and I'd rather so the game's been through a few iterations, and I don't know if the description is there or not right now. It might not be. I'm thinking it might just be the first time we played as a surprise. I've also flirted with 2 other ideas. One is Point Blank had the idea of some of the levels just being blatantly like 10 times harder than the others, where like one level would be like, duck hunt style, 30 ducks shoot out, and if you shoot at least 10 of them, you beat the level. And then the next level would be like, there's a referee flipping a coin at the start of like a football match, and you have to shoot the coin out of the air, and you get 1 bullet, and that's it. You either hit this tiny target that's moving really fast, and you pass level, or you don't, you lose. So I've thought about like labeling some of the levels as like, well, this level is like hardcore, it's ultimate difficulty, and like having flames around it or something, or maybe some iconography just to show, like, I thought maybe they'd be color coded, maybe. The levels, like the one you're playing right now, they're sort of like, this is a pretty vanilla level. Maybe it would have no icons, but levels that like really are crazy and mess things up might have like a brain with like sweat drops or, a confused face or little emojis. I don't know. I've flirted with an iconography system. I don't want to give away too much of the fun of the game, and because I think a lot of it is like when you're playing a new level, it is the surprise of like what's gonna happen, and But I agree. You have an all clear opportunity. Did you see it?
I what? Sorry, I totally did not see it.
It never comes up. Oh, don't blow this, or I'll be so sad. No, put it in the middle. Put it in the middle.
Oh.
Come on, don't miss the all clear.
You had it. I didn't see it. Sorry, I
All
feel
clears
bad.
are so random in this game
Yeah.
when they come.
Would that have
They
got
don't get you anything.
would that have got me an all clear? I'm trying to think now.
Yeah, the V piece and the Q piece. If you stack them both in the middle, just side by side, it would have been an all clear.
Oh, right, okay.
It's funny, but I added that. That's a silly feature.
That's fairly
I added
recent,
to the game
right?
About like 2 months ago. I was playing which game was it? It wasn't Nulpomino, but it's a very I think that's Tecmino. There's a Tetris clone called Tecmino, which is on Android and, to my knowledge, Windows and probably a few other platforms. And the thing Tecmino did, which I was amused by, was you would like, like every Tetris game released in the past like 15 years has like T-spins, but in Tecmino you'd like spin an L piece in the place and be like, you got an L spin. And I was like, does that really do anything? And the answer was kind of unclear. I don't know if it actually did anything, but just the fact that it popped up and said like, you did this accomplishment, I was like, it's stupid, but that sort of gives me a dopamine rush, and I sort of want that in my game. So I did add to where like pretty much every little cute thing you can do in the game, from an all clear to like squishing a piece which clears a line, it all like just displays a little pop-up and plays a little tingly
plays a little sound.
sound effect.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I kind of dig that, especially when you're doing the spin stuff, that it highlights that you've done something unusual. This was before I came back to revisit the tutorial. I gotta admit, I've been playing this non-stop over the past couple of days to get back into it. But because when I first played, I was very not cluing into the fact that it was not Tetris, and so I was playing. I mean, like, I understood that it had all these other mechanics, but I was playing with a mindset that it was. I was just using Tetris playstyles instead of trying to discover new playstyles that resonated with the game's mechanics, and I think that led me towards feeling like I was very not good at it. Because like, yeah, in this I tend to avoid, like, now I play and I prioritize making cake boxes way more than previously. And now that I have a clearer understanding of the relationship between that and the combo, I'm able to not exclusively focus on making cake boxes, but use cake boxes to extend the type of gameplay or the type of rewards that I'm going to be receiving. And like, yeah, it's like leads into a certain sense of flow that I think is the point of the game in general. That's my impression as a player. Yeah. And yeah,
more or less, when I was designing the game and its mechanics, the boxes were the first thing I thought of, and then I realized the other cool mechanic was that since all the pieces were either 4 or 5 tiles wide, or tiles big, if I split the playfield into 9 columns, it did 2 cool things. The first was you can just fit 3 boxes side by side, so that could be like a basic, play styles. Okay, I'm gonna have like boxes on the left, boxes on the right, maybe try to fit boxes in the middle if I'm lucky. But the other cool thing it did was it meant that any 2 pieces that you drop on average is gonna clear 1 line. So I was like, how far could players take that? Could they really clear 1 line with every 2 boxes forever? And I thought that'd be a cute mechanic to reward players if they can manage that. As far as doing both and stuff, that's something I still sort of wrestle with often, and I tend to lean more towards boxes than combos because I think they're more fun. But definitely there's players I see in the TurboFat Discord who lean heavily the opposite way, where they're all about the combos and they get really long combos, but I'm like, you can make way more boxes than you're doing. Like, those 2 pieces just fit together and you didn't do it, and they're like, I don't worry about that stuff.
the thing
I did just math out very trivially that, like, yeah, I could just make both of these worth this many points, and they're worth the exact amount, combos and boxes. So if you just focus on one, you get it's kind of cute.
I assumed, like, my initial assumption without looking at it specifically was that boxes were worth more, and that combo was like something that you would want to just have going in the background when you couldn't make a cake box. I think is sort of where I was. Like, if I have the choice between making a box or doing a combo, then obviously box is higher priority for me. but then if I can't, then I want to make sure that I maintain that combo, because the cake boxes extend the combo, right?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Did you write your own dialogue system for this? I cannot recall.
Yes, I did.
You did, yeah. I was gonna say, I thought you did. Yeah, talk a little bit about that if you're interested.
Yeah, I didn't want to write my own dialogue system. I looked around online. I found 2 or 3 other things that sort of inspired me. There was a text generation system called Tracery, which I watched a GDC talk on it, and I was like, this is awesome. I'd really love to use this. Tracery being a really good tool for generating like dynamic dialogue. If you just, a lot of Twitter bots use it. It's like if you define, here's a list of like adjectives, here's a list of foods, and then you can just dynamically generate sentences that use those little pieces, and arrange them in different ways. So I was like, that's a really cool system for dynamically generating dialogue. I'd love that. But really, at the core of it, I wanted the dialogue system to allow for branching dialogue, and there were also a few very simple Godot like plugins to do stuff like that. But the more I just didn't find any that quite hit the itch that I wanted. I also had 2 or 3 other things. I wanted to be able to like type up the dialogue really quick, just like in a text editor. I didn't want to have to like drag nodes and Godot to like.
Yeah.
I think that, I don't know if you've looked for dialogue systems in Godot, but that was one of them. It was like about creating trees from like nodes and.
I that's like a common kind of paradigm that people seem to like these days, and I think it's powered by the rise of like visual scripting languages, and people going, oh, these kind of like node interfaces become something that people are familiar with now, and that in turn makes I don't know, I hate them. It's not for me.
Not that I hate them. It's that it's like 10 times slower than just like, if we just have like a Discord conversation, I would just like type like, 10 little sentences to you over the course of like 2 or 3 minutes, and that's what it should feel like to write dialogue. So yeah, all my dialogue is driven by, it was initially JSON, and then I was like, this is too heavy, and then I stripped it down to something called ChatScript, which is the bare bonesest, minimalist, like if I was just like sending you, here's what I want the script for this scene to look like, it's basically what I would type. And so that was my goal, was just, it should be that effortless. It should be, if you open one of these files later in like GitHub, you'll see it's like, oh, that's what it looks like. It's really simple. I'm sure I'm not the first to come up with something like it, but apparently I'm the first to come up with.
So ChatScript is your own syntax?
Yeah. It's my own syntax. I'm trying to think of other cool things about it. The branching system. No, like none of it seems particularly innovative, which is why I'm surprised nobody's done it before. Okay, here's like 2 or 3 little things that are innovative about it.
Yeah.
You can see all the characters in the scene. They have like a location. So the top of a ChatScript file has sort of like, if you're imagining like stage directions, just says like, oh, here's where they all are. Yeah. Like location. EXT TurboFat restaurant or something, so it has almost like you're reading a script, and then it'll say where the locations of all the actors are. When they do things like this, like when they emote and they look like confused or angry, I started out thinking like, oh, those will be like little lines where it'll say like so and so gets angry, so and so looks confused, and have commands. But then I thought it's a lot easier and less to type if those are just emojis or emotes. So the lines just say like, fat sensei cola, and then it has like the have you ever done like the rage bracket face where it's like greater than underscore less than, or do I have it backwards? Greater than underscore less than, and that little angry emoji. Am I describing it right? Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that predates any line where they're angry, and if they're really angry, then the mouth gets wider. so
in my mind,
are you kidding me?
Like that. And I think it may have gotten me in trouble a couple of times. Yeah. It's like in my mind, I see that as being equivalent to XD kind of thing, where it's not explicitly angry. It's just like
I see anger.
Yeah, I know a lot of people do, and there are some times where where I've been in a conversation, I've done it, and I think people have interpreted me as being more upset than I actually am, which is unfortunate. Yeah, so no text here at the moment. But yeah, if you've got plans to bring that back, then that definitely answers that question.
Well, if you ever want to see a big, long, cute list of what your emojis mean to the internet, here's what they mean to my game.
Oh, rad.
It's the list of all the little emojis you can prefix a chat script line with, and it'll interpret it as being like, you know, happy or laughing or sad or pensive.
Firefox, please, come on.
I'm trying to think of the other. And then as I've added more features to my game, the other things I had to add to my chat script are like the ability to store and retrieve state, including things. Yeah, well, that's the biggest thing, storing and retrieving of state. And that was the last little innovation. But other than that, I haven't really had any need to add too much to it. It's simple. It does everything I need it to do.
I planned ahead. I like set up a source for the browser and then restarted my browser after we went live, and OBS had lost its connection to, like, because it's based off window title, and the window title changes when you change tabs, so it got very confused. Yeah, this is rad. I gotta say, I'm very impressed with the amount of like documentation type stuff that you've done for this project. 99% of the developers that I know / work with have nothing. Is this something? Is the idea of having documentation for your work like what you've got here in the TurboFat wiki, is that something that's come out of other software development spaces that you've been active in, or is that something that you've always done for game projects?
This is the first time I've ever done it for a game project. I think it's a good practice that I inherited from the last agile workplace I worked at. The last company I was at was just a very developer-centric. We had like a really good wiki and just a lot of good developer tools and scripts. And like, here's a wiki page on how that script works if you need to run it. So I think I just inherited that. And honestly, I think I probably almost do it to a fault. I don't know if all this detail is helpful, but occasionally, like, it really does. Like, when I go back and I need to write a chat script file, like I'm about to have to do the dialogue for chapter 3.
Yeah.
And I haven't done any new dialogue in like a month or two, so I forget a lot of this stuff. So it is nice to be able to like scroll through and be like, wait, how do I do dialogue branches? I sort of forget. Okay, that's right. So occasionally it helps me, but more often than not, I do question whether this is necessary on a solo project.
I think
it's a lot of work.
I think it's worth doing in general. Like, I think it's a good practice to get into, a good habit to have, because the moment that you stop doing it, it's harder to start. And particularly for this sort of stuff, if you maintain it from the beginning, that maintenance is individually the maintenance is less work than just doing it outright at the end of the game when you potentially have forgotten everything that would have gone into doing that. I'm working on a birthday patch for Hive Time at the moment, and I have none of that. Like, Hive Time started as a jam game, and at no point did I ever kind of really sit down to like properly establish any kind of documentation. So every time I go to work on it after taking a break of 6 to 8 months, like I have, there's at least a few days worth of just getting back into the swing of things. But I think there are lots of other things that are common development culture in other spaces that just have no presence in game development. Like, people using version control is kind of rare in game development, which boggles my mind. Is
it really? Oh, that's depressing.
Yeah, I think once you get to like a studio level, it becomes pretty common. But among indie developers, it's like most people that I know and have worked with throw their stuff in Dropbox, and that's it.
Really, developers?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I've known artists who decided, like, they do some drawing and some animating. They're like, I'm gonna make a game, and then like 5 months later, I'll be like, what happened to your game? And they were like, I don't know. Every time I open the Adobe file now, it just crashes, and I can't continue work on it ever because there's just nothing to do from that. It's like,
right?
Working was working, and now it just crashes when I try to open it, and there's no way to like unedit a file, so that's it. My game is done. I can never finish it. And I'm like, oh, right, you're not a programmer. I would expect that from people who aren't super, computer science, computer engineering types. I would not expect that from a developer. That is horrifying.
It is terrifying every time I come across it. There was someone who I helped out with Linux stuff last year, who has been making games for, like, commercial games for I don't know, like 20 years now, I think, and no version control. And I was like, wow. And like, it came to light when we hit a bug, and I was like, well, previous build didn't have this. Can we just like do some bisecting so that we can work out where the regression
Verification bisecting
came in? And it was like, no. I'm like, okay, well, can you at least, like, can we get the source of the previous version and this version, and we can do a diff, and that will point us in the direction of the possibility space that the problem encompasses. And it's like, nope, there's only one version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exaggeration, at least like twice a month, do exactly what you're describing. Because I'm not that clever a developer as far as like knowing like every part of my game, but I'm clever as far as like if something breaks, it's like, okay, well, did this work like 3 months ago? Did it work 1 month ago? Which section of the code is it in? And I can narrow it down. You know, I know my way around.
Yeah.
Can't imagine. Haha, it didn't go away.
That is a lovely surprise when it happens. I haven't worked out what the logic is. It feels very random.
It'll feel random for a bit. You'll eventually notice a pattern.
I
You
played this level like 6 times yesterday. I just couldn't arrive at it. Which is fine. Like, I'm okay with not necessarily wholly grokking everything that goes on.
Ooh, you had a good box here. You went for the lower scoring one. You had a beautiful gem on the left.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, you missed it. We have a question from Ahish if you want to.
Yeah, I was about to bring that forward. Although I was going to make time to note that another thing that surprises me has absolutely no penetration in gameplay spaces, in game development spaces, is nobody does unit testing.
I was gonna. That was the first thing that came to mind when you said that. Yeah, unit testing. I do unit testing. I don't know if you noticed that.
I think I had when I was looking at Frog Finder stuff.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I don't do nearly as much unit testing in Frog Finder, but I unit test the heck out of it's not like 100% test code coverage. If I can measure it, I'm guessing the code coverage is around like 10. It's low, but there are parts of the game that you really want to test.
Yeah, especially like anything systems based, right? Like, how long does it take you to otherwise, like, if you're not approaching it from that perspective, how long does it take you to like identify and find some weird edge case bug in a game like this, where you've got like leading into Leo's question, like, you've got a ton of different gameplay variations. How much manual testing would you need to do to identify some edge case bug that only appears in, I don't know, that level with Tetris pieces? You know, like,
that stuff is mostly not unit tested, but that would be a good. Well, because the problem is like a lot of those mechanics for like, because they have surfaced where like Hish actually just reported one last week where it's, for example, there's one level where when you hit the rotate key, it has an effect, but the current piece doesn't rotate.
Oh.
He pointed out if you slide a piece into place and then hit the rotate key to rotate other stuff, that piece will say it did a spin move when it didn't because the piece didn't spin.
Right.
It's like, that's a weird case. And that's the kind of stuff, so that's not tied into unit tests because that requires like 10 or 15 different elements of like, you know, and scenes all interplaying, and like that thing sends a signal to this thing, which that's more of a case for there's like usually 3 or 4 layers of tests in an enterprise application. There's unit testing, and then there's I don't know. I've been out of the field too long. I can't remember the integration testing. That'd be an integration test.
I always thought the integration testing was like
how you integrate with other systems.
The enterprise development that I used to do was quite some time ago before some of these terms existed, and so having left that space and hearing those terms, I had always assumed that integration testing was like making sure that code merges happened cleanly, as opposed to integrations with other systems.
I could see that. So in our context, like I don't know. Obviously, that's a reasonable way to use that term. We always differentiate like a unit test would be, for example, let's say you're fixing a bug in like the user entry box in like little web app. Like, oh yeah, I type my name and I can type an 800 character word, and that shouldn't be allowed. It should limit it. So unit test might be something like going to the little widget there and validating that if you call set string with a long string, it chops it off. But then an integration test would be like, let's go to the web page, open up that screen, click the box, and then type in 800 A's. So it'd be more like when the system is all deployed together. So that's what I mean. I don't. Yeah. It's a great idea, and I'm sure bigger games would do that. But I haven't. Unit tests I'm happy enough.
I always think of unit tests as being like, you treat parts of your code as black boxes that have, predefined and understandable outputs. And if that output's not giving what it is expected to give, then something else is going to be wrong somewhere. And the unit test doesn't tell you about that; it just tells you about the potential cause, I guess.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, we mentioned earlier, Hirsch Leo had a question. The game has a lot of mechanics in different levels, which we touched on earlier as well. Are there going to be more, and how do you, as a designer, decide when it's enough? I have a hunch I know the answer to this question, but I am curious to see what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a goal in mind, which is I want to have 7 worlds, and each world will have sort of like 2-ish or maybe 3 cute mechanics that are not unique to that world, but which are like introduced to that world.
Okay. And common in that world?
So sorry?
And those would be common in that world?
Yeah, like more common. Like in World 2, it's going to introduce the moles. I think those are going to be in World 2, okay. Yeah. And then I haven't decided what it'll be for World 3. Well, and World 2 also introduces the whole, the lines aren't always cleared right away, because you have Stiger, and he's a character who's, thematically, he's just sort of the person who just skates by with the minimal amount of effort, and just sort of clock in, clock out, see you tomorrow, I might be late, so yeah, they are the, not the most admirable work ethic type person. Yeah, but so I want to have each world introduce a few clever mechanics, and there are already, I think, possibly more levels that I want to be in the final game. But I've, it's half like let's spray things at a wall and see what sticks, and half like let's make sure the game can actually function with like 100 or 150 levels, and then we'll worry about making 150 good ones later. So it's a sort of mix of both of those things.
Yeah.
There's definitely a few levels in the game that I personally just find like, this level's hard, but it's not fun at all. I don't want to leave this in.
I think that makes sense. And I think it's important to be at a point in a space where you can identify that. Because like obviously you're not necessarily going to be able to see or know that right at the beginning of development. Like you were saying before, you can't make your first level first. Because you just don't understand enough about your game's identity until 50, 60, 70% of the way through development to be able to make those decisions in ways that will be resonant with everything else that you've made. But in terms of when it will be enough, I'm going to assume that even if you have a goal, that anything that is interesting, you're probably not going to turn down. Like part of this game's identity, as I experience it, is that it has a whole lot of diversity of gameplay, and I don't know if it would make sense to like impose an upper limit there.
Yeah, as far as like mechanics that someone would talk about, and then I'd say like that sounds interesting, but the game's like full, I'm not going to add it. I don't think that would be likely, but I could definitely there's a lot of mechanics I've already thought of where I'm like, that's a cool idea, but it's too unapproachable, and I can't see putting it in like the main game. But I'd love to have like a little post-game section of like, now you've beaten it, here's a few little toy levels that I wouldn't subject anybody to. But
yeah, I do like that. I do like that idea of like surfacing things that, for some reason or another, aren't appropriate or don't work. I'm working on my own engine because why not? I have like a very specific style of game that I want to make, and I want to be in full control over the tech that expresses it.
So not Godot, something new.
No, something new. So it's like it's focused on imagination-oriented experiences, and so it has no graphics. Well, it has some icons, so I suppose it has graphics.
Oh, it's all text.
It's primarily text, but there's not a lot of text. It's a text adventure with analog controls. So there's a 3D world that you can't see, because, that's as if you would let people see stuff that you've made. You put all this effort into making assets and then don't let people see them. I grab an average of what would be visible within the viewport if you could see, and make that the color of the screen. So you're in an environment, you might look down and then the screen might be green because you're looking at grass, or you look up and it might be blue because you're looking at the sky, or it might be like blindingly yellow-white because you're staring at the sun, and that's probably not good for you. And I do a raycast out, and whatever you're facing I give you a text description of. So instead of typing look west, you just, using first-person style camera controls, turn to face west and it tells you what's there. And I like the immediacy of that. Like it's interesting. I was talking with I feel very bad now for not remembering their name. One of the Kentucky Route Zero developers, and they were describing it as a continuous experience, and they really like this idea of a continuous text experience, which is something that you don't really get in most text-oriented games, where the text is responding in real time to your analog actions. But to come back to the loose point, is that when I show it to people, like, it's impossible to describe. I find I can talk about it for hours and then sit people down at the game and they're like, so where's the text parser? Or how do I move between rooms after I've explained that no, you interact with doors to go to another place, or you like click on a path to go to a different location. So like in that sense it's a little bit like Myst, in that you've got like discrete locations that you're moving between, but unlike Myst, you're not like changing between discrete camera angles. You are using a gamepad or a joystick or a keyboard or whatever to rotate the camera around. So you stand at a fixed point within any given location. But yeah, I describe it to people and people kind of don't get it. But once people do get it, like you play for 30 seconds and it clicks, you know exactly what's going on. Once people get it, people start thinking about what kind of stuff could they make. And I do plan to release it as a tool that other people could use to make similar types of experiences. It also has positional audio, so as you turn around you can hear the world moving around you, which is kind of fun. The audio and the background tinting is like, I want to give people as many orientation cues as I can, because it is inherently confusing and not at all intuitive. In the game that I'm working on at the moment, in it there's a compass at the top that tells you what direction you're facing, and also an orientation indicator down the side that tells you how far up or down you're looking. But when I talk to people are like, this would be really cool for a horror game. You should like make it so that things float around and move around behind you and stuff. When you turn around, they're not there anymore. I'm like, it sounds good. That's a great thought to have, but it doesn't work, because you don't go, oh, that chair is gone that I was looking at a second ago. You go, oh, I'm obviously not looking in the right place because that chair I was looking at a second ago isn't there anymore. Yeah, communicating that things have changed or that things have moved or anything like that is incredibly difficult when you don't have any points of reference. Or any persistent points of reference, right? Because your focus is constantly changing. You're only focused on whatever it is you're looking at. And there are a few things like that I thought about and experimented with, and through development discovered just weren't appropriate for the kinds of experiences they wanted to convey. But I think when I release the engine, I will put in some kind of menu option for features that I know you're going to ask for but are not a thing that will benefit you in the long run, I need to give you enough rope to hang yourself before you realize that rope is dangerous, right?
Okay.
I like that idea of I don't know, like maybe there are some valid experiences to make, and I don't want to cut anybody off from making things that they want to make, that's fine. But I do like the idea of kind of surfacing ideas that you had that didn't work for the thing that you were making. Like I think it's pretty cool if you get around to it. Not only from a perspective of I get to learn for myself why that didn't work, but also I think it gives some interesting insight into what you were thinking about as a developer.
Yeah. There's one or two levels in the game that are sort of already like that. There's one where when you clear lines, they don't like get erased, so that you just have these big blank areas in your playfield, and it's like it's very hard to survive. There's also a level that I like the idea of, where when you fill up a line, it gets erased after a period of time. So like one line gets cleared every like second or so, no matter what. So it results in this gameplay where we want to just like play as fast as you can to like stack up a bunch of lines that are going to go away, and then they'll build up a combo. It's a level that's kind of fun, but with the limitations of the current way the game works, it didn't quite feel like it should. So
I dig that,
like
though.
Two ideas.
It's like an interesting.
Yeah, it's a cool idea.
Yeah.
It felt. I'm trying to think of other games that have felt that way. But it's unusual. It's like trying to stack up enough of a, things in advance so that it almost feels like maybe like working in a real kitchen where you have like a backlog. Okay, here's the next batch of food, and they start grabbing them one at a time, and the pile starts to get low, so you have to add to it. I don't know.
Yeah. When you say like thinking about working in a kitchen where you're trying to balance multiple priorities, that makes me think about dividing the play space into 3 discrete columns and having each of those like at their own rate and at their own pace automatically be removed.
Oh, that'd be weird. It wasn't like a whole line at a time. I have played with that idea in my head, as far as saying like, what if just like the left 3 columns sunk at once or something? But the problem then is pieces above it.
Anything that overhangs. Yeah.
Anything that overhangs has problems, and it's not an unsolvable problem. And maybe the result is like those pieces get split up, and that's like an obstacle that you have to decide. So it's not unsurmountable, but it's just like a smell in my mind of like it does kind of break that whole half of the game as far as boxes. So it might not work, but I do want to try it. Not just for that, but I also like the idea of like pieces that you can't eliminate, or pieces that take like 2 tries. Classic Tetris, well, not classic. Tetris Worlds had the idea of like fusion blocks, where you'd clear an entire line, but if it had like a fusion block in it, that piece would like stick around and like a little nail, and just be like, why would that piece go away? And I like the idea of it.
This dialogue sequence.
Oh, the spatula sequence. I was laughing at the one before it actually, when he says like, worry about your own problems, Smelly, and it just always, I love that when they're like, oh yeah, it's good advice. Like, wait.
So.
Oh yeah.
Almost everybody in this game is kind of antagonistic, at the very least passive-aggressive.
Not doing it, he's a darling. But yeah, most of the characters have that sort of sarcastic, antagonistic edge to them.
It's interesting. Is that something that you've like specifically? I'm laughing because I'm definitely going to pick Scratch Your Butt.
Scratch your butt. How dare you?
I like that.
No, this is not a deliberate design choice. I think at least like I do think like half the characters are pretty sarcastic, but it might just be that's sort of my default route for humor, is just having characters who are assholes. It's also sort of just a common Western media, like, if you watch any sitcom or any like Simpsons or South Park, or
people love the
Futurama,
snark.
like anything, like so much of the humor just comes from some character treating someone else like trash. So
yeah. I also like that, like, at least in this game, like, nobody seems to. In this game, everybody is like entirely oblivious to it. Like nobody seems to really take it to heart.
Nah.
Which is...
If they took it to heart, you'd have to have like moods and they have to remember it next time. So
Yeah.
That's just sort of a lazy developer approach to the personalities. If their feelings could be hurt, you'd have to have like a feelings hurt variable get set to true somewhere.
I totally talked over the whole butt stuff. But yeah, the idea that Turbo's been using the using the utensils to the pans. There's no room for utensils in this kitchen.
No room for utensils, just pans.
Just pans. Pans and only pans.
I did want that to play into like the visuals of the game more and have like your character on the right be like cooking and stuff with a pan. And then when I got time to like animate it, I was like, this is too much work. No one's gonna look at it. I'm not gonna do that right now. Maybe I'll do it someday, but oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a tough
amount of
call.
work is exacerbated by the fact that the characters are like totally dynamic and like can have wings or horns or beaks or like a million other parts, and the instant it comes time to like start shifting them around, goodness, it's just too much to do.
It is tough to balance, right? Especially for a game like this. I'm trying to think that there's a good anecdote that fits along with it, but there've been games that I've worked on where it's like, yes, this is a cool idea, and yes, it wouldn't necessarily be too hard to just implement the raw functionality of this thing that's been, you know, talked about or requested or discussed or whatever. But the realities of
Donkly, what a name! I'm sorry.
It's
That
good.
one's not in the game. That's just a randomly generated dude. Donkly. It's just a beautiful name.
This is Donkley is my precious angel.
So precious. I fell asleep. Guy.
I dig their color scheme as well. It's so purple and yellow. It's always a very powerful combination.
Crazy.
But yeah, like you can end up in these situations where you have something that on the surface sounds like, oh yeah, it's not that hard to implement this thing. But once you dig deeper into it, it's like, well, if I do that, then the maintenance effort of keeping all of those changes working, like it limits and reduces the flexibility that I have to move the game along other axes. And if you're like, in order to have your your cooking thing or more animation for the customers, like if that's generating like a huge amount of maintenance work, anytime you want to add a new customer, now you've got to do a whole bunch of extra animations, and for each of the different like scales of body types and whatever, like yeah, like it does often make sense to say, yeah, it's a cool idea, but it's just untenable from a maintenance perspective, or from how it potentially limits the gameplay.
You did it! Hooray!
I did it? Alright, I gotta say, I find I have no idea how the map works. Sometimes I move backwards and I'm not entirely sure why.
What's not to understand?
But
Cactus is that way, the palm tree's over there. Keep going, you might see a big skull.
So the points at which I get these screens. Wait, is this the screen that I'm thinking of? Yeah, so I've like finished a world, right?
You just play. You finished your work day.
Oh, so this is about time.
Yeah, this is just time.
Oh, okay.
After,
because I was like,
after 10 p.m. you go home.
It's been a long day, 55 hours.
Well, 55 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So I was thinking that I had completed a world, but then I'm back to here, and so I need to play this world again in order to continue through it. Alright, I get it now. I was... Yeah, in my mind, I'm like, but hang on, I thought I got to the end, and it says that I had a positive thing, but I haven't unlocked the next place, and it was a little bit confusing for me.
Yeah, definitely the fact that it says hooray makes it sound like it was an accomplishment, but it's really just you being like...
Yeah.
It just feels like it should say something. You got to
it should say like, phew, you got to the end of the day. Yeah, I understand the need to present something there. I just hadn't been able to put it all together in my mind.
Just an interlude there, or something showing that, like, the time is up and the clock ringing or something.
Yeah,
it could be communicated better. I'll jot it down.
I wonder whether having a next day button that takes you straight back into the same world, rather than forcing you to go out to the menu would be worthwhile. But I also kind of like that you push players back out to the menu in a way that
that's on purpose.
Invites them to A, stop playing, and B, check out other aspects of the game. I do dig that. One thing I was going to ask is, does the shape of the button here indicate anything?
Yep. It actually indicates the length of the level, like how long.
Okay.
And again, that's not obvious at all. It's, I'm trying to remember the genesis of that one. I think it was originally each world you didn't pick between 3 levels. It was just like, here's a huge swath of like all the 20 or 30 levels in this world, and then the big ones were like bigger levels. So it's like, oh, okay, do I want this giant level or this little tiny bite-sized level? So then it made more sense. But here, it's just $800 takes a long time to get when you're new to the game. So it's saying like, you might be at this one for a good like 5 or 10 minutes, honestly. And it estimates that based on that. More or less, it just assumes like, the easier, if you're playing the easier levels, you're probably a little bit slower on average. Probably, it's not a science. People have actually already pointed out in the Discord where they were like, this level said it was going to take me like, this was a 5-minute long level, but I finished it and it only took me 3.5 minutes. And it's like, it's just sort of a guess. It does its best.
Sorry, I'm
things a lot to figure out eventually.
Trying to play and think at the same time. So
you're doing a good job. Combo going.
This is we mentioned before that it's been made in the Godot engine. Had you had any previous experience with the Godot engine before you came to this?
I actually made my first game in the Godot engine, which was called Dodge the Creeps.
Okay. I've not come across it before.
That's a joke. You know Dodge the Creeps, right?
Nope.
Well, it's a joke. It's just like the tutorial. The Godot tutorial is like the Dodge the Creeps tutorial.
Okay.
I thought everyone did it. It was just common knowledge. No. I had no experience with Godot.
Okay. Gotcha.
No,
I've not. Is that like one of the official projects? Example projects?
It's like the go-to if you like Google like Godot intro tutorial or whatever. Yeah, it's the universally accepted like first game that everybody makes.
Yeah, right. I have not come across that at all. So it's like the Blender donut, for example.
It's the Blender donut. It's the Blender donut, but the donut tutorial is, I still think, just like some dude on YouTube. This is like the Godot official documentation. This is the official one. I played with other game engines before this. I played with ActionScript, Flixel, which later became HaxFlixel. Obviously, but those are actually the only game engines. Because for the most part, before like 2010 or so, you would just sort of make games like in Java or C++. I guess I just didn't have exposure to game engines back then.
Yeah, like it's definitely been something that's like had a dramatic increase in how present it is in the popular consciousness of like A, people in general, and B, people who want to make games. Game engines definitely feel like a more recent addition to the space, for sure.
I definitely made like multiple attempts to make like games in Java and stuff, and just you'd want to do something absurdly simple, like I just want to play a sound effect when the player jumps, and it's like, hold on, you gotta like load this like sound effect library. The sound effect is an OGG file. You gotta like find a way to like convert that into this syntax, and then if you want to change the pitch, well, that's not innate. So you have to get like a pitch shifting library, convert the waveform into like this format, and then like when I was like, come on, man, all this is, I really just want to play a sound effect and have it like be pitched up and down based on how fast you're moving, and that would be like 2 weeks of work. It was insane just how slow things go when you're not using an engine. And then in Godot, that stuff like that is just like, even before you know Godot, even if you're just like, oh, I don't quite know how the sound works, is there a pitch variable? It's like, even so, if you just come to it blind, you'll figure it out in like 10 minutes. It's night and day how much work you get done working with an engine versus without an engine. And I know this is coming right off your I'm making my own engine story. It's probably sucking the air out of the tires, but
No.
You know what you did.
I think it's valid. Yeah, well, that's the other thing is like when I make my own engine, like I've only got myself to blame, right? Like I only have to worry about my own mistakes and my own sensibilities. Everything is like focused on my bespoke needs. But if I'm at a point where I don't know what my needs are, then yeah, like for beginners, it makes sense to use something general purpose, and even for experienced people who don't want to wrestle with that stuff, it makes sense to embrace the solvedness of solved problems. Thank you.
That's amazing. 441. Holy smokes.
I was not paying attention really. I was just just zoning out and not really giving the game a huge amount of attention while we're talking.
That bottomless pit guy looks like Bat Sensei's evil twin. He's got the spider eyes.
Oh yeah, if he's got his eyes closed like this, it's like you would think that it's Bat Sensei.
Yeah, it's a fitting image.
I like that.
That's so weird. Just a random dude.
I find some of these animations to be like, it was a long time before I noticed that each button represented one of the characters on the screen.
Yeah, it's subtle.
That character on the left, for example, like they're only moving their eyes, but then everyone moves their eyes sometimes. No?
That guy just sort of waves, he's like, sup.
Yeah.
They have different attitudes towards being fed.
Yeah.
Eating at your restaurant. Some of them were psyched about it, some of them were like, alright.
There was a level that I played earlier where I think only the person whose level I had selected had their eyes open. And so like when I selected a different level, everyone shut their eyes. And it would have made this one harder to read. But yeah, I like that. I like this one because it stands out. But in general, I like the idea that like it gives you some extra context for the decision that you're making. Like I said before, that if I don't know anything about the mechanics just yet, then the decision that I'm making, I don't know the possibility space that I'm navigating, so I'm not making an actual or a meaningful decision there. But I like that.
Cutest one.
Yeah, pick the cutest one. You're like, I recognize this person from before, so I'm gonna go and talk to these fat squirrels that have been fed and don't know who they're being fed by.
Mystery squirrels.
Yeah. No, I like that. I like that again. Like this is you were talking before. You want to create the sense of a world there. I like that leans into that.
Hi, Nolan. This is a level that I wasn't sure if this is another style level where I was like, this is a healthy level to include. Where you can't really, like, with no line pieces, you just can't clear this middle column very efficiently. But I just designed it because I was like, I wonder if I could find a way to clear it, and I could. So I wanted to force other people to try.
I like that it goes up on its own, and you're like, wait.
Yep.
Who asked for that?
Nope. It's happening whether you ask for it or not.
Yep. It's a cool
but
moment.
It's pretty challenging to figure out how to downstack that efficiently.
Damn it.
It's like the easiest thing in Tetris, just if there's like a single column, just get rid of that column. And here, honestly, you might die.
Yeah, I'm not feeling very good about how I'm going so far.
That's all right.
I might be able to get on top of it. I don't know. I'm thinking not though.
But yeah, it was important to me. I wanted the gameplay to be accessible to new players and this is sort of a line I still haven't figured out where I'm going to sit on this fence as far as, if someone's new to the game and they're not very good at it, do I want to tell them or not? Do I just say like, good job, you beat the level, or do I say like, you got 1 out of 5 stars, because that's just like, it feels bad.
It does. I had, it's an open source game, and I want to talk about open source games in general in a sec as well. But there was an open source game that I worked on called Neverball, which, yeah, look at that, easy.
You did it.
Called Neverball, where the entire first zone of levels is So it's kind of I've never played Super Monkey Ball. I don't know if you're familiar with Neverball or not.
You actually told me about this game. Yeah, I just clicked. I was like, I've heard this story before.
Yeah.
But tell the audience.
So yeah, Neverball is this game where you like use the mouse or a joystick or a gamepad or whatever to tilt the world and roll a ball around. So kind of like those ball maze things where you're trying to roll the ball around to specific locations and pick up coins and stuff. Unlike a ball maze, most levels in the game don't have walls, and if you fall off, it's bad. So it's not about like tilting it to get the ball into a corner. It's about very carefully and control with a high degree of control. Just guide and balance the ball on the spot by kind of jiggling the world around, or just like exercising a lot of ball control. But all of the first zone have rails on the sides, and what I think it does is teaches players to like just uncontrollably bounce off everything, and you can get through all the early levels that way within their time frames. And when people hit the second zone, suddenly those walls are gone, and you have like everything that you've learned so far is now useless. And I put some thought into trying to think about how to solve that. And at the time I was like, let's just remove the rails sooner in Zone 1. Let's just like slowly phase them out so that they're not present anymore. And I think that's probably good. The other thing that I was thinking about was like, can we construct levels that are specifically about guiding players towards discovering particular types of gameplay? So whether that's intentionally bouncing off something to reach a point in the level that otherwise wouldn't be accessible, or doing particular types of jumps, or working out how to navigate uphill and all that kind of stuff. Have like just like a very focused set of levels that are closer to tutorials. But I think people weren't really excited about that idea. The other thing I was thinking was, since bouncing around uncontrollably doesn't, like, you've got very little control over how long it takes to achieve something, maybe dramatically reducing the level times could guide players towards thinking, oh, there's another way to play this game. I don't know. But yeah, it is a tough call, and I think a lot of it, in my mind, how I try and prioritize those things in my games is like, I don't want to punish people for doing things their own way. I often use this as an example, but my favorite experiences of playing StarCraft are of using cheats for infinite resources and playing multiplayer games with my stepbrother where we just ignored an enemy AI and built cool bases. I like it's valid. If you can find your own fun, that's cool. So I don't necessarily want to piss on people for doing that, but if a player is building a habit or feel like they're learning something that is later going to give them a negative experience, then I want to try and address that as early as possible. Is where I come from, I think. Try and avoid unpleasant
Monkey Ball's
surprises.
design philosophy was like just tremendous variety as far as,
Yeah.
they would have a level with rails, a level with no rails, but really wide platforms, then like, levels with like huge elaborate moving pieces, and then just like a bonus level where like you can't lose, but there's like just bananas everywhere. And I think for the most part, that's a reasonable design philosophy. Like, if it's not just World 1 rails, World 2 no rails ever, then I think people are more warm to like, ooh, this level's really hard. Just this one level, and then it goes back to like a few gentle levels. I think that's...
Yeah, we pretty much like
yeah,
don't have levels outside of rails outside of Zone 1. Like,
yeah.
in the way that they're presented in there. But I don't have any of the context of Super Monkey Ball. I've never played it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Even though it was the primary inspiration for Neverball to begin with. I see Dragoy there is commenting on my use of the term "find your own fun," which I used in
It's in Hive Time, yeah.
in Hive Time, yeah. Like it's a
good little slogan.
It's the opposite of what I was saying earlier about how I framed something as cheats in in the away team was I was like, okay, well, someone reacted badly to that. Is there a way that I can come up with of framing things that are outside of my intended experience that I want to convey? Like, is there another way to present that or frame that that isn't quite so potentially off-putting for someone?
Yeah, no, that's a nice way of framing it. But yeah, for me, it wasn't as much as like punishing or rewarding the player, making the levels harder or easier. It was more about, because I mean, right now I do have an evaluation screen, which I do think the final game is going to have some form of evaluation screen. It's just how honest you are with the player in that screen.
Yeah.
And whether you, like, Overcooked had an interesting design philosophy, which was they rate you on a scale of like 1 to 3 stars. And like you might get like 1 star if you got like $100, and you might get 3 stars if you got like, you know, $450, and that's it. And then it's like 3 stars, good job, perfect game. Dot dot dot. Once you finish the game and like beat like the last level, then there's like then they say, by the way, you can get a 4th star on the level. You get 3 stars, you got $450, and 4 stars if you get like $1,500. It's like that's ridiculous, but once you play enough of the game, it's an attainable goal. So there's ideas like that.
Yeah,
which have the best of both worlds. Yeah, go ahead.
I do like that. I was going to say that I'm a big fan of opening up a game to give it the sense of being something larger after you've completed it. I think like in terms of like, again, thinking about positive and negative surprises, it's a positive surprise to find that there's more game, right? There's more of something that you supposedly like.
As long as people are patient enough for it, because that's like the other side of the coin is if you play like the first 3 levels of Overcooked, you 3-star them all on your first try, you're just like, this game is easy and dumb. Like, I'm not interested, but that might be overly, like, maybe people would never think that. Maybe they always think like, I don't care what if I'm getting 3 stars in every level, the game is fun, you know? Well, what player's gonna say? There's too much positive reinforcement. You know, I don't like this game.
Yeah. It is. Yeah. It is tricky to balance. I'm not playing very well. Wait, why can't I?
You did a Q squish.
Oh, I had it the wrong way around. I was like, wait, why can't I push that down? But
it's the wrong shape.
Wrong shape. It is the wrong shape. Oh my goodness.
But yeah, so I might play around with that and maybe grade players. I want to read it. I thought I might do it this month, but this month I'm focused on 2 efforts. One is that Hish, the gentleman who asked us that, or the person who asked us that question earlier, they actually localized the entire game into Spanish.
Oh wow!
Which is an insane undertaking already. And just like when the game's like a third done, it already has like 12,000 or some absurd number of lines of dialogue. So when they localized it all, I was like, okay, I need to expand my game to all your translated words will actually go in so people can play this game in Spanish, because that's cool as heck.
Yeah.
So I'm doing some of that, and before I show the game to the Tetris players, that we touched on it earlier, but I want to make it to where, more or less, I don't care as much that the game is like easier, that they have the cheats available, but I do care that a year ago when I showed this to them, they complained like, oh, you know, we need the whole piece, we need the line piece. And I want them to show that I listened to their advice. So I want those in the game. Yeah, so those are the 2 goals I have for this month, but the month is running out of time, so we'll see if I finish both of those.
Oh.
The language stuff is already in, and it was much less effort than I expected. The biggest effort, and this is an obnoxious shortcoming of Godot. I mean, obviously Godot is huge, and like I'm not knocking it, but this is a thing that should be pretty easy in Godot, which they don't have an answer for. They have an answer for. I have this font in English, but now that someone's using my game in Japanese, I need to use a different font because, you know, it needs different glyphs for Japanese. They have an answer for that. They do not have an answer for Japanese letters are so big or so small, or like all the words in German are 5 times as big. I need to use different label sizes.
Yeah.
That's a pretty obvious problem. Like all my name tags, you know, for like German names or Japanese names, they need to be like radically different size. So ideally, there'd be some widget in Godot where you say, like, here's my label, and here's a series of fonts to use if the text doesn't fit, right? Normally I want to use this size, but if that's too big, then like shrink it to 12 points. If that's too big, shrink it to 6 points. It should be a widget, but I'm finding myself having to reinvent. Maybe not reinvent, but I guess I'm inventing a wheel. But looking around online, everybody else has done the same thing in their own silly way, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any useful advice or insights on that front.
You've done localization. I mean, you've tackled localization for Hive Time, right?
No.
Okay, English only. That works. There's not much language in the game, anyways.
It's
Oh,
80,000
there is.
words in Hive Time. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, there is. No, all the cutscenes. The gameplay, though. No, even then, like the shop. Yeah, there's a lot of text in Hive Time.
yeah.
Okay.
That's the main reason why.
Too much work.
There's a couple of concerns. One is that I don't have the resources to pay someone to do it, and I want to make sure that if I am doing it, that I'm doing it right. All right. Well, I guess we'll put that piece there. That's fine. Yeah, I've not.
You're in trouble again.
I
What are you
am.
doing? What are you doing?
Not playing
yeah,
well.
if you're
That's
gonna
what I'm doing.
localize it, you don't want to half-ass it.
Yeah.
So my counterpoint to that, though, well, like I don't think like I don't speak Spanish is a reason not to localize your game. I think at least, and I don't think I came up with this idea, but if you just localize your game poorly, and you're like, oh yeah, like left, I think that's like los left. That's what that means in Spanish. Someone will come along and be like, your Spanish sucks. Here's a better version. They'll fix it. As long as the mechanics are in place to do it, it's okay if the words aren't correct. Right.
Maybe. I've worked on games that had bad localizations, and the impression that I got from people who responded to that were that they felt disrespected.
Oh. More so than the absence of localization, really?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like something is better than nothing is like a valid perspective to have on it.
A logical perspective doesn't mean it's the right one for.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like I'm not
Yeah.
necessarily the right person to say whether or not it's whether or not it's a good approach. But yeah, I'm like, if I'm making money off this game, then I really don't feel comfortable half-assing it, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair too.
But yeah, it's tricky. And Hive Time started as a jam game, and as I said earlier, like I just never had a point where I was like, okay, well, I'm now going to sit down and do things properly, because yeah, just kind of never really had the opportunity to. I don't know. It is a little bit embarrassing. And yeah, the other thing is that it's a huge game. That's way bigger than it appears to be on the surface.
Oh no, I could tell. The more I thought about the text in the game, I was like, no, there's actually quite a lot.
Yeah. And it bums me out. Like, I really wish I had the resources to do it. And that's the other thing, is that I've tried to, with Hive Time, be like open and transparent about everything in a way that I hope guides other people towards having positive experiences. And I'm not entirely comfortable with the idea of sorry, when I say half-assing it, like, I don't want to say that that volunteer localizations are like bad in any way, like, or inherently bad. Like, I don't think that's what I would like to communicate. But everything that I've done with Hive Time, I've tried to sort of come at from a point of like, if you're a professional game developer, maybe you can learn something from my journey, kind of thing. And the idea of just let other people do your work for you is
Oh, come on, put the U over there. You got a box. You got a box.
I did.
Yeah. Come on.
I
come
couldn't get it.
on.
I messed up.
You goober.
Mistakes.
Can't believe you. Can't believe you've done this. Have you done the box building tutorial in this game?
Yeah. You will notice that I am not very good at remembering to do 3-piece boxes.
Oh, those are the they have huge rewards for a reason. That's because they're obnoxious in many different directions.
I'm not very good
Think
at
of your combos. They take a lot more forethought.
Yeah. I think that's where I fall down, is I'm not very good at remembering. That was not very smart. Yeah, I've messed this up.
That's all good.
But yeah,
It's good to know about localization then.
I would like to localize Hive Time, but I would like to be able to, like, have a budget to do it if I do it, and then be able to talk about you know, how I went about navigating, you know, getting you working with like industry professionals and that kind of stuff. Is where I'd like to come from for working on that game, if I work on that game. If I work on that
It's
stuff.
sort of a chicken and the egg thing too, because if you don't have your game available in English, then nobody who speaks English, or you know, for example, then nobody who speaks English is going to play your game. But likewise, if you don't play your game, you have no reason to localize it, right?
Yeah, definitely. But Hive Time does have non-English players, and I am very I don't know, is thankful the right word? I'm like very touched, I guess, by the attention that people who are I really don't like framing it this way, but like outside the game's core audience, if the core audience is English speaking people, like touched that people are interested enough to want to spend time on my work. Like that's on playing something in like an unfamiliar language. That's something that I
good
definitely
enough
don't.
to warrant that trouble.
Yeah, and like that's part of that is me wanting to make sure that I don't come at it from a perspective of like, well, all games are in English, so everybody should just expect that, and it's not my job to challenge the norms. Like, yes, it is my job to challenge the norms, right? Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't have good answers. Wait,
Good enough.
mistakes.
As far as like bad localizations, I think as an English speaker, it's probably different than as a non-English. But like, you know, there's a lot of bad English localizations, particularly for the Neo Geo era of like Japanese games and stuff, where they would just like they'd have some cool little puzzle game, and they would just want to translate it in English, and they just had the worst, hilariously bad translations, and it was honestly just like made the game more enjoyable, I think. But I do think that if you were already like, I think that's sort of like one of those situations where like you know, just when you're in like a majority and somebody is laughing at you, then it's like different than if you're like in a minority culture and someone translates into your into your language poorly, and then it feels like, okay, that's kind of a slight, that wasn't cool. So
I think there is that kind of like, are you punching up or are you punching down type aspect for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So I do think I share your perspective that if you do it poorly, maybe it's not as radical as it seems like it would be from an English-speaking perspective. It's like, haha, it's so funny, they can't speak my language. No, maybe that's not funny.
Oh wow, look at this. Amazing. This is new to me. I haven't seen this level.
It's a tricky one.
I feel like I'm going to have to be doing a lot of
It starts out
squishes.
easy, and then you quickly dig yourself a hole, and you're like, what have I done?
Yeah.
I'll see if you avoid the usual traps.
Yeah, I'm trying to be
There's
thoughtful.
something you can't really do in Tetris is a pure 3-wide level. Maybe you could, but the instant it gives you like a line piece, you just die if you didn't. Yeah, I mean, there's just no way. Most Tetris games don't have the idea of like an initial. You just die to a line piece if this was Tetris.
Yeah.
But I love 3-wide here. It's cute. You're doing it.
I'm trying. I'm sensing
translations.
Drago brings up like that there are many people who've like learned English from English games, and on one hand, like it's cool that people have had the opportunity to be enriched like that, but on the other hand, I'm like, it smells very colonialist to celebrate that.
Presumptuous, right? You want to play this rad game? Go learn English.
Yeah. I would love to localize Hive Time, but the big problem is that I don't have a good localization workflow. In fact, I'm kind of curious about how your localization workflow works, given that you've got like your own scripting language and stuff for your dialogue sequences. Are you?
Yeah, I can talk about that.
Are you duplicating logic in every instance of the localization?
Every instance of localization. Uh, what do you mean by instance of
So
localization?
you've got some branching dialogue, right?
Yep.
The logic that like in my mind that means that the script encapsulates some of the branching logic, right? Like the script defines what the branches are going to look like. Do the localization files that you've got just have the string replacements, or do they also include that branching?
The string replacements. So yeah, basically, if you localize any Godot game, the approach is more or less you
I'm going
have
to let you talk about
little
that. Excuse me
file.
1 second, I have someone at the door.
Oh yes, yes. Ooh. I had a parallel experience a little bit Dragaway when I was
Nothing like having a
kid.
package
One of my
delivered.
friends gave me a bunch of his old software software 5 1/4 inch floppies, and one of them was an algebra game, and I was in like 3rd grade, so I just was like, this algebra game is awesome, and I inadvertently learned algebra in the 3rd grade. Later on, a teacher was like, how do you know algebra? I was like, oh yeah, Mission Algebra is so cool. You had like a rocket ship, there's a rabbit, and you.
That's rad.
Yeah, it was cool.
I love that. That's cool.
But yeah, localization. If you localize like any Godot game, it works in mostly the same way, which is like you have, like all of your labels and buttons will have like a text attribute,
Yeah.
and it'll just pull all of the values of those into a file which says, here's the English version, which says like player score, and you need to translate that into Spanish. So that's sort of basic. You can expand that to say like, well, hold on, I also have dialogues that pop up, and those don't have a text attribute, but they have like title underscore text, and they have message underscore text. So you might need to tell your little script additionally, like, okay, you need to get text, you need to get title underscore text, message underscore text, and also description. And then if you have any custom widgets, you'll tell it to extract all that. So that's sort of what Godot does out of the box. The additional little wrinkle I had to do, and that I think anybody with like a dialogue engine would have to do, is to somehow say like, hold on, like here's how my branching dialogue engine works. Here's where to get the text for that. And the only way I could figure out to do that is it's kind of clumsy, but I figured out that Godot's scripts for pulling out those like text attributes, it seems to also parse Python. So it wouldn't, I could not figure out how to get it to scrape my custom files, but I could write my own little script which pores through all my branching dialogue, figures out everything every character will ever say, and then it just generates stuff that looks close enough to Python that Godot's little script will say like, oh, okay, yep, there's a line, and I see it. I'll so it's really much
so
easier
that was
than
the hurdle that I was specifically interested in, because like in Hive Time I've got my own format for the event stuff, and Godot doesn't know anything about my structure, and I was like curious about how you went about that. That's an interesting approach. It works.
It sounds complex, but it's really not. It's just writing a bunch of like and Python. I think you could just literally have like an open quote and then like a string and then a close quote, and that's a command in Python, and it just means like define this string and do nothing with it. That's all you do, is you just make a big Python file with that in it, and you call it .py.
Yeah.
And then it gets scraped, and that was about it. And then the other half of it is once you have that file saying like, here's what it is in English, here's what it is in Spanish, and then you just need to there's a little one-liner command that you call to, like, anytime you show a string to the player, to say like, hold on, don't show that string, localize it first and translate it. Yep.
So I've worked on games that use what's the name of the system that uses pot files?
POP? P-O-P?
P-O-T.
A pot! Yeah, no, that's the one I'm using. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but I do. It might be in my wiki somewhere.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I'm using. I'm using a POT file. That's right.
Yeah, rad. That's cool. I didn't realize that Godot's built-in.
I think it's called getText.
Yeah. I didn't realize that Godot's built-in localization used that. That's interesting.
Yep, it does.
So I've worked on a few other games that have localization stuff going on. The most recent title that I worked on that's localized, not counting Capes, because we haven't quite got localization in for that yet. But most recent one that I sort of touched on, worked on, was like a visual novel, and we have like a content management tool that we wrote. Like the game's in Unity, but we wrote our own application to author and receive.
Okay.
Content. Sorry, brain disappeared for a second there. And we generate, and this is kind of what getText does anyway in the background, but we generate like a unique ID for every string that exists, and then that's what the game gets fed the UID and pulls out the appropriate string for whichever language. And that's a fairly common way to do it. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that's how getText works in the background.
That's the second way. Yeah, Godot does support both. You can either say my scenes have English text or whatever, your native language text, and then it gets translated in another language, or you can say my scenes just have like UID_5165, and then here's what that is in English and here's what it is in Spanish. Both those work, but the former is a little, it's more friendly if you just open up the scene and it looks, like it would look in English. And the latter is, I think, more robust, where if you have like level in one part of your game, and level refers to like the level the player's on, and then another part of your game has level and it refers to like something being flat, and then it's like, well, hold on, now you can't use the system anymore, you broke it.
So when you say more friendly, do you mean opening things up in the Godot editor tools and seeing your strings?
Yes, I mean a programmer who's just like opening stuff up and looking around. Yeah.
I never use the Godot editors. I hate them.
Yeah. It definitely does cause a lot of headaches, but as far as just like,
you could probably write a tool script that would refresh and pull those strings out for you in the editor at run, like while the editor was running. I don't know if you've written any tool scripts in Godot.
Yeah, there's a good deal of them. The creature, like animations and stuff, and like playing with that. Yeah, I have a lot of tool scripts.
Yeah. At least I think you would be able to do it with a tool script. I haven't. Like I said, I haven't really messed with the localization stuff.
The biggest hurdle would be stuff like loading. I don't know. Things like, I don't know. I do rely heavily on singletons for things like the library of all the chat files that are in the game is like a big singleton, just like the chat library and stuff. And so making those things a tool script mean that all the things they depend on would have to be tool scripts too. And I think you're right, it would be feasible, but I'm not sure if it would really provide any tangible benefit.
I don't know either.
Oh, you're really blitzing through this one level. You only
Sorry?
need $32 more. You're really blitzing through this level. You only need 32 more bucks.
What was the target? I was not paying attention.
Apparently $200.
Okay. I do find like it, and maybe this is the nature of puzzle games. No, I don't know. I feel like with this game, I can end up in a situation where I'm playing without thinking. I'm not actually paying attention to what it is that I'm doing.
That's good.
Which I think is like, that's the purpose of this kind of puzzle game, I think. And same with Minesweeper. Same with like everything that I'm doing in Bonesweeper is stuff I can do on autopilot. But then there are other types of puzzle games where I cannot play at all unless I'm giving it a lot of full focus. Is that something that you've consciously designed for or wanted to plan for?
Not for this game. I was almost as far, you're thinking more as far as like a game that you can play sort of mindlessly and not really think about it.
Yeah, I mean that's how in general I'm playing right now.
Right now, that makes sense. I think the biggest design goal I had with this game is I wanted it to be something that would be compartmentalized, where you would play it for like a little period of time and then be like, I'm done for now. I wanted to design a game that was designed to be put down, because that's sort of a problem I have with some other similar games. It's just there's like the game never ends. You know, I play it
Yeah.
and I play it and I play it and then I'm exhausted and the game never told me to stop. So I like games to, and that's honestly, you pointed out the whole like, I don't understand what just happened, that I like finish a world, why did it dump me out to the menu? That's exactly why it does that. Is it's like, I want a game that you play it for a little while and then you're like, okay, that was a good little bite-sized piece of game.
I haven't done it yet, but that's something that I sort of want to do in Bone Sweeper, is present this idea of like, okay, you've done a bunch of stuff and it's like it's cool. You can like, because it's easy to get stuck, right? Like it's very easy to just kind of go, okay, well, one more dig. And I don't think that necessarily creates a healthy relationship with the game. Yeah, it's something that has been in my mind as well. I think for Bone Sweeper at least, I think my plan's going to be to like guide people towards the museum. When they've done enough gameplay.
Just once in a while.
Yeah, and just take them out of that loop.
You already kind of do that because you like get enough bones to build a dinosaur and then you want to go assemble it, and then that's like a natural like breathing, like take a breath, you know, maybe stop today and pick it up tomorrow. I like that.
Yeah, in general I like where it's going, but it's something that I won't be conscious of in general.
Yeah, I think that comes down with the fundamental design, like a gameplay loop of knowing how often you'll let your player take breaks and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's weird to... I feel like it's weird to think about that stuff in, like, the current climate, where there's so much focus on, like, it's positive for things to be addicting, and, you know, everyone's, like, very fixated on you know, trying to keep players playing as long as possible, and I don't feel like it's healthy. I don't necessarily want to participate.
The kind of game we're trying to make.
Yeah, that too.
Like my personal wheelhouse of games that I like playing the most and that I like designing the most is games which are centered around developing a skill. Because over my life, I loved like my Rubik's Cube. I loved like Puyo Puyo and Tetris. I've just always loved games where it was like I could play this like every day for like 5 years and just get a little bit better every day.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of game I want to play. And I abhor games where it's just like, play day. Here's your quests for the day, and you did them. Well, come back tomorrow and get more points. And it's just like I want to play a game where I improve at it, and that's those kinds of games don't necessarily need these mechanics of addiction or whatever, because they should naturally you should want to play them because you want to improve a skill. I think it's just a radically different genre of game. It's just sort of starting to be lost a little bit. There is a place for like skill-based games, but nowadays it's all multiplayer. Hey, you got a big one.
I think that's my first one for today.
I think the niche of like the single-player skill-based game is pretty much, it's harder to find nowadays.
Yeah, it's definitely not very dominant. I saw that you said something earlier, System Chalk, in chat, but I missed it, and I'm a little bit too focused to scroll back. If there was a question that you were asking, ask again, and I'll do my best to make sure that we give it attention. But if you're just shit talking as usual, then it's fine.
Dear player, if you play any longer, a future player will be digging you up, and that was in response to being too addicted to Bone Sweeper.
Yeah.
Stop playing.
Good times.
But yeah, like the whole genre of like the single player brutally hard game, like there are a few niches for it, but even then I think they're like arcade focused games. Like last time I remember playing, Super Monkey Ball was up there, Ikaruga was up there, a few shoot 'em ups, rhythm games actually get up there. But it's unusual nowadays. They usually tend to be more the grindy, keep playing, collect, six more shinies, you get a MacGuffin, and 6 MacGuffins lets you upgrade your gear by 1 level or whatever.
I find grind to be a very interesting concept, Because it seems
I'm not
like
against it. It's just it depends on the genre of game.
it seems like anything that someone doesn't enjoy is
Super
grind.
Meat Boy, yeah, that's a good one. Well, it depends on which Super Meat Boy also. But yes, yeah, the original Super Meat Boy, and yeah, some platformers. Yeah, the whole genre of the I Want to Be the Guy style. Yeah, those get up there.
Alright, yeah. I've stopped playing well. I thought I was on top of it, but I'm not. So now that I have a better appreciation of the whole kind of we're communicating.
World Deathless. Oh my gosh, sorry, I was reading Dragway's comment. Go ahead, you're communicating. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No. I was gonna say now that I've clued in a little better to the whole concept of time being the focus for progression. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh yeah, lots of mistakes.
Well, the pieces are getting faster. I mean, it's subtle, but it's there.
I played a level this morning on my other profile where everything was going lightning fast, and I was not prepared for it. I finished the level. I got through it. It was great. But
did you really get that far? Like,
yeah,
get too fast for a while.
Like, well, that was. I think that was the theme of the level was just like blocks fall instantly.
Yeah, that's...
And yeah, I had a whole bunch of fun discovering that.
Wow, nice.
It was good. Sorry, now that I understand, I'm not very good at maintaining a thought. Now that I understand that the focus for progression is time, I have a better understanding of why I haven't been progressing through some of the levels when I feel like I've gotten to the end of the zone, but I'm on the last mission and or whatever, and it hasn't unlocked the next one. Yeah. I don't understand why we go backwards sometimes. That's still a slight mystery to me. Unless we've gone back in time, like maybe maybe some time travel shenanigans on that I haven't clued onto yet. But I'm guessing that
it's just there's like a start and a finish, and you just hop forward a few spaces every day or every level that you play. Like you'll see you hop forward.
Sometimes I go backwards though.
You might, yeah. There's a boss level at the end. Maybe I'll highlight that with like flames or something, like boss level. Yeah, if you don't pass a boss level, it takes you back a few steps. You don't just keep.
Oh, okay.
The same boss level.
So it's only on the boss levels that I get backwards?
Boss level will send you back, yeah.
Okay.
If you don't finish them.
I got a mole!
This is a cute level.
I'm sorry for squashing you, mole.
Oh, he didn't pop out yet, so he's not mad. But he'll get mad if you squash him now. Now you shouldn't have done that. Don't kill your mole friend. Yeah, that was more or less a mechanic I absorbed from Punch Out on the, I think maybe both Punch Outs. Punch Out on the SNES was notorious for being incredibly challenging, but one cute mechanic they had was if you lost a fight, you would get to replay it sometimes, but then sometimes it would knock you back a fight. And I don't think it was done out of malice, out of like, haha, our game is so hard, we sent you back. But it's done because losing the same fight over and over feels crappy.
Yeah.
So they say, okay, you lost that fight, try it again. And then you lost it again, well, try this other fight you beat before. And it just feels good to win a fight. So that was more or less why I did this approach to the boss level, sending you back. It was just because, okay,
yeah.
I know the boss levels are hard. If you can't do it, go play a different level and come back.
Yeah, I hadn't quite clued into to that being like specific or exclusive to boss levels.
I'm gonna create another issue for that too then. Sort of a intro decoration for boss levels. And yeah, boss levels are different. I don't know. We don't have to spoil the whole thing and tell players like, oh, make sure to clear this, or you'll go back on the map, or it doesn't need to be that blatant, but just like big flames and like warning you that you're in danger, that the level is intense, and just something.
Bit of camera shake.
Stakes have been raised. camera shake, obviously. Wilhelm scream. I need to learn the name of that sci-fi scream that gets thrown into all those like the.
You mean
all
like
the
the
sci-fi movies have that same.
one that's in StarCraft when you click on the academy? That's all. Is that?
It's that scream.
That
yeah,
one,
it's
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
one. It's always... That's a good scream.
It's pretty good. It's on it's used in a oh, I could have done something else. I was
You got pie. Pie's good.
oh, pie. I thought you said why, and I was like, oh no, what have I done?
You ate the pies. You did a good job.
It's in a breakfast cereal commercial. Here, which
That
is
feels unnecessarily dramatic for a breakfast cereal commercial.
yeah, well, we have this like athletics tournament thing called Iron Man, and I think it's like a triathlon type thing, like there's swimming and running and a whole bunch of things. But this breakfast cereal is associated with that. And like the event's called Iron Man, and the cereal's called Nutri-Grain, and Nutri-Grain is Iron Man food. And so like in the commercial they have like person doing all the sports stuff and then running through the finish line going yeah! It's a very distinctive sound. I don't know what it's called, which I think was what you were hoping to.
Go, yeah. One of these levels has just like the worst boss level. Okay, it's not as well. 100 lines is actually pretty bad too. These boss levels, honestly, like I've put very not as much thought into them as I should. Maybe I'll eventually, but I want them to all be sort of just vanilla, like testing your skills, no gimmicks, just get 100 lines. That's sort of like the original NES Tetris was just like, oh, if you get 100 lines, maybe they didn't have a reward, but it felt like an accomplishment.
Yeah.
And so yeah, but one of the ones I have later is just like, play for 10 minutes. And it's like, that's a long time. Why did I do that to people? So I might revisit that one.
It's funny, it doesn't sound like a long time if you just talk about it. You just like 10 minutes, yeah, sure, no problems.
But the moment that you sit down, 10 minutes.
Yeah. When you sit down,
when you sit down and know the only way I beat this level is if I play for 10 minutes, then it just feels like, at least for me. And especially at least for me in the scope of like, I'm at a skill level where I can blitz through most of these levels where I'm like, 1,000 points, nah, that's no problem. And I'll like knock that out in like a minute maybe. 1,000 points is nothing, but force me to play for like 10 minutes on one beginner level. I'm like, ugh, when is this over? So, but I do like the idea of the boss levels being like a respite from all the craziness of like, oh, here's all these wacky gimmicks, but nope, now you just have to get 100 lines. And it's like, oh, that's a lot. And if you're good at the gimmicks, but you can't do this yet, then you get to practice a little, try to get better. But boss levels are inherited from a older mode, which I'd like to sort of keep, which is like a rank challenge mode. I like the idea of Tetris the Grandmaster 3 had the idea of like you would be like, when you signed into the arcade, it would say like, oh, welcome to the game Poobslag. You're currently ranked like 5Q, and then you would play it, and it might rank you upward. It's like, oh, to rank up to 4Q, you have to beat this little challenge. And I like the idea, just of a player having a metric to measure themselves or compare themselves to your friend. Like, oh, you're 3 Dan. I'm still stuck at 1 Dan. I haven't gotten there yet. So yeah, I had a series of escalating challenges. They're still in the game. They get really, really hard. But yes, that's what these little boss levels right now are, just the rank challenges. And I might eventually have a better idea of what makes for a fun boss level at the end of a region and redo them. But I do want to bring back the rank challenge in some more organic way. Right now it's just a little side mode on the practice mode. If you go into practice, there's like, oh, here's a bunch of rank challenges. But I'd rather it be something like at the end of the day. This is an idea I'm playing with. At the end of the day, when you finish your last level, maybe some people just approach you and they're like, "Oh, you did very well today. We have an extra challenge for you if you'd like to try it." And you're like, "Sure." And then if you finish the challenge, then you rank up and there's a little ceremony and they congratulate you. So I might like to have something like that.
Yeah, it's cute.
Dragway had a question related to Grandmaster. I'm curious about that. I've never actually. Well, no, I've played. I don't know if I've played Tetris Grandmaster. I've played a lot of the modes in Nelpomena that imitate it. Nelpomena is a spectacular open source Tetris like game as well. And one of the coolest things about it is they emulate all the timings and modes from the Tetris Grandmaster series, which is a very hard game to get a hold of. It's not like you can just like, oh, go get Tetris Grandmaster on Steam, you know. It was a very I don't even know it was like Neo Geo. It was just a weird, hard to find game. I never saw it in the US.
So, speaking of open source stuff, sorry, I'm making mistakes again. Speaking of open source stuff,
Yeah.
TurboFat is released under the MIT license, if I remember correctly. Oh, I could have made a box there.
2 licenses. Yes, the code is MIT. That's correct.
Yeah. What led you to do that?
You're asking like why I made it open source in general, or why I chose specifically the MIT license over other licenses or something?
Well, first one, then the other. Yeah. I was going to ask both questions, so whichever order you prefer.
Open source was 2 reasons. Well, at least 2. I'll just list the reasons I can think of. The first one was my first game, and I knew I was going to screw it up, and I want people to fix it. So it's already come up where I've had questions where it's like, you know, these tile maps are like really slow, and I'm sure I'm doing this wrong. People are like, yep, here's a fix. And I'm like, great. So the first is, yeah, other people being able to fix my terrible code. Another reason was I don't think this theme is going to be for everybody, and I think there is a future where people are like, I love the mechanics of TurboFat, and I think it's got potential, but I hate the cute monsters and wish it was themeless, and I don't want to make that game. I don't really want to make like a themeless, dry version like of pure testing your skills TurboFat, but I want the possibility to be out there if somebody else does. So I made it open source so people can get like all the little mechanics of how the pieces flip or spin and the timing for how many frames. Like, they copy all that stuff and just, you know, if they want to break stuff out, they can do whatever they want. Those were, I think, the 2 biggest reasons.
Okay. No, over here.
I've also just, I mean, it's free to host my stuff on GitHub if it's open source. That's sort of selfish, but I'm a cheapskate, so that's nice. But that wasn't really a driving force. That's just nice to have.
Holy shit, have I recovered from that? That's nonsense. Did you see how close I was to...
You've recovered a little. These actually pieces are going to really drag you into the rails. I don't think you're ready for these U pieces.
Yeah, I'm not like feeling great,
yeah.
To be honest.
Oh no, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Oh no. Other open source benefits. I mean, in general, I like open source tools, and it feels like even if nobody wants to source my game, oh yeah, like letting other game developers who like might want to make stuff like this see how it all works. That's a huge plus.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure a lot of people would play this and be like, how'd you do the monsters, or how'd you do this? And I think I have some cool ideas, and I don't want the ideas to die with my game. You know, I want other people to be able to copy them.
That's very defeatist.
Right?
So your game's already dead.
No, not that, but just
yeah. No, look, I think...
This thing when people are like, oh, this game did this one really cool thing, but nobody knows how it works, and now it's gone.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, like, just broadly, a culture that can own and iterate on its own artifacts is a healthier one than one that can't.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I totally see a lot of value in that perspective, for sure.
Hey, what's free laborers? Oh yeah, getting people to work on your stuff. Honestly, if my game wasn't open source, I don't think Hish would have localized it, because it would have been like too much work. So
I gotta say, like,
see, like, oh, there's the file, I can translate this, and just jump in.
There've been like a couple of games that I've worked on where I've done source releases, and that's resulted in something I never expected or imagined, and that's really cool. Like, someone ported my ice skating game to some open source handheld gaming device that I had never heard of before, and suddenly my game had like a whole bunch of players that
Oh.
that were using this thing.
Wait,
I
which
was like,
game? Was it Hive Time?
No, this is it's called Flat. It's like a first-person ice skating combat game where
Ice skating combat.
yeah. So instead of using traditional WASD type controls, you what am I saying here? You alternate between A and D to like build up speed, and so it has this sense of momentum that I really like. And that was like primarily inspired by the speed skating mini game.
Speed skating is Winter Games.
In Winter Games,
right,
yeah,
on the Amiga?
yep.
No, I was gonna say A&D. That's some speed skating. I wonder if that was. Oh, that's crazy that you were inspired by that. Winter Games was a beautiful.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I was working with a couple other people, and I was like, hey, what if we did this? I have these fond memories of this game, and I think that like if we build momentum in an interesting way, I think this could be cool. And my collaborators were obliging, which was quite, I don't know, I don't want to say it was a surprise, but it was quite pleasant to to have the trust of a bunch of people who were like, yeah, all right, we'll give it a go, and then have something cool come out the other end. But yeah, like we did a source release for that at the end of the jam that we made it for, and then yeah, like a few months later, someone was like, hey, here's a patch. I ported this to the Open Pandora, and it was a complete surprise, completely unexpected. And that sort of stuff is magic, right? Like, yeah, I have not very good at expressing myself while I'm playing this lovely game.
I mean, that's what you like to hear about open source stuff, is that like you put this out there, someone did something cool with it.
Yeah.
Really all about. You're waiting for that Q piece to fit in. That's not what you wanted. It was coming. You just needed to wait. You are actually, I think, gonna fall below the required score requirement to finish. You can see that next to your name, you got a little 0. So you might have a little bit of a sad ending here.
Oh no!
I don't think the game really.
Is that what that is?
Rubs
right.
it in. You're close though. You are super close. I think if you make like 1 or 2 more boxes, it might be enough.
I don't.
That's again another one of those things where like, do I really rub the player's nose in it and say like you failed, or have a big frowny face pop up? But
yeah.
Maybe I should.
Well, like at this point,
Right
I
now,
feel like I'm
These
like
2 boxes will
fixated
do it.
on surviving
This red
rather
box.
than.
These 2 boxes will do it. There you go. You piece on the right. Yeah. I think that might be enough. 'Cause that's $30. You don't need that much. Yeah, you're so close. Is that enough? Give me a photo finish. You are short. You needed 500. Well, back you go.
Yeah, so like that's a situation where like the score kind of feels like it sets me up to, like, I'm like, yeah, A plus, that's got to be good, and then
A plus. Yeah, that's so this is a case where like the new evaluation screen needs to maybe I'll add that. I already have a little issue tracker for the new evaluation screen and what I want in it. And one of the things is it needs to, I guess, express when you don't pass the boss stage.
Yeah, I think a lot of that was just because I got into a survival mode where I was playing Tetris rather than playing TurboFat.
It happens to me too, yeah. Chat pre-evaluation.
I do love the squish mechanic and how that encourages me to approach and do things differently. So, we mentioned that TurboFat here is MIT licensed. Was there a reason that you picked MIT specifically?
Let me look at the MIT license. There were a few things I didn't want people doing with it. I didn't want people like, let's see, if they include the original copyright and license notice. I don't know. I think I probably just looked at other similar games and looked at the licenses they used and which one I thought would work for me. And I thought about what would I'd be okay with people going with the code, and what would rub me the wrong way. For the most part, as long as someone doesn't literally like just take my game and try to sell it, like
Yeah.
I don't care. And that's why I made the resources, particularly like the music that Pete worked on, and all the graphics. Like all that stuff is you can use it, but you can't sell it. MIT license I think says they can actually sell it if they want. They just have to.
They have to credit you.
Credit me or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. What would motivate you to pick one license over another? Am I missing something?
No, I like. I think those are pretty valid places to come from. A lot of my focus is often about like I don't know. Like I'm pretty excited about the idea of empowering people, right? Like I really like the idea of empowering people to make stuff, and similar to what you were saying before, like allowing people to learn from and you know, indirectly build on things that I've done. Like that makes me feel like I'm being a good a good participant in culture in general. Yeah, I tend to not have a specific license that I'm into. I want to like make sure that I'm consciously making a decision at the start of every project. And often I like the idea of having a license that preserves itself. So that if anybody does make any derivative stuff, then people who use the people who do make the derivative stuff are going to be like anything that they've taken from me, they're still sharing downstream to their users as well. Like that, in many cases, that's felt important to me, and so I've lent towards licenses that that guarantee that. In some cases, I hesitate to call them viral because I think that, especially right now, presents like just the wrong implications.
Right.
It's not something that infects your code base. It's something that you make a decision to bring on board, right? Like if you're not being forced into that situation, it's not happening outside of your control. It's not a thing that happens maliciously. It's something that you consciously decide you want to do. Yeah, viral feels like it presents the wrong idea in my mind.
Yeah, the MIT license though prevents or doesn't prevent.
Yeah, MIT doesn't.
People from using your code and then keeping it closed source. I think. Yeah, again, it depends on your attitude towards closed source software. And I'm not like against it. But yeah, like similarly, like there's a lot of times when I'm looking for sound effects or fonts or stuff, and they'll specifically say like, oh, if you want to use a sound effect, that's fine, but your game, you can't sell your game. And it's like, well, that's weird, and I guess I just will have to not use that.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same as like I generally I feel like assets exist in a slightly different space in my mind. In terms of the kinds of derivative works that you can make, the scope and scale of those derivative works is a little bit different. I don't know. I know I'm like highly conscious that for some people having a distinction there is like this kind of almost ableist thing about glorifying what it means to be a developer, and it's not quite where I'm intending to come from. I know. Yeah, I'm gonna make some mistakes here while I think about what I'm doing. Let's do that.
It's a hard piece to put out.
Yeah, I was like, can I put it anywhere that I can make a good box with? And
yeah, there was.
If there was?
If you rotated it counterclockwise and put it on the left wall, it would have done it.
Dang it.
Practice. It's hard to see those. It's all good.
Yeah.
Dragway says, I package things for Gen 2 Linux and have to go through source files to make sure about licensing a bunch. It's not always very good done. Yeah, that is one problem with that I have nipped in the butt as far as like pretty much all the sound effects in my game. And some of the graphics in subtle places. Oh, fonts. But yeah, like if you go in like the settings menu. No, I think it's if you play on like Android, there's like a lot of touchscreen buttons and stuff like that. But the point is, I do use a lot of other people's graphics in the game, and I've always had the nightmare of like, well, what about when I go to sell it and I find out like this sound effect I used in this one place happened to be like closed source and I can't use it or something. So I'm very meticulous about documenting every single asset in my game and every single license, and it is a pain in the ass, but if you don't do it,
it's good practice anyway. Like, I've worked on non-free games where people have used placeholder art that they didn't have rights to, and that wasn't anything that anybody else had known about or been conscious of, and then suddenly there's like, you know, a thing gets released and other people are like, hey, this thing's from somewhere else. Yeah, like you
don't own that.
Yeah, I feel like that's a situation to avoid.
Yeah, so I have a big list, and this is again a practice. I don't know if anybody else does it. I just have a big list of every single file in my game, every single the ones that I didn't make, I guess. So just all like the audio files, the fonts, and all that stuff. And I say, here's where I got it from. Here's what license it is. Here's when I do release the game, do I have to credit them? And I have like reclassifications like, yeah, you have to credit this guy because their license requires it. And like, I guess you can credit this guy if you want, but you're not, you know, nobody's gonna give a shit. And then the third category is just like, yeah, it'd be a nice thing to credit them. Like, they kind of deserve it. Like for example, Bitwez, the guy who made the Godot unit testing library. Like, I'm using that a heck of a lot, and he wouldn't make me credit him. But it's such a cool little project, and you know, more people should know about it. So I'll credit him. But on the other side of things, like, I didn't know much about shaders, and when I was learning to like make like an outline shader, you know, I technically looked up some guys like, oh, here's like a 4-way outline, and it's just like a line of code, you know. It's basically saying like, oh yeah, look at the pixel on my left and to my right, and if one of those is filled in. And it's like, technically, I used his code, and it's under like this license which says you don't have to credit them, but like, come on, you know, nobody's gonna care.
Yeah.
But yeah, just having it all written down helps me sleep at night.
I think that's a good practice to be in. I as well. Anytime I grab anything, even if it's like a temporary asset that I'm not planning to use, I will always. What am I doing?
You're in trouble, buddy.
Yeah, I'm making.
Pieces are too fast.
Who made this game?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, I kind of do a similar thing.
One of the tutorials after this, refresh your memory.
I feel like it's not so much like forgetting how the game works, which is more about.
Right now, that would be embarrassing. Maybe you should play a tutorial.
I've gone through all the tutorials and they seem okay. Oh, wrong piece. Mistake. That was a definite mistake.
Crediting any third-party asset it used. Yeah.
Yeah, I try and like anything, whether it's placeholder or not. I always try and make notes because I figure like future me is going to appreciate that.
Yeah. When it comes time to like make the credits to my game, I have thought in advance about like, on one level, it's really cool to say like, I did everything except the music, and this guy did the music, and that's it. But you know, I definitely use a lot of other people's assets, and it'll feel nice to pad out the credits with like, oh yeah, oh, look, these other 50 people sort of contributed to my game in a very small way. This random, you know, Taiwanese dude made the frying pan icon in the bottom right below Spira's name. It's like, oh, yeah, that's one. That's I think I inherited.
Oh, it's a frying pan.
I mean,
I feel bad. I didn't recognize it as a frying pan.
It doesn't have to be. It could be whatever your heart desires.
In my mind, it was a bomb, and I'm like, okay, bombs are bad.
Oh, your kitchen blew up. Reasonable.
No, yeah. I like that. That's another thing, and I think that's something that kind of at least in my mind, as far as someone who's like into the free software movement and generally into free software sensibilities, is like it's I lost my train of thought. Curse you, game. Yeah, like the idea that most of what we make and most of what we do is the result of lots of combined efforts. We all stand on each other's shoulders, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And to an extent, we're sort of all in it together, and that's not what I wanted to do. And that's cool to acknowledge, I think.
Yeah, one other perk of having my game be open source is there are a lot of dumb little problems where people will ask, for example, they'll say something like in the Godot forums or on Reddit or something, they'll say like, I've made my game and it mostly works except like every time a new enemy comes on screen, the game like stutters for like 2 or 3 frames while the guy gets loaded.
Yeah.
I don't know how to stop that from happening. And I can tell them like, well, okay, like here's what I did. And I did something, by the way, for this, which is hilarious, because you can see like Beats, for example, he has like this certain kind of eye and headphone and the horns, and those are all just like individual assets, because these guys are sort of Mr. Potato Headed together out of 200 or 300 creature parts. But so if a new guy comes in a restaurant, I might have to load new assets, but I didn't want that to stutter the puzzle part of the game, so it would stink if you're trying to drop a piece and suddenly everything's jerked. So again, like my approach is terrible, but I can tell people on the Godot forums are like, oh, well, here's how I fixed it. Here's a singleton you can add. If you think of a better way to do this, please tell me, because I can replace my horrible clumsy fix.
It's okay. I assume I've done the same dodgy fix.
Well, I'll tell you mine, and then you tell me yours. But before we do that, I just want to spell out that like the benefit is twofold. First of all, yeah, they can reuse my fix, and they can tell me if I'm doing it wrong, which to date nobody's ever said like, well, you're doing that. There's a much better way of doing that. But more often, it's just reassuring that they'll look at my code and be like, oh, that's pretty good. Thanks for sharing that. And I'm reassured that like, I guess I'm kind of doing it right if they can't think of anything better.
I accidentally did a big box.
Yeah, but
I'm pro.
In the meantime, as far as like the way I take to do this is I have a script which loads every PNG and JPEG and WAV file. It has like a whitelist or a allow list of all the asset types, and then it just pours through them all and loads those resources and caches them. It just maintains a reference to every resource that it can find.
Yeah.
So there's a singleton which just has a huge array which says, oh, these 2,400 things, I'm using them, mine. And then Godot, it knows like, okay, I'll keep those in memory. And later on when it needs to load them in memory, it's like, oh, I already got that, it's over here. So that's my approach. I just have a big resource cache class. When the game first starts up, it loads up every resource it can find and just keeps them in memory forever.
Yep, that is...
Yeah, preloading, that's like the word.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah? Okay, yay!
It feels gross though. So
Yeah, it doesn't feel great.
There's another Godot using developer, whose work I also appreciate, named Jitspo.
Oh, come on, you do better than that, Cheese. What was that?
Yeah, no, I'm
It's all good. It's all good.
I'm not in. I have the small brain today. Yeah.
No, you're multitasking. It's understandable. But yeah,
it's fun though. Like it's kind of fun to
had the same idea or something.
End up in a situation where you aren't making your best decisions, and it's like, what is the best I can make of what I'm doing?
There you go.
Yeah,
another Godot user, you said, right?
Yeah, another Godot user was struggling with a similar kind of thing, and I'm not sure exactly how the relationship between 2D and 3D plays out in terms of like the differences between how this manifests, but I'm pretty sure it's the same thing, right? Like, is what you're waiting on isn't necessarily like file I/O, it's shader compilation.
For 3D, you're saying?
Yeah. For 3D, and I assume that in the background, like 2D stuff is still using, like it's still doing that in the 3D render. It's just putting textures on quads, right? I assume. I don't know.
Maybe. Are you asking about my game specifically and like how I render stuff in 2D?
Oh no, I think that's how Godot works.
Oh, like behind the scenes? Yeah, sure, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the nuts and bolts.
But something that Jitspo discovered for this is more relevant to 3D stuff, is that so anytime a shader that isn't currently being used needs to be used, the game will ask the graphics card to compile it, and we'll have to wait for the graphics card to get back to the game, so you end up with a stutter, you end up with some lag there. For some reason, I don't know. I haven't written a lot of renderers, and certainly none that use shaders, so I've never had to care about much of this stuff. But yeah, for some reason, Godot's happy to say like pretty much the moment that a material, a shader, isn't used in the scene anymore, it's fine. We don't need that anymore. The graphics card tells the graphics card it can free it. And in my mind, I'm like, as a game developer, I'm like, at least give me the ability to say no. I want to hold on to that. But it turns out that for the default materials, and possibly for every material, because Godot has its own shader language, which the engine then compiles into GLSL or HLSL or whatever, depending upon the renderer that's being used on that user's machine. It generates an entirely separate script for materials that are on models that are attached to skeletons versus the same material not being on a skeleton.
Oh.
Which makes that kind of preloading, caching, whatever, like manual caching, a little bit harder to manage if you haven't made that connection, if you haven't realized that. You go, okay, well, like putting a copy of every thing from my game, every material that I use, onto some piece of geometry that's... Because if it's not in the viewport, if it's not within the camera frustum in 3D, it's considered not rendered, and so it can get freed. And so if you have something that's in the scene but off camera, that's not good enough. It's got to be within the frustum.
Oh, jeez.
And so what I would typically do, like in the Bonesweeper prototype, I have like a box that is the same color as the clear color of the background, and inside that box I have hidden like a plane with every material, and that's fine.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, there are some games where like I've done the pre-caching and then something has a skeleton attached to it, which means that it has to go off and make a second copy of that material, and I haven't been aware of that. And so now my approach to caching is going to be to put everything on a plane that is on a skeleton, a plane that's not on a skeleton, because I can't just use one for both, and that sort of annoys me, but I felt like that was like a very important piece of knowledge that made me feel less insane after having to try and navigate that stuff a bunch of times and finding it to be inconsistent.
Now you know.
Yeah. But there's like in 3.5, I don't know if you're using 3.5, but in 3.5,
yes,
they have, gosh, we were talking about like taking breaks and like the game giving you a point to stop playing. In my mind, I was like, okay, you've mentioned the tutorials a couple of times. I want to go back and we'll look at the tutorials and we'll talk about what the tutorials are doing. And then instead, I just start up the game again.
It's all good. It gave you a break and you just said no.
Yeah, it gave me the opportunity.
Alibi's a scary little fellow. Looks like a little lion.
It looks like a lion?
I don't know, he's like a little brown lion man.
I can't see it. I'm blind.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. Let's pretend it was insightful and interesting, because I have no idea what it was.
I will pretend.
Yeah, I have my notes here as well, which had a couple of other things that we hadn't gotten to yet. So we talked about open source stuff, and yeah, it is always interesting to see different people's approaches to open source stuff, because there are a couple of different motivations that people can have. Like some people are like very into the idea of excuse me, the philosophies behind the freedoms that the free software movement is kind of fixated on. And then there are other people who are like, yeah, like I just don't care about that stuff, but I still want to make my gear available to help other people that it might help. Like there are a couple of different.
I think that's more or less my attitude.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't think it makes sense for me to say that one thought is better than the other or one approach is better than the other. Like I think they're both valid.
Yeah, I think it's like the philosophy of tolerating anything, including intolerance, sort of. It's like, you know, yeah, it's open. I'm open source, but if other people aren't there yet, that's fine. I guess I can live with that. Go be happy and use my stuff. But yeah, I understand your side of the coin of no, everybody's open source. Must be.
I mean, I'm not super like militant about it, but in like an abstract sense, there's like a world where everything could be freely shared would probably be a good world. Yeah. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, it's one thing I'm hoping to discover after I make this game available on Steam and weirdly keep it open source. Hopefully, is like, well, what does that imply? Is that serviceable? Does that make any sense? Would anybody pay for a game when it's like I can just download this and build it? Why would I pay you?
I've seen a couple of games that have like MIT license code available. What's it called?
This is one of the levels, by the way, that I'm thinking might not make the final cut because it's very hard. And it's very subtly hard too because just the piece selection it gives you is not the standard piece selection. There's no O pieces.
Right.
And there's no T pieces, and those are both very helpful.
O pieces are the squares, right?
Yeah, the squares aren't as useful, but the T pieces are amazing. Without the T pieces, the U pieces just gum up everything. So it's there's a way to stack this that's like very clever, and you get a million points. But if you don't know that, or if you deviate from it, this is a very hard and very punishing level.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed the specifics of that, and so there was a part of me that was like, why am I not getting pieces that are helpful for me here?
No, it's not you. It's the level.
No,
there's a hard version of a level too. Like once you like beat all the worlds and there's like a little extra region. And yeah, that version still is like one of my lowest scores. And by scores I mean the game can compare like how many points you got to how many points you should have gotten if you played perfectly. And yeah, that's how it ranks you. The rank system's pretty complicated, and I want to make it a lot simpler, but that's what it is right now.
Yeah.
And yeah, these pieces, like, you can play perfectly fine, or even better than fine, but I can't. It's just too hard for me. For the same reasons you are, which is just eventually it's like breaks down, and you're like, no, I just have to survive.
Yeah. And that is the thing. I feel like once you're into survival mode,
it's tough. You gotta dig below. So yeah, that's a part of the secret of this game, and getting good at it, is the degree to which you can like make boxes and build combos is mostly a function of how much vertical space you have available. You don't want everything to be at the bottom because then you have nothing to clear, but you don't have everything to be at the top either, and ideally you want to have a very jagged vertical stack.
Yeah.
In my experience, it was like about 2/3 full or so, but it's tricky to figure out.
Yeah, I was gonna make the comment that the nature of the pieces is such that when you start going into survival mode, you're pretty much gone.
Yeah, it's very hard to downstack. Actually, it is possible though, and it takes practice. It takes like I've specifically made levels that are like do nothing but downstack. This level is just you have to downstack or you die. There's a level called like Checkerboard Vault, which is just nothing but like the worst pattern imaginable to dig through. And I was like, if you can dig through this, you get a ridiculous infinite amount of points. Oh man. So yeah, I'm aware of how hard it is to downstack, and I do think.
I don't think that's necessarily bad, because like the flip side is that you're asking players to embrace the game's strengths.
Yeah, And it is still, again, it is possible. It's a skill that you can learn. It is just a skill that you won't have the first 10 or 50 or 100 hours you're playing the game, and then eventually you get there and you're like, okay, this isn't so bad. And when you learn to downstack, you can even combo through and get some points while you're doing it, so it's not...
Yeah, rad.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I did it again.
Yeah, you need to leave space for that V. That's one trick about those V pieces is they're like one of the only pieces that can, well, they're the only piece that can dig through a 2 height well in either direction, so you usually want to plan ahead for those and have a really good place for them. Yeah. And often that means stacking something in a very silly way on top of where they'll go, and then squishing the V into place. But from my experience, that's one of the keys to down stacking. So like for these next 2 pieces, yeah, if you put this vertically on the left, then you have a great place for the, yeah, I think you see where you squish that. Oh, so yeah, you're a master. Why am I teaching you? You know.
Yeah, I feel like it's the chat is the main handicap for
yeah, absolutely,
for where I'm at, which is fine. Like I don't think that's it's not something that I feel explicitly bad about. Cake box.
I debated how much I want to teach players about this game through tutorials and how much I want them to learn for themselves. And so far, I think arguably even like the box tutorial is too far, and you could figure out all those boxes by yourself. But I decided this is basic level of knowledge that I think I'll teach people this. But I do have
again like thinking about like how do you front load or how do you like mitigate negative experiences. I think like I don't think the box tutorial does a good job of teaching you how to successfully execute those boxes, but I think it does a good job of telling you that they exist, right?
Yeah, that's all it does. It's all, yeah, because you're right. The other half of the coin is seeing these 5 pieces coming up and knowing like, oh yeah, the U, V, and Q piece does make a box. Like that's hard. Yeah, I'm not going to teach people that. But I'll at least make sure they know all 8, and then it's up to them if they,
yeah.
But I have ideas for, right now, 8 more tutorials, which I could do. Okay. And some are centered around, like, managing boxes and having places for them. Because there's a lot of strategies around, like when you have a big tall stack of boxes, there are moves you can do to get pieces under them and stuff that I don't think people would necessarily learn organically for a while. There's also strategies around like moving the pieces really, really fast. I think people coming from the Tetris world, if you play stuff like Tetrio, you're used to the pieces moving in a certain way, and then when you come here, you'll be like, the pieces move too slow.
Yeah.
And there are ways that you can move them really fast in this game, but those are again not obvious. I'm thinking about having a tutorial for that.
Is that like the tip where it tells you that
if you hold a piece, if you hold a direction,
yeah,
stuff like that. Yeah.
It's like constantly giving me those tips.
Like right now, like I guess we're out of sync, obviously. But right after you drop a piece, there's a little delay before the next piece comes out, and that's when you can hold like a rotate key, and it'll spawn in a rotated position. You can even hold like hard drop. You can hold left and right, and it'll just spawn the piece on that side of the well. So you can do crazy things where every piece just like pop. It's like right where it needs to be the instant it spawns, and you're already thinking about the next piece. And that's sort of like that's the crazy way you can play this game super fast. That was a part of my initial vision for it. Was I wanted a game where literally you drop the pieces as fast as the computer will let you. There's no like, oh, I'm going to move it over here and hit the rotate key twice. Like, nope, it's like, bloop, it's there, bloop, it's there. I wanted that to be a possibility for people. So I might have to teach them that or they won't figure it out. I might have a tutorial for that. But maybe it's more fun if they learn it for themselves. The community's done really well as far as like figuring out some of that stuff, but overall the community is still too small to have really figured it all out and really pushed the bar. I'm still sadly in the position of being the best at my own game, but someday. I have this one rant I've probably gone off with like 3 or 4 people where I talk about how like one of my favorite things about making games is making a game where eventually somebody else overtakes your skill level at your own game, and that just feels very good. It's like It's one of my favorite things. That very few of my games have ever reached that level, but
Yeah.
you're usually the best at your own game, unless either it is close enough to an existing game that people already know how to play it, or
Yeah.
if it's like just wildly popular where people actually master it better than you did.
I have like I feel like it's a like not exactly the same, but a similar kind of thing where yeah, let's do that. When people kind of get the philosophical things that Hive Time is doing, that is quite powerful for me. Because I don't know, like there's a lot of things that I am saying with Hive Time that may or may not be visible to most players. Hey, I did a big box.
You did it horizontal too. That's worth a lot of points. I think that's worth like 150. That beats you the level on its own if you can clear it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can do this.
Bam. It's pretty close though. Does a lot. It's 90 points, not 150. I exaggerated.
Gross.
Yeah, are you talking about like the philosophies of like the game doesn't really grade you and find your own fun? And...
Oh well, like a lot of Hive Time is communicating stuff about the relationship between infrastructure and labor. And like there's like that's not always going to be obvious to a lot of players, but there is something very special when someone comes to me and says, "Oh, look, I like this game. You know, does I can see things that this game does or says that either align with their sensibilities or encourage them to see or think about something that they previously hadn't seen or thought about."
Really?
Yeah, that's like super powerful, and I feel like it's like maybe the action game equivalent of that is what you were talking about with
I could see that, yeah.
with other people being better than
philosophy even further than you thought.
Yeah.
Further than you took it. That's kind of nice. Yeah.
Yeah, or at least they're kind of like getting the thing that you were expressing or the thing that you were trying to do enough that they can own it in a way that that's personal to them, right?
Nice.
I think I did it. I did the first level.
You did it. You beat the level. Boop. You're going. You're on your way.
So we were talking before about difficulty, about how you sort of sorry, let me backtrack and travel down a slightly different fork in that road. We were talking before about wanting to let players stop playing and treating that as like a important or valuable thing to be doing. Actually, yeah, no, I've lost how I wanted to segue into this. But in my notes of things to talk about, I wanted to raise up this idea that oh wow, I've got T-pieces again. It's a whole new world.
Yay, they're beautiful.
I can probably spin a piece in here, maybe.
You can spin that in. Spin that in.
Okay.
You
I was
gotta
like,
put flat side down, and then rotate clockwise.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I only rotate in one direction.
Yeah. Spin. You can't do that spin in Tetris. That's a turbo fat one. I came up with that. I like it.
Yeah, it's rad. It feels very cool when you pull it off. But yeah. I have in my notes to raise the idea that designing for difficulty is something that is potentially at odds with designing for flow. And I'm curious to know whether that's something that you have consciously been thinking about or managing, or if you have a different perspective.
I really agree. I think there's sort of I mean, I play predominantly rhythm games and occasionally puzzle games, but with the rhythm games, there's a really there's often a drive to like take the hardest song you've beaten and then beat like the next hardest song or something like that. And if that's all you do all the time, yeah, it's very anti-flow. It's always just like, oh man, this is like stressful, or it's going
like
too
you're
fast,
focused on
or it's draining
optimizing,
me.
right?
And, yeah.
In that.
So I think when you're designing a game like this, there's sort of three approaches. The first approach is like this, like Slay the Spire does this, and I resented the game for a while. I love the game, but I did resent it for a while, where it's like, oh, the hardest you've ever done is like Ascension 12. Well, do Ascension 13. That's what like the default. So it's like, oh, you do the hardest thing you've ever done and add one, and that's what you should do right now. Like that's mean. Like just always pushing the player to the hardest difficulty they can possibly do. The second philosophy is, I think, the most common for rhythm games. Just I don't care. Do whatever you want. Here's 500 songs. Here's any difficulty. Just do whatever you feel like, and leave it up to the player. And I think that's fine too. And in TurboFat's case, I don't know. I guess arguably I am leaning towards the Slay the Spire one, where it's like, do the hardest difficulty. That's sort of where you are right now. You're playing the hardest levels that you haven't progressed past, because the boss levels in these levels are all pretty punishing. But I think the sweet spot is ideally you want to. It's like the reason I back people off the boss level when they fail. It's like take the hardest thing you've done, do it sometimes, or then like every once in a while, take a break with some easier stuff. So I think that's the sweet spot where I find flow. Is taking putting the player just like a few notches below the hardest thing they've done, and at least by default, sort of locking them there.
I do feel like this game exposes opportunities to feel flow, I guess, or get into a flow state. Which is like, yeah, the fact that I'm even able to pretend to hold a conversation while.
Yeah. This is a beautiful stacking you're doing right now, honestly.
Thank
really
you.
Cool. Until that last piece.
Yeah, I thought I had a brown one here. I don't know why.
Yeah. Like one of my holy grail games that I want to make someday is a rhythm game centered around flow state. Just 'cause I love the idea of just having a, like, cause most rhythm games like Osu and Dance Dance Revolution, but they're all about like pushing the hardest difficulty you can. But I'd love a game that you could just play for, play one song for like 10 minutes and just sort of zone out, and the song's not that difficult, but that's the game
Are you familiar with Crypt of the Necrodancer?
I can talk to that one. I'm absolutely familiar with it. I'm
That's
trying to think of rhythm games I've played.
possibly my favorite rhythm game.
Ways. Games like Super Meat Boy are ones too. That's not. No. Those are not rhythm games. Rhythm games. They don't. There aren't. I mean, I'll catch flack if I say there's no good ones on Steam. I've heard something Beyond the Echo. I didn't play it, but the trailer at least looked like, oh, this is a real game. The sequel to Crypt of the Necrodancer looked like it might be a real rhythm game.
For the most part, yeah, it's like a side game. It's like it's like Rift of the Necrodancer, I think it's called.
Yeah, that's the sequel. That's right.
Yeah. I think it's meant to be like a side game rather than a core sequel or something like that.
Like Exit the Gungeon, it's just a little. It's disappointing. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're sort of trying to keep the whole dungeon crawler aspect as being the franchise's core identity, but they've got like a different dev team or smaller dev team or something. I have not paid anywhere near as much attention because
there's like 10 or 15 reasons why I like rhythm games. Just nobody makes them. There's music licensing. Just the fact that like nobody's really that interested in a rhythm game if it doesn't have music they've heard before.
Yeah. It's tough, right?
And you just can't get. There's no way to get music for games. It's impossible. Like, they all require a specific kind of license called a sync license, which is basically if you want to play a song in concert, you can get a license that says like, okay, you can cover that song, that's fine. And even the artist can't really say like, no, you can't cover my song. But they can say like, well, yeah, okay, fine. You gotta give me like 19 cents per attendee. There's like there's a way that you can. Okay, I'll borrow your song. But if you want to put it in a video game or in front of a music video, the artist has the ability to say like, no, you can't do that. And that's you can't just take like Bob Dylan's, or you know, John Lennon's Imagine and play it in front of like a Nazi march. You're not allowed to like do crap like that. The artist gets to say like, no, I don't want my music there. That's a turbofat. This game is like an atrocity. What a horrible idea. I'm not letting you have my music. That's one reason. And also, honestly, just cause like, yeah, audio surf. There you go. I've heard okay things about that. Rhythm games though, it's also really hard to sync up audio and video.
Yeah.
It's deceptively hard. And the way most games get away with it is they just say like, okay, we're just not gonna bother. We'll just like play the song in the background, and you hit buttons that sort of go to the music, but we're not gonna play. You don't get to play an instrument. Trombone Champ tried that. I don't know if you guys have heard about that one.
No, I haven't.
Oh well, Trombone Champ is a pretty cool rhythm game. And the thing people immediately lambasted it for is like, it's good, but like all the trombone sounds are delayed. You can't play this very good because like there's so much lag, as though it was Trombone Champ's fault. But the problem is like with any home Windows PC with like any typical setup, like there's just so much delay from when you hit a button and then when like the game can do something.
Yeah.
It's just it's unavoidable. You can't have you can just make a game which is called the I press a button and it plays the beep noise game, and that game is just gonna have like so much audio lag you wouldn't be able to make a rhythm game out of it. It's a pain in the ass.
I worked on I made a prototype of a game that maybe I'll come back to, but I eventually decided to not. But I prototyped a rhythm game in Godot. In early 2020, I guess. I don't really remember. Also, I see that there are a couple.
Woods, I saw. Is the name of it Woods? Woods was a rhythm game.
Yeah, Into Dark Groove Forest it was called.
Nice.
And so the idea was like, from a design perspective, I had two conflicting design goals, and basically pushed myself into some decision paralysis. Thanks to that, or like trying to keep both doors open, just stalled me, and that was quite disappointing and frustrating. But like the genesis was like, I make my own Beat Saber but better. But I also wanted to make a non-VR version, so I was like trying to do both of those at the same time. I think was just not really working. The primary but better aspect was like not owned by Facebook, and also supporting Linux was gonna be the other thing. I might come back to it. I would like to, but the idea was that you're like riding on a horse through this haunted forest, and ghosts come down the path, and you've got to block the ghosts or whatever. You've got a torch in one hand and a sword in the other, and the torch can dispel certain types of ghosts, and the sword can bash armor off certain types of ghosts and stuff. And
that almost sounds more like Rhythm Heaven. I love it.
I like the idea of having enemies or whatever. I don't know. I don't need to feel uncomfortable with the idea of making a game that has enemies. So not all of my games are nice. Some of my games have enemies. But yeah, I like the idea of having enemies that take multiple hits, and so you've got to think about like what are the combinations of using these two tools that I've got in order to do the thing. So you like hit them and then they get knocked back further into the track and then come forward. I love the idea of having like bosses that work on that, and so like maybe there's like this giant spider that's walking above you and you get to hit its legs as they come close, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like Rift of the Necrodancer was trying to do, sort of, right? Like, you hit an enemy and it like backs up a little and loses its armor or something.
Rift of... I don't know, I haven't looked enough at what Rift of the Necrodancer is doing. But in Crypt of the Necrodancer that kind of happens, but it's less of that on a track thing.
Not on a track. Yeah, Rift is all on a track. It's like Guitar Hero, but enemies instead of little notes.
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like it's not a super insurmountable thing to kind of allow a user to calibrate latency.
No, but the insurmountable thing is once their buttons play notes, like music that you can hear, that's when it's insurmountable.
Yeah.
Because if you hear a song and it's playing and then you hit a note to the beat, and then
it doesn't
your
happen.
Little drum that you play comes out like a half a second late, it sounds awful.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's like completely insurmountable. And everyone's suggesting like, yeah, Beat Saber that just plays a backing track, and the latency is so like it doesn't care about latency.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Like these big swooshy motions. It's okay if you're early or late.
Beat Saber's
the one that I place?
inability to care about latency is a big sticking point for me. In fact, when
Groove Coaster, that's another one. Groove Coaster's like on Android and cross-platform, and it has so much latency that they just gave up and they said like, well, you play in the arcade, when you hit notes, it like plays little drums and cymbals, and on the phone it'll do that, but it's just like it's so offbeat. They just have the ability to turn that off.
yeah, wow.
Because yeah, it's.
When we play Beat Saber here,
yeah, Rock Band. Well, Rock Band just is a backing track. You don't play like you don't hear every drum note you hit. They just have a pre-recorded. Here's what all the drums sound like to the song, and then if you start missing notes, it plays a little like brink, like a little noise, and stops playing the backing track. So that's what they do. They don't.
Yeah.
You don't hear the drums you play. It just plays the right drums.
Yeah. Like with Beat Saber, when we had that set up, we would just stand further forward than the game thought we were in order to have some control of the latency, which like felt like it was cheating a little bit. Like just stand back in order to get more lead time.
So the notes before or early. I didn't realize you couldn't calibrate latency.
Yeah, you can't. It feels like nonsense to me. I'm like, it's.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never played a rhythm game, even like on the DS. I think even maybe they did. Yeah. I can't remember a rhythm game that didn't let you calibrate latency. That's crazy.
It's nuts because it feels like you're hitting like 3/4 of a second off from the actual beat, and yeah. That was one of the things that first got me thinking about, well, maybe I should make my own game and stop bitching about someone else's.
Yeah, but it's just insurmountable with modern tech. Like once they started deciding it was acceptable for consumer TVs to have 50 or 100 milliseconds of lag between when you hit a button and when stuff shows up.
Yeah.
That was just the death of rhythm games. It sucks. My TV's alright. I deliberately I brought like a Beatmania 2DX controller into the TV shop. It was like, guys, let me hook this up, and they said yes, and then they sold me a TV. So it was good. It was good for both of us. But most people don't have that diligence. They just buy a TV and they're like, I can't play Punch Out anymore. And it's like, no, you can't. Welcome to the era of modern TVs. But yeah, some rhythm games are hard.
Yeah. Godot also doesn't let you do anything with audio ahead of time, which is annoying.
Oh? What does that mean?
So,
audio ahead of time.
The sort of primary use case that was a bit of a friction point for me is not necessarily directly relevant to a rhythm game, but one of the things I wanted to do was a track editor. And if you want to generate like a waveform for a piece of audio, Godot has all the functionality internally to do that, but doesn't let you. So the editor.
That's not exposed.
Sorry?
It's not like exposed. You can't use it in code and stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
So if you in the editor, if you double click on like an audio file, it'll show a little waveform graph for you, which is nice. And it has there's a whole bunch of audio processing tools that Godot exposes, but it only exposes them on the bus at real time for whatever is currently within the buffer. You can't say, here's a piece of audio, I want to do something with it. And so in order to show a waveform for a track, I have to wait the track duration and play it in the background, muted, so the player can't hear it. In order to generate the thing that you can see. And if you turn up the tick speed of the game in order to try and do that faster, then that lowers the amount of stuff that can be kept in the buffer at one, lowers the resolution of data that the tools have access to, so you kind of get like a garbage useless waveform. And I'm this is pissing me off because I know that the engine is already doing this. And there was something else where I couldn't read out the decompiled audio, like the processed audio. Like I couldn't just say to the audio stream class, "Give me the audio from this file." I could go, "Give me this file," and then read it out and decode the OGG myself, which just seems quite stupid to have to do in an application that already has all that functionality. But yeah, I found it deeply frustrating to not be able to do anything ahead of time. Same with physics. Like, there's nothing where none of the physics stuff allows you to say, "Hey, look, I don't want to actually do this, but tell me what the outcome of these forces would be after a certain period of time, so that I can, show a preview or something."
Simulate it, yeah. That's a very common use case. People are always like, "I'm making a golf game. I want to have like a little trail."
Yep. That's exactly what I was doing, and I was like, I was asking people for assistance, and the general attitude was like, "Oh, you're like, here's how you do it." I'm like, I don't want to write my own physics system. I want to be able to tell the player what the game, like the engine's physics system, is going to do, and I don't want to have to maintain that if you guys ever change what Godot is using internally.
I mean, you want to use their actual physics system. You don't want to rewrite. No.
Yeah, but that's what I've seen. Everybody's advice on that is like, roll your own thing, and not just roll your own thing for the sake of, I got to the boss, but I didn't have enough stuff. Boo.
No,
yeah. It's I find that kind of advice deeply frustrating. Because it's like, yeah, I guess it solves the problem, but A, it's a brute force solution, and B, it overlooks like a shortcoming of the tech that maybe we could have a discussion about if you wanted to have a discussion. But yeah, I see we have a couple more people in chat that I've been ignoring. So welcome to everybody who's come in. Happy to relay any questions. I'm going to attempt to. Nope. Save. Sure, whatever, don't care. Twitch's dashboard is awful. If you like, it's got these like slider things so you can like change the shape of things. And if I want to like slide the chat window up and down, it goes into this like dashboard edit mode, and when I move something, it just erases everything else that was already in chat, so I don't get to see any of the history, which I was making the thing big enough to see.
This is all OBS though, right?
Oh yeah, the overlay thing. I made that in Inkscape yesterday. It's just like a square with a gradient on it and some holes cut in, and then everything else is behind that. So there's no actual masking going on, but it looks okay. And then like the game logo is just like an extra layer on top.
I made that last week. It was so much work.
It's cool. It's cool. I'm looking forward to seeing it in game.
I mean, just the whole process for making all those trailers.
It's exhausting.
Everyone said
it's
like,
good, though.
well, not everyone. I watched like one guy was talking about making your own Steam page, and he was like, all the stuff you can do yourself, do not do your own. What do you call it? The
cover
header
image
capsule.
Capsule, yeah.
The header capsule thing. Like, get someone else to do it. Hire a professional.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm down. And where do I find one? Like, and he was like, don't go to Fiverr. Don't like just search the internet. You want to like go. And he had advice for like how to find good capsule artists. And I was like, going through this sounds like more effort than just drawing it. I'm just gonna ignore your advice and draw my own capsule, despite you saying not to like 10 times in all capital letters. Because the advice is basically like, oh yeah, you want to like find a company that does like a capsule you liked. Like if you're making a platform, you might go ask Celeste developers, go talk to them and ask them who did their capsule. They probably won't answer, but you can ask like 3 or 4. Yeah, I was like, come on, like this is
yeah.
so work.
But also like in terms of, it's not good advice in general. Like it doesn't tell you what you need to know. It doesn't tell you what you need to learn. It doesn't give you any direction for anything useful. All it does is tell you to make it somebody else's problem.
Oh, that, yeah.
And yeah, I don't find that productive. But yeah, it looks great. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Only piece of feedback that I would have is that maybe the title, like the game's logo, is a little bit small. So on some of the tinier sizes, the text might be hard to read. I don't know.
Well, no, there's different. I don't know if I shared all the sizes in there, but Steam will not like resize that smaller. You use a different one for the smaller.
There are a couple that it resizes, and I find this deeply frustrating on the games that I've had to do this stuff for. Is that yeah, there are some that get shrunk down and get shown at like 60% size or something. And if you're doing something that is like the away team has pixel art, and so I'm trying to keep everything like whole pixel aligned, and then in one or two cases, Steam's just resizing it.
Resized and looks all fuzzy.
Yeah. Annoying.
Yeah, I mean, because this is like this. Well, I don't know where I should post this all, but maybe I'll just post it in a private chat. No, I don't know. But yeah, there's like the header. There's the I don't know. You know Steam. But yeah, I didn't think this one would get shrunk that small.
Well, hang on. I've got.
I did also base it off of other people's text seemed to fill the center third of their capsule header, so I did sort of measure and just base it off that.
I think I can bring up most of the data here. That's the client icon.
Yeah, the Twitch emotes, they're so big and then they get shrunk so small.
Yeah, it's frustrating. So here's a couple of these things. So we got that one. That one's pretty good. It feels pretty readable.
Oh yeah, you can see all mine. Yeah. Yeah, that's the small capsule.
Until one's kind of fun.
Yeah. Can't even see him waving, but you can see all his food.
Yeah. And so on this one, this is like the main background image, and then they put this one over the top free floating, which is nuts. It was very frustrating when they introduced that.
Hero.
Yeah. I remember when they added that, and I was like, "Are you kidding? I now have to make all of these like things that look good at a whole bunch of different possible combinations and permutations." SteamDB is great for being able to navigate some of this stuff. So you can just kind of open up all these and check them out.
Thanks for the feedback. I did go through a lot of iterations of like big text, small text, and stuff like that. And yeah, I think the drop shadows help too.
Yeah, drop shadow definitely helps it pop a lot better.
Helps it all stand out. And then also after I shared that, I added the white outline around everything to help it stand out too.
Yeah, that definitely helps a lot, I think.
They say like a good practice is to sometimes like rotate in different headers and play with different designs and stuff. And the only other design that I would radically like think I could try this instead and see if people like it better, or if it gets more clicks or whatever, is replacing the food items with the pieces. I know they say not to make your banners too literal, but I think at least showing like, look, there's like.
Yeah, I did like in your concepts. I'll bring them up. In a second. I did like.
Make the drop shadow a floating title graphic too, if you like. Make the drop shadow.
Yeah, so in like the free floating part of the header, you could put your drop shadow onto the logo there.
Oh, because I know where it's gonna be. That's interesting. I hadn't considered that.
I did really like that this one shows the pieces, the F1.
F?
Yeah.
So, the intimidating thing about that one, though, is like, that was my sketch, but I was like, if I'm doing this for real, this is going to be like the thing everybody sees, I'm going to want to render it in Blender just to get the perspective absolutely right. And then I was like, I better dust off Blender, and then thankfully nobody liked it, so I got to undo that. But yeah, exactly. So I was thinking about it, not quite like F, but at least just like little 2D puzzle pieces in the background and a frying pan instead of food.
Yeah.
I think that might help sell the game, because I think a lot of people see like 5 or 10 puzzle games and they all look sort of the same, and a lot of them are just like either match 3 games or things like that, and I think this one's a little bit different.
I think like the thing that stands out about TurboFat, like the first superficial thing that stands out is like its aesthetic, and you've got this bright world and these absolutely insane characters who wipe their butts with saucepans. And yeah, like I feel like the capsule.
I'm not gonna put that in the capsule. I mean...
Yeah, probably less butts in the capsule. But yeah, no, I think the capsule kind of does this job of saying, okay, well, there's this bright and vivid world that's kind of fun. So yeah, I like it.
It's
I did like you sharing the
it's
thumbnails
intimidating.
here as well. It was like cool to see.
It's intimidating that I think if you looked at like Candy Crush and like 500 clones, you'd probably see art that's sort of better than mine and doesn't necessarily, and mine doesn't really sell any like of the gameplay or what to me makes my game unique. So that's where I would be like maybe at least have a few of the pentometers falling from the sky. I would be like if I just tried an alt, I might try that alt.
I'm surprised that you didn't go with this kind of thing for the background on the Steam page.
Which one? Oh, it's there. It's just super subtle.
No, it's just like just a regular screenshot as the background. So on the itch page, you've got in the background is like all the pieces arrayed in a perspective breaking way, but it's subtle enough that it looks good.
Yeah, you're right. It does break perspective because you can't infinite scroll.
Yeah, there's an interesting corner hiding in here somewhere.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, it's good though. I like this. Just like
I think it works okay on itch. I didn't like it on Steam. I think I did briefly try it.
Yeah. I think if that was mine and I was doing it on Steam, I would probably want to just make a really long one rather than a short one that tiles. Because this one's.
I also looked at comparable games, like because I was like Pedal Crash. I like Pedal Crash. I think they did a great job with their Steam page and stuff. And I looked at theirs because when I looked at my Steam page, I was like a little discouraged because I was like, all you can really see because like the center is blocked with all the Steam stuff. All you can see on the sides is like the amount of money and like the character's name in Deathcliff.
Deathcliff.
Like, that doesn't really sell. But
yeah,
Deathcliff. I love that name. But yeah, when I looked at Pedal Crash, it was sort of the same. So I was reassured. I was like, yeah, okay, it's a little weird, but maybe it's.
I don't think it's bad.
I do. Yeah. I did briefly try the same background I used on Itch.io, and for some reason I don't remember liking it on the Steam page, and I can't remember why. I think, I just don't remember. I'm sorry. But it did cross my mind. That was like the first thing I thought was like, cool, I made my background, let's use it on Steam. And then it was like, ew, this doesn't look
Hang on. Maybe we'll be able to, if I can remember where it lives. There it is. Can I just throw that in there? You gonna let me throw that in there? Let's find out.
You're just gonna hot fix my Steam page. They apply some sort of sexy gradient to it that you won't be able to apply.
Yeah. It hasn't loaded it anyway. It doesn't like to load it.
I mean, I see it. It's just not stretched out.
I can't see it. I can see the gradient, but oh yeah, sorry, it's not repeating.
It's back there. It's just not.
There we go.
Not tiled.
Yeah, and there's this weird gradient thing here.
There you go. So there's an apply gradient, but it basically looks like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that that's not quite as exciting.
It's not. Yeah. It's missing a few of the eye catching. Yeah, purple. Purple is better than blue. I think there's no argument there. It isn't subtle, but I don't know if you ever noticed. If you go back to the third screenshot I have there with like the guy asking the question. Maybe it's the fifth screenshot. I'm sorry, I keep going to the right. Next one.
This one?
To the right. It's the one where they're all outdoors and just chatting. It's the one. Yeah. That was another thing that got the Steam like guy said that I took to heart. Was he said your first 4 screenshots should all look like your gameplay. Like if you're doing a shooter game, they should all have you with like a gun, because you don't want people like looking at it just seeing like some UI or a menu or something that doesn't look like a shooter because they won't click it. So you want to make sure it all looks up. But yeah, the fifth screenshot. So this one, I don't know if you noticed, but Sandrew, the little guy on the right, he has like his little puzzled expression. It's still scrolling past him.
Yeah, I don't know how to stop it scrolling. It's annoying.
Yeah. But yeah, the little symbol up there, you might notice it, like, I initially had it as a question mark, and can you figure out why it's not a question mark anymore? Because it's not a localization thing, I'll spoil that. I had it as a question mark, and I was like, nope, that's not gonna work.
I don't know, I'd probably be trying to look under it for frogs.
Right? so the reason is because the characters do turn left and right, and all the emotes turn left and right too.
Oh, right!
So if it was just a question, right, somebody mirrored it, it would be like, what the heck is this weird backwards question mark? So I made it something crazy and abstract so that when they flip, it still just looks crazy and abstract. It doesn't look wrong. It's just, and I think people get it. They look at it, they're like, oh yeah, he's puzzled. It's like, what? That's just a weird little. That's what omega upside down with a.
I see like a face.
Yeah, it's just sideways bra face. Upside down question mark wouldn't have been a problem. But yeah, backwards looked weird. So I did that.
This closed eye lemon creeps me out a little bit. Or maybe it's looking very suspicious.
You mean the one on the far left?
Yeah.
Yeah,
all the others have crosses. This one's very squinty.
Yeah.
That's good. It's a cool game. Let me just have another look at my notes here.
Did I miss anything?
So you said you've been making games for a long time.
Yeah.
But maybe been focused on making games a little bit less than that. I came across, and I don't necessarily want to draw you into stuff that you're not necessarily. If you're not super excited to talk about it, that's fine.
That's all good.
But on the topic of rhythm games or games that kind of can be sort of rhythm-ish, I did come across Toadsy.
Toadsy! Yeah, I did make that.
Is there anything you would like to say about Toadsy?
Yeah. So Toadsy, I had 2 or 3 goals with it. I wanted an arcade game that sort of organically became a rhythm game. Probably, honestly, sort of like what you had in mind with Woods. And so, yeah, it's a game which doesn't ever tell you that it's a rhythm game, but as you play it, you start figuring out like, that it rewards you for playing through a beat. And the other 2 or 3 challenges specific to Toadsy, I wanted it to fit in 10 megabytes and have a lot of levels. So that meant it couldn't realistically have a soundtrack because you'd be hearing the same song over and over. And I do want to actually come back to this. This is actually the game I'll probably make after Frog Finder and TurboFat, is I want to make a version of Toadsy with a soundtrack, because I think honestly that was the one thing that kept people from playing it. The game is very challenging, but most importantly, a lot of the challenge comes from you having to be a human metronome, because if you play too slow, you don't finish the levels fast enough to get like the cool ultimate achievements, and if you play too fast, you stumble and your frog like stops moving. It's like, whoa, don't hit buttons so fast. So you have to like play like you're a drummer in a band, not like a rock band drummer where you have visual cues. It's like it's that part's hard. But man, it's got some really cool mechanics. There's also like the pattern of like the small lily pads you have to like press notes fast on, and if they make you turn, then you have to like move, turn, jump, turn, move, and stuff like that. So it's like it ends up finding its own rhythm that people lock into. So I love that.
And I love that it
game with organic rhythms to it.
I love that it almost manifests as a dungeon crawler as well.
Dungeon.
Like, in terms of the way that you're navigating, the way that you're thinking about or looking at the space and deciding where you want to go. Like, in fact, when I first saw the video, I didn't have audio, and I assumed that it was effectively like a dungeon crawler where you're navigating these kinds of spaces. And then I turned on the audio and saw that it was doing something interesting. In fact, I might mute TurboFat here and throw the audio.
We can't hear any audio. I should have told you that earlier, but there's been no audio coming from the game. So there's still no audio coming from the video.
Unfortunately, Discord doesn't like to share audio from my stuff. But people on stream can hear it.
No, we can't.
You can't? I mean...
Oh. I have Twitch muted. That explains it. Yes. Yeah. Here it is.
Yeah, I love... I love everything that this is doing. This is actually quite exciting to me, and I was disappointed to find that it was a web game on using tech that I can't really reasonably get running.
No, there's no way to run this anymore. You could download like the Flash SWF and play it locally.
Yeah.
I guess that's the best you can do, but that's obnoxious. No, there's no way to play it.
It's on like Congregate.
Yeah, I wanna.
If you could
that's
find a
also
way
true.
to get.
I tied it into Congregate's little mechanism for like high score sharing and stuff. This is another game that I was disappointed, but like I was the best at it. Nobody ever really learned it but me. No, I want to revisit it. I want to, that's one thing. I want to give it a soundtrack. I don't know how I'll manage that, but I also want to. The two other hilariously ambitious things you'll say like you shouldn't do that. One is I want to change the visual style, so instead of 2D, I want to do a sort of Crossy Road, if you know that game, like a Crossy Road style, lo-fi, um, Minecraft style, like 3D look to it.
Okay.
So have like a cute little 3D voxel frog, and there's a cheat in this game. Oh, it's gonna show it as you get further in.
I can
Where
pause
the
if you
whole
want.
world starts like rotating and like 2D and like making you sick.
It's
And
rad.
I more or less want the game to be focused on that aspect of things, where it's like more disorienting, less polite.
It gets almost
and then
super
the
hexagonish, which I kind of
it gets exactly.
appreciate.
It's very super hexagonish, and I want the next one to focus on to embrace that aspect more
Yeah,
and
yeah.
earlier. Yeah. And then the third thing that I really want to do is I want to have a like what looks like a two-player mode where you're controlling two frogs with two players, and like I have a joystick and you have a joystick, but secretly it's like the god tier difficulty mode where you're expected to sort of do both and have one on your left hand, one on your right hand. So that's the three just dreadful. Yeah, here it is.
I love it.
So now, like, up still moves you forward, but the direction that forward is constantly rotating and trying to figure out, like, okay, up is this way now, and left is that way. That's an entire different skill that I thought about.
Compression on the stream probably makes this a lot harder to see and read than it would be if you were actually playing.
Oh, pretty hard.
Yeah.
The funny thing about this mode, though, is I showed my game to a friend of mine who's not that great at rhythm games. He played like the first 5 or 6 levels, and he's like, "This is hard, but I think I get it. Good job, I like it." And then I showed him this, and he was like, "Oh wait, now I want to play this. Let me try it." I was like, "This is like 10 times harder than what you were doing. Why does this make you want to play the game more?" But something about it did. It just like spoke to me. He's like, "Now this is a game I'm interested in." Okay.
It does amp things up and change the focus in quite some way, but you also mentioned Frog Finder as a game that you've been working on.
Yeah, I was doing it every Thursday this month because of like the pressure of Steam and me like I have been 100% focused on Steam and getting that stuff up. But I haven't. Yeah, it's been unfortunate. I've lamented every Thursday to not get to work on Frog Finder. I already added a big chunk to it. Most importantly, the mechanics are in Frog Finder now, where instead of just having like here's the 8 level types and I'll give them to you randomly, now there's like different worlds, and each world says like if you got the version that's currently on GitHub, not released, and you built it yourself, you would see these features. But basically, like the left little frog there now is just something like word finds and the easy mazes or something.
Yeah.
And the middle frog will teach you like, oh well, now you have to do like the which words spell frog thing and something else. And then the next difficulty is like, okay, here's a little bit of both of those and something new. So the point is there's progression where it's not like here's 8 puzzles. It's like here's 2 kind of basic ones, here's another 2 kind of basic ones,
yeah.
And now here's like a mishmash of 5 of them.
Yeah.
So the most important thing being now I can introduce new puzzle types to Frog Finder, and I don't have to like front load them all on the player, because I thought that was the biggest hurdle to scalability for the game, was like the more I added to the game, the harder it got immediately for everybody.
Yeah.
Because the only way you learn anything in Frog Finder is playing the same puzzle twice.
Yes.
And now if you have to play 80 times to play a level 10 times instead of just like 20 or 30 like it used to be, it just became too mean.
Yeah. So this is secretly a Frog Finder stream now.
Finder!
This might be my favorite game ever. Maybe.
I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable, and I'd be totally at peace if I released TurboFat and released Frog Finder, and if Frog Finder takes off. That'd make my day. I don't think it will. I don't think this is the kind of game that like I think if someone watches a trailer for Turbo Fat. I think there's a percentage of people will say that, like, that game's for me. I'm interested. That looks fun. I don't think people would ever look at this and be like, oh, cool, wow, there's like a grid of squares and you click them, like, wow, sign me up. That looks fun. I do think it's very fun, but I don't think it's an easy sell.
That's the problem that I have with Winter's Wake, which is that text adventure that I was talking about before. Is like,
Yeah.
there's no way that I can make a trailer for that that's going to be exciting and enticing. And like,
Right?
there's nothing I can do in a trailer that could communicate what the game is or what the game is about without potentially misrepresenting the game. Like, if I have voiceover of someone saying, "You're in a world," that's like, the game has no voice in it, so immediately that's putting like the wrong expectation. If I put like fancy text effects on screen that aren't in the game, people will assume that that's in the game. Yeah, it's tough. Whereas like, there are lots of other types of games where it's immediately obvious that you go, okay, yeah, this isn't the game. This is like some trailer conceit that's about trying to frame things correctly. But because there's nothing really visually interesting about Winter's Wake, I think there's nothing that I can do to show. In fact, the best depiction of the game that I've seen anybody do was someone took a video and they disabled the cursor grab so that the mouse cursor was visible on screen, and then just interacted with the game a little bit with the mouse cursor moving around and like being something that, as a viewer who wasn't controlling things, you could go, okay, well, they are moving the mouse left and that's why they're looking left. Because otherwise that's just like impossible to understand the relationship between the input and what you see. It's tough. I don't know how to navigate any of this stuff. But I think, I don't know, if you... I'm always wary, because I love it when other people make games, right? I already know what games I would make. And I'm lucky enough to have the skills to make my own games. So I'm always wary of kind of demanding that other people make stuff that I want. Because I'm like, this is your stuff, you should be expressing what you want. But if you take my suggestion of like a sticker book,
oh no, I really want to do that. It's on my list. I mean, I don't have a long list of Frog Finder things I want to add, but yeah, that's definitely, is it? Maybe that's not. But I have like filed it away mentally as far as like I want to add. I think the phrase was meta progression.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I wrote it down in a Google Doc that I have. And yeah, I liked your idea of a sticker book a lot. And I had 2 or 3 other ideas. One was something sort of like trading cards, maybe, where like if you find that frog, you get like a little Thomas the Hat Frog trading card. And if you find a few of them, then maybe you like unlock a little bio and you can read about his life, and it'll be like, oh,
Yeah, I love that.
I just love something to, but at the same time, like, one of the things I love about the game right now is it has no text and like no reading except for the words frog and find and shark, I suppose.
And Frigg.
And Frigg and Greg. Yeah, so I do sort of like the idea of it being like a very text-free game. So
yeah, no, I dig it. Yeah, I remember when I first suggested the sticker book thing, I was like, I'm not sure if I'm really accurately conveying what I have in mind here. I think your initial reaction was like, that sounds like a lot of work.
Oh, it was. No, because the way it was originally pitched sounded like, it just sounded bigger than it was.
Yeah.
I think I would just need a second graphic for each frog, and that's doable.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got all that with your frog sheet as well. It's like most of those frogs already exist.
The most ambitious thing I have in mind right now for the 2 most ambitious. One I actually want to tackle pretty early on in the game's life cycle is I want the game to have little if you've played like a Kirby game, or there's a few like Amazing Penguins, this old ass 90s game called Pango. Have you ever played that? Probably none of these, but a lot of them just have like when you finish a world, the little protagonist comes out and does a cute little dance.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't want to just have little animations, and I have some ideas for that.
This is adorable.
Don't tease the frog. Like, he just wants love. He's so bad. But yeah, so I want to have each world have somewhat unique like little frog animations for when you beat the levels, and they do a little dance for you. Because it can't always be just frogs running up and hugging you. I guess it could, but that might be tedious. But Pingu, no, I don't think it's Pingu. It's Pengo. Pengo. It's a Sega game. It was weirdly like a little block kicking action game. Maybe like Kickle Cubicle. It's a genre, but it's a weird genre.
So when you said the word kick,
was, like,
I just had in my
kick.
mind that this screen here could have like a little soccer ball on it, and I could flick it, and the frogs would chase it.
That's cute. Pingu is something else. Noot noot. Yeah, but yeah, just a little frog dances. I'd like the idea of progressing through the game and seeing them do a little dance for you and you win. So that's one of the two most ambitious things. And the second most ambitious and completely pointless. I don't even know why I'm really hung up on this. But man, I really want the game to have frog musicians who like play the songs. And
Hell
you don't see
yeah.
them until you go in the options menu, and then they're there just like jamming.
Hell yeah.
Because all the music is so simple. It is basically, it could be performed with two frogs, one who like does the drums, and the other one who sings and plays like the guitar. So
You've made this in like a tracker, yeah? Is that right?
What have I made?
The music for this game.
It's in an open source music tool called Bosca Soil
by Terry Kavanagh.
By Terry Kavanagh, yeah. That's right.
But yeah, if that's all like in a tracker and you've got 4 tracks, 4 instruments, you can export that in a format that you can just directly drive that with the actual music data. Like drive their animations.
There'll be 1 or 2 extra steps, but you're right. It should work.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, that was a simplified overview of what's going on there. But yeah, you should. That feels like it'd be a fun little detail.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think it would. I mean, no, but the reason why it's a lot of work, exporting that stuff is a little piece. Just drawing a little frog animations. And yeah, that's about it. I guess just drawing the animations, tying them into those tracks. It's not like a lot of work, but it's more work than necessary. We think of like, it's probably I could probably add like 4 levels for the amount of work that would take, and that's like the meat of the game. The game's only gonna have like 20 or 25 levels when it's all done. So basically saying I'm gonna take like 10% of the development work towards this game and just put it. It's gonna be like the equivalent of like the Portal End song. It's like, why'd you do all this? I don't know.
I'm a strong believer that indulgences are at least like you're primarily a solo dev. I'm imagining you said that the composer that you're working with on TurboFat hasn't really been involved with the project for some time, from what you were saying.
We collaborated on. I gave him like notes for the music, and he, that was.
But you said that was done a while back, though, right? It
was like a year or 2 ago,
Yeah. So it's like it's not like you constantly have collaborators. Uh-oh. Discord. I was wondering if that was going to happen.
Uh-oh, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. Bear with me a tick while I get you back on stream. Discord crashed, which was a very kind thing for Discord to do there.
You made a frog finder overlay, I just noticed.
Yeah, sorry, when I said this is secretly a frog finder stream, it changed all the logos and stuff.
Oh, that's gorgeous. I love it.
Hang on, let me... Oh, that's too big.
I swear those are even higher res than the cards I drew.
They're the source art, but I pulled them out and turned them into an animated GIF, so they should be animating.
Yeah, they are. They're animating. They're beautiful. It's so cute.
Yeah, it's like I did the overlay, and then I was like, I could just do a screenshot, but no, I'm gonna do it properly. I'm gonna make it animate. Yeah, sorry. The thing I was saying is like when you're working, you generally don't have collaborators around and involved with what you're doing. And I feel like something that often gets overlooked for solo developers is that you still have to do a lot of team management and a lot of morale management, which like sounds
just for yourself?
counterintuitive, but when you're in a team, you come in the morning or you sync up with everybody else and you're motivated by their work and their response to your work motivates you. When you're working on your own, you have to consciously manage and navigate that yourself, and you don't get that for free. And I feel like sometimes some of those kind of indulgences of, I want to do this cool feature because I think it's cool and it makes me happy to do, like the musicians, for example, that you were talking about. I feel like sometimes that's a healthy way of just kind of looking after yourself.
I like that. I think you're onto something. But I mean, this whole game is very much a very creative outlet. Just there's probably the little frog pictures, the little globe of Frog Australia I got to send you. Like,
Oh, I love that. I'm looking forward to seeing that in game. In fact, I
nobody. Yeah, go ahead.
I had decided to not play the development build because I didn't want to. I guess I don't mind showing off stuff, like the game's open source and like the code's there. Why not? But also like just to sort of. No, I made a mistake.
Frog was right there.
Yeah.
Shark's so happy to see you.
I love these guys. Yeah, I think.
Faster. Got your pinky.
What a lovely surprise it is when they show up, right? Like, it's just the tone of the game has shifted.
Yep. I made a second shark song. I shared.
Oh
it
yeah, I
in
haven't listened to that yet.
It's a glorious song. I've had it stuck in my head on and off for a few weeks.
Wait, what?
Oh my gosh, this one's confusing.
Oh, that's on that line. Yeah, okay. I was like, hang on a minute, where's the thing? But I guess my vision is off. It's that one, and so last one. There's our frog. He's hiding there.
He's not there. There he is.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love the frog just like scoots his arms forward like that. I don't even know what he's doing. He's just being a goof.
Yeah, I love that. There's so much personality in these little dudes. It's wonderful.
There couldn't be. It's just 2 frames, but it just makes me so happy. I guess 4 frames because they have 2 frames of idle animation, then 2 frames of you found me animation.
Yeah. It makes them feel really responsive in a cool way.
Yeah.
Roar.
What are things I have in mind for Frog Finder? Yeah, the back room. I think that's basically the area you described. Is like there's gonna be a place that you can go back. Yeah, there'll be a band.
There's gonna be your settings.
A few other frogs. I thought maybe in addition to the little sticker board on the wall that you can click, there might be just like a frog that you like. It starts out empty, and then the more worlds you beat, like there's a frog each time you beat a world. You find like, oh look.
Yeah.
So it gets more and more populated.
Yeah, I like the idea of the game accumulating. I don't know if substance is the right word, but yeah, just like stuff, clutter.
This is like such an obvious candidate for like a phone/tablet game. Like I obviously need to add touchscreen support and make it work on Android.
I mean, out of the box, just like emulation, like there's no gestures that I think you would need to care about. Really, would you? Because like it's just like out of the box touch mapping directly to mouse input, which I think just happens. You don't have to do anything special for that. Am I right? I don't do any mobile stuff, so I'm talking out my ass.
Let me think about this. Mouse. I don't. Yeah, I think it's an 8.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have to do anything.
It might just work. Maybe I would just have to. For some reason, I don't think it is, though. I think if you export it to Android right now, the screen doesn't work, and I think it has to do with like the fact that it's handling mouse events, and it needs to handle. I don't know, though. I could be wrong.
Yeah, right. I tried to do an Android build of Hive Time, but it didn't run.
If nothing else, also like the way the hand moves, like that would need to change, because right now it moves in response to mouse over events, but there's no such thing as like a hand over event on a tablet. You know, so you need to have it move when you click or something. It wouldn't be hard, but it's just a
Well,
small thing.
you will
It's not a
probably
big
still
deal.
get that mouse motion event when you clicked.
Yeah, when you click, sure. So maybe that would just work.
Maybe. Is the number of frogs that
The
show up
attributes for a
here
bunch of new levels.
related to the
So
number
many
of frogs that
frogs.
you've found? In the end screen here?
No, the number of frogs here is purely difficulty based. So
Yeah, okay.
total difficulty, there's like about 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 or 3 other things that I wanted
Fez
to
guy.
massively change about like the general flow of the game. I want the sharks, like basically there's 2 flaws. The first is after you mess up on a level, it sort of shows you like, here's what you missed, and then a second later it switches over to the summary screen and says like, okay, well here's all the frogs. And the problem with that is twofold. The first is, for people who understand the game, they're like, I already know I messed up, just skip this part, just take me to the screen. And people who don't know the game, they're like, hold on,
It's too
like
fast.
this is going too fast. I can't see what I messed up. So basically the fix to both of those, and a third problem. The third problem is on the victory screen, when you mess up and the sharks chase you, a lot of times people are just like, I don't care, just like skip this part. Why do I need to watch this? Just end it. And it just gets to where you just put your hand over there so the shark can get to it faster, you know? Eat my finger, I'm done. So the fix to all 3 of those, I think, is just having this screen. This is the screen where the sharks will come get you.
Yeah.
So you know, you click and you find a shark, and then the shark comes out here. And if you know what you messed up, you'll just let the shark eat your finger and you'll put it over there. And if you need to see more, you like avoid the shark until you can figure out what you did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I said this screen, but obviously we're out of sync, so you didn't know what I
Yeah.
meant. But like on the screen where you're solving the puzzle, this is the screen where the shark will come get you.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense. It also addresses one of the most, like, I don't know if the pronunciation is vehement or vehement, but the most vehemently negative feedback I got in this game, which is somebody who's like really annoyed that the you messed up screen takes so long and is so punishing. They're like, game stinks because you just have to sit there and you know you messed up and the frog comes and the shark comes out and bites you. And it should be skippable. There should be a way to skip it.
I thought that was the other puzzle with the same look and feel.
Lost finger. I thought that was a third shark, but one of those is a blue frog-like shark. So I guess
Yeah, I got a blue frog.
This is one of the levels that made me like think I need to let people practice levels, and so that's why the new flow of the game is like you can pick one of the 2 earlier difficulties, and those will just have like 1 or 2 kinds of levels to really grind.
I feel like I think we've talked about this before, and I'm not sure that that it's where you want to take things. But I feel like I would really like to stop at the world progress screen and be able to pick which tile or which puzzle I'm visiting next. Not necessarily know what puzzle's going to be there. But have that be something that I can click on to trigger the next level. And that way I can stop and stare at my collected frogs so far for as long as I want. Have a break before the next level comes.
I could see that.
Oh.
So...
yeah, this screen would be nice to either be able to only click on the ones that are adjacent to the one that you've done, or maybe just let you do whatever.
You can just click on any of them, it's not like it matter. The only benefit I can think of right now to making it timer based is it gives you a little break if you are actually trying to like speed run the game. If you're like, I want to get through this as fast as possible, you get a little moment you're like, okay.
It does force you to slow down, that's true.
So it's kind of nice to have like a little pause, but that's so out there, and maybe if someone was speedrunning the game, they'd be grateful that you could go as fast as you wanted. Really push it.
Muscle frog.
So why do you think clicking anywhere would be better? Because
I want to.
You don't want to skip past it.
Yeah, I don't want to click anywhere. I want to be able to click on the individual question marks to go to choose which level I'm going to, even though I don't know what level is going to be behind
down
there.
In my notes as like a maybe, because I see some pros and cons and I can't decide.
In my mind, it adds a level of tactility that reflects a lot of everything else that the game is doing.
Oh. It would also be like the last timer in the game,
Oh.
right? If you get, I mean, it's just fine, but it's just like nothing else. Like once this screen now has like the sharks control the. Well, no, the frogs here would also have a timer. Okay, okay. You click a frog, it waits a little while, then it goes to that screen, and then you have to click. Is that intuitive?
Yeah. You could also have like a little animation of the question mark turning over. Maybe. I don't know.
So the other thing which might change your mind about that is I also had one task, which is I wanted, instead of this whole thing just like flashing to the new screen, I sort of wanted it to like pan left and pan right to like pan to the new puzzle.
Yeah.
I think that would be really cool. But then
my immediate thought before you said that was like you could flip over the puzzle and then have the camera zoom into it until it took up the full screen.
Yeah, I like that better. But that's cool too.
But there's like a whole bunch of like if you did want to do that, it dramatically changes the way that oh whoops, wrong. Just not paying attention to what I'm doing. Dramatically changes the way that like the framing of the backgrounds work and everything else. Like you'd need to. I guess you'd need to do that with if the levels are sliding off as well. Maybe.
Yeah, it could be super. It could be super like corny. Like if you use like the old school like 90s Macs or maybe even Windows 3.1 when you like maximize a window and it just has this rectangle effect that goes like bloop and then it like flicks and flickers over to the new. It could just be that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't actually have to be like a convincing zoom in. You know, it could just sort of pop up.
Animation isn't my forte, so I never think about any of these kinds of cool shortcuts that that make a lot of sense the moment that you hear them. Oh, whoops.
One of those less is more things. I think like the full screen zoom in thing sounds good on paper, but then suddenly like my two friends who get motion sick from games can't play anymore.
Yeah, I do that in Bonesweeper at the moment. I zoom in on the globe when you pick a location.
Yeah.
Which is kind of fun. And then I take a screenshot of what's visible and then do all my loading in the background and then crossfade to the dig site so that from a player perspective it just looks like it's faded from the map 3D scene into the dig 3D scene, which fading between 3D scenes is kind of a big pain in the backside. It's nice to not have to actually do it.
Yeah. Oh, I love combing these grids for the really silly words that they spell sometimes.
Yes. I don't have any cool ones. Foo. I do enjoy this.
It's kind of cute. Goga.
Grig. Yeah, I just saw Grig and I was like, Grig.
Oh, it's so cute. Every puzzle has I want to say like 8 or 9 difficulties, and it's not always obvious how it gets harder. But this one gets harder because there's more places that almost spell the word frog.
Yeah.
Like on the easiest difficulty that you're on right now, there's like a lot of like H's and like K's where it's like frog doesn't have a K in it. I can just ignore that entire area.
I gotta say, it took me a long time. I only just spotted where it is.
Yeah, it's weirdly like the first place you should look.
Yeah, it's
like
kind
of funny.
It's like the very first one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the very first.
But I did. This was the first thing I looked at was Fgok, and I was like, I don't think it's Fgok.
No, it's not Fgok.
But yeah, I do love the idea of like a large.
Not your zooming in idea, because I think that's better. That might be better than the panning idea. Pan on screen changes instead of fading. So I have to think about that. So basically right here, it would pull out to the screen and then it would like pull back in when you click.
You could I don't know whether you want to go far enough to have a tile flipping animation, but you could kind of, if you did have a tile flipping animation,
over and zoom out
at the point that you're zooming in, or the point once the flipping animation gets kind of halfway, that's the point at which you start the zoom effect. If it's just going to be like some rapid box in, or box out, like however you want to view it. But like if you do it just on the halfway point, then that communicates the idea that it is the far side of the card that's coming to encapsulate the view. And and that means you don't necessarily have to draw anything on the far side of the card. Or tile, or whatever it is.
Can you repeat that actually? I'm sorry. So like, it's when it is halfway or something?
Yeah, so you've got like the tile with the question mark on it, and then you click on that,
Yeah.
and it's got an animation where it flips over, but the animation only goes to
Yeah.
halfway. And as it goes as it reaches that point, that's when you start your box in effect, which immediately takes up the tile's worth of space almost. So you never have to draw the back of the tile. You never have to show anything on it.
Yeah.
As that was my thought, like when I was thinking about what is, if you did a flipping animation, then you've got to show what's on the other side of the thing that you're flipping over. It's like, do you show an icon for this particular type of puzzle, or do you like show a scaled down version of the puzzle? But if you like mask all of that behind a kind of zoom effect, then you don't have to care about it, which is fun. I like not caring about things.
Yeah, no, I like that idea. So turning a puzzle, click a card, makes the screen, and really, or makes the card.
I think the top hat guy is doing the splits for no reason. I know the reason that he's doing the splits, but yeah, like it looks like it's for no reason. Well, he's doing the splits because his top hat wouldn't fit in otherwise.
That's true.
But yeah, I just love that he appears to be doing the splits for no reason. Okay, there we go. So this path has diverged into 3 separate bits that are taking up possibly more brain space than I have to keep track of. I think we're good though. Hey, nice
idea though. Frog Finder should click a card to start the next puzzle.
Wait. Oh no, this one. I absolutely love this game. I cannot get over how much I like this game.
It's just relaxing.
It's very nice. Yeah, I would. In some respects, I would like to be finished with Bone Sweeper so that I can potentially.
It's going ham now. Do you remember where the other one is? Yep, and up there. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey.
It's getting hard again. Okay, we're down to 1.
Yeah.
There we go. There's Scuba Steve.
It's touch and go. Scuba Steve, is that frog's name? Nice.
I don't know. Scuba Steve was from some Adult Swim cartoon.
Okay.
He's taken. I can't call my frog Scuba Steve. It's stealing.
Boo.
Wait, I think it was. Maybe I stole it from someone who I don't care about. What's Scuba Steve? It's gotta be real. Yeah, I was right. Scuba Steve is No, wait. No, Scuba Steve's nothing. I can steal it.
Okay.
I play a board game called I play a board game which has a guy with a big metal helmet. People call him Scuba Steve as a joke. But...
I don't know if you did. I feel like I clicked on a word that could have said frog and it didn't say frog.
No, it said fork.
Oh.
Are you kidding me? Rewind
Okay.
the stream. It didn't say frog.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't say
No
frog.
K in frog.
There's no E in frog. Okay.
I love that one puzzle because it seems so stupid and random, and then that there's like actually rules to it. It's almost infuriating how much sense it makes. Where it's like, oh yeah, the one that ends with an E, well, then it has to be Froge. It's like, how do you know that? Yeah, you know. No.
It's good. I
Thunder.
I do definitely enjoy. I enjoy that Greg shows up sometimes and Frog shows up sometimes. It's good.
I don't know if I told you my task, but I have a task in here to make Greg a specific frog.
Yeah.
Greg, it's Greg.
So
Who Greg will be.
What I was in the middle of saying a second ago was that there are some points where I wish that I was done with Bone Sweeper so that I could match your pace with Frog Finder stuff and maybe contribute a little bit
Yeah.
more.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
But I just sort of Bone Sweeper needs to be my focus, and I can't afford to get distracted.
You need to make money, man. I'm retired. You need a paycheck.
Yeah, it would be nice to eat some days.
Yeah, I eat most days.
But yeah, I do. I love everything about this game.
You found it.
I'm a good frog finder.
Yeah, I love everything about this game. I just wish it was easier to pitch to people.
You find
I
frogs.
even have like some of my friends who are like, like maybe I should show my daughters your frog game, and I was like, how old are they? No, it probably doesn't matter. I can't imagine like anybody between the age but maybe up to like age 6 or 7, they might think it's charming on an unironic level, and then I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine.
I mean,
Kids in like middle school or elementary school or anything like just appreciating this. And I think it is a work of art, and I think it has stuff there, but I just don't think I don't know. I think it's a weird appeal that I don't think too many people will share.
I guess.
I'd love if they did though.
I like this.
It just feels good. You always get hugs from frogs.
It's a good game. It's a good game. There's a lot about it.
You notice how they spaz out when they can't hug your hand and they like run away and they're like, oh no!
What do we do
I have,
now?
like, really cute. Yeah, I have really cute comments for that.
I can't remember if we talked about it or if I suggested it, but I kind of like the idea of the frogs sometimes tripping.
I was gonna put that in for the sharks. Definitely.
Oh yeah,
the sharks will trip when they're chasing your hand.
Oh yeah, if you move your cursor when they're close or something, they'll trip over.
Yeah, that's right. Well, no, just like it'll happen randomly. They'll be chasing you and sometimes they'll just like trip and it'll be funny.
But I think it's also like pretty cute with these frogs.
Here, I'll send you a link to some source code because
Oh yeah.
Very cute source code. This is like every few seconds they stop and they think about what they want to do next. And there's a branch where they're like close enough and they can hug you. I guess you're probably about to pop it up.
Yeah, I'll bring it up on screen.
Hand, not hugged fingers. So the hand has like a limit, because like on the easy difficulties, only one frog can hug you at once. So if one frog's already hugging you, then that's too many. And then that's when it says, "We're too shy. Run away."
Pincer distance. They have like a strategy.
Oh, they try to box you in.
Yeah.
Where's pincer distance? Where do you see that?
Down line 122.
If friend not is hugging. Yep, our friend will help us. Don't run towards the hand, run behind our friend. That's right.
So I guess the shark uses the same logic.
They do.
Yeah.
But it's most importantly just so that if all the frogs literally just tried to run straight towards your hand, and they'd all mob up in a really ugly way. So
yeah,
just spread out.
It looks great. Like it looks and feels good.
All the frogs have a friend.
Burp.
Yeah, it's so cute. I just love that they either like catch the hand and they hug it, or they're like, "We're too shy, run away." It's so cute. Oh, and they have an ID that I should delete because that's never used, is it?
I wonder if they should get like a little crying
list.
Animation if they can't get a hug.
Oh, I'm trying to make the frogs cry. This is why you don't get to commit. It's terrible. Only 3 frogs can hug you at once, so.
Yeah, all the rest of them totally abandoned.
All the rest of them just run around bawling. That's
loveless.
Horrible.
Poor frogs.
No.
I don't know, I like the incentive of kind of going, okay, well you get a hug, and now you get a hug, and now you get a hug.
Yeah, that's already incentivized. You're supposed to move your hand around and get all the frogs' hugs.
Yeah, I wonder whether or not it would be fun to see which frogs have been hugged and which ones are still awaiting their hug time. And my immediate thought for that was like, just make them cry. It's been too long since they had a hug.
No. I mean, that could just become its own entire game. I mean, there'd be Frog Finder 2, and it would just be like a weird friendly version of Zombie Survivor or whatever. Vampire Survivor. Aww. I love when there's so many of them hugging that you can't see your hand anymore. It's just so cute. And that shark's just not having it. Nope,
I
nope.
I think this shark down here, he's just happy to be a part of things.
It's the Turpine shark. Oh yeah, he's a good one.
There's a lot of good stuff in here.
Yeah, especially considering it was pretty much just one long weekend. I got a lot done.
Yeah, like the jam was like 4 days or something. I
Just
think.
having Terry Kavanaugh play my game just made me like swell with pride. And then he left like two very like cool tweets, although put together they made me, well, they didn't make me sad, but they were a little bit sad. Because the first one was like, oh my gosh, you guys have to play Frog Finder. It's
Yeah.
like the cutest game and it makes me feel like a child again and all this stuff that was just like glowing praise. And I was like, oh, and then he tweeted something again like a week later, so that was like, guys, like I noticed not very many people have played Frog Finder, and you guys need to seriously play it.
That
Usually when I feature a game, people play it. You guys didn't play it.
that's where I'm at as well. Is I'm like anybody who comes within, probably my neighbors have heard of Frog Finder because I shout about it so loudly. Yeah, and then like convincing people to check it out feels hard.
Is this a game with stream emoji spam on top of it? No, this is the actual game. He is playing the game correctly. There are no emojis. There
Yeah,
are this many
there-
frogs in the game.
These frogs are hugging my
Only
hand.
if you're really good. Did you already settle the question whether this was a pretzel or a crown or something else?
Oh yeah, yeah. In my mind, it's a crown. But I don't.
The
I don't remember
the
what
sequel
it's
already
meant to
has or I'm sorry, the trunk version
be. Yes.
already has new pictures for every level that you play, which is cool to me.
Why did I click there?
I got to write some logic because all those cards in the Game Jam version are just like coordinates. There's a card at like 3-5 and a card at 4-5 and a card at
Yeah.
3.56, and so it's all coordinates I had to hand type. And then I wrote a little parser which where I can just make little ASCII pictures.
That's
So
nice.
it's easier to make cool patterns. But I guess you'll see that all in the final version of the game.
Yeah. I've said it before, but it's just intensely exciting to me to see that Frog Finder is getting a little bit of work a couple days a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just super buzzed.
Because before I started like multitasking, you know, TurboFat, I was very excited to work on it. Very like, I really wanted to have something to show people and get people excited about it. But it also did feel kind of like a prison where it's like I can't do anything else until I finish this game.
Yeah.
You have to have a limit though. You really can't just follow your bliss as a game developer and be like, this looks more fun. I'm gonna work on that because you know why you can't do that.
Yeah, I was going to ask whether or not you know, running concurrent projects was something that you were consciously embracing, or something that you just kind of fell into, and how you feel about that.
I was consciously avoiding it until recently when I thought I really want to work on Frog Finder. I don't see TurboFat being released until 2014 or 2024.
You got on the store page,
I just thought, yeah, a
March
day a
or
week.
something?
It feels like a happy medium. It's a strict rule. I won't spiral out of control where I'm working on 7 different games and finishing none of them. But
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I feel like in Bonesweeper, for my situation at least, I'm in a position where I can't really justify spending time on other projects.
yeah. Well, yours is a shorter time span. You're gonna finish yours way before I finish TurboFat, and you're being you have external forces.
Yeah, it's the external things. If I didn't have any of that, then I'd be running multiple projects because I generally find that
It's on the left, by the way, FRO.
yeah. I generally find that
You find that?
it's easier for me to. What am I saying here? What is the way that I want to express this? I find it easier to. Again, thinking about this idea of being a solo developer and having to navigate my own motivation and manage my own motivation. Like having multiple projects means that if I'm not feeling, project A, then chances are project B or C are what I'm in the mood for, and I can maximize my efficiency by pursuing whatever it is I have immediate enthusiasm for, which is dangerous in some
Yeah,
cases.
I don't like that game. I don't play it. I get the appeal, but yeah. If there's a reason I don't want to work on a game, it's usually because like I just need to do that thing. It's like ignoring your homework,
Yeah,
It's like, yes, I know, like writing the shaders to make these shadows look right isn't fun, but once you do that, you can do something else. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from, but
there's also like
be nervous about that.
having a palate cleanser and being able to have some downtime and a break away from a thing. Like,
yeah.
When I want to reward myself, I usually reward myself with a project that's not my main project, right? And so from that perspective, it's kind of nice. But yeah, I feel a lot less flexible right now, which is
That's unfortunate. Is there light at the end of the tunnel? How's Bone Sweeper coming along?
Yeah. It's I'm closing in on having like all the functionality in place. So that's my main focus has been bedding down the functionality, and then I'll come back and then just hammer content. Because it's the thing, like...
Yeah, because there's like a lot of dinosaur skeletons, a lot of...
Yeah. So the character model that's in there now is temporary. I won't have any of the skeletons that are currently in the game. They're all temporary.
Oh, really? They look so good.
Oh, thank you.
Surprised you're replacing them all.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 in there at the moment, really. There's the like Testodon, which doesn't even look like a skeleton, and there's the like silly balsa wood assembly skeleton that's in there as well. But
I thought I saw some other ones like
those 2 are the ones that I'm not counting as real dinosaurs. There's 2 others in there as well. Okay. Yeah. There's a Muttaburrasaurus, which is like an Australian iguanodontid. I'm pretty sure it's an iguanodontid. And there's Diamantinosaurus, which is a sauropod. Both Australian. I was like, yeah, I'll stick some Australian dinosaurs in, because it felt a bit weird to have Australia as my placeholder continent on the globe, and then be putting non-Australian dinosaurs there. I was like, meh. But yeah, so
the globe will eventually have non-Australian locations.
Yeah, it'll be the entire world. But when you play, you'll kind of be limited to wherever you choose your home museum at the start of the game. Like, at the start of the game, you go like, where's your home museum? And your home museum is here, and then you'll have to play for a bit and assemble a few skeletons before research teams invite you to participate in digs in other countries and other regions and stuff. And that's another way that I want to kind of manifest meta progression. But yeah, so I think I can probably nail down the functionality. There are 2 bits of functionality that just aren't represented in the game at the moment at all. One is the research screen, which I don't think is going to be like a big deal to make. Like, it's going to be pretty straightforward. And its design purpose is to pick up the slack of organic bone surpluses. So as you play, like, you'll dig up, it's random what you get. But in the process of doing a couple of digs to pick up enough pieces to build an entire skeleton, you can end up with a whole bunch of leftovers. And then when you go to another dig site to dig up the same skeleton, because the distribution is random again, you are statistically likely to end up with a surplus of the ones that you already had. And that's fine. Like, I prefer that rather than having the game like be guaranteed to give you what you need in order to finish a skeleton. Like, I'm just less excited about that. But the flip side is
the progress bar.
Yeah. The flip side is that you got to do something with all these surplus bones, because it's not exciting to have 800 skulls that you can't use, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I've got this idea for a research screen, and the things that you will unlock will be furnishings and fixtures and stuff for your museum. And so there might be a research item that is something about Cretaceous carnivores, and so you've got to put like 5 different bits from Cretaceous carnivores in there, and it's not necessarily like, it's up to you how you want to distribute that among your surplus fossils, but it's a way to spend what you've got on something that feels like it's meaningful and useful to you. My ex played a bit of Pokemon Go, and I found it interesting that they let you grind up the Pokemons that you found into lollies.
Literally. But
Yeah, it's kind of creepy.
you just set them free and then you get a present.
Yeah, that'd be nice. But instead, no, we like dehydrate them and turn them into cornmeal so that they can become little lollies. Good times.
No.
It's terrifying. And then you feed it back to your other Pokemons so that they can get mad cow's disease or something. But yeah, I like, from a design perspective, I'm like, yes, you have to do something with your surpluses because it kind of makes everything feel awkward and broken. And I like the idea of the research screen. But like from an implementation perspective, it's very simple. It doesn't represent any significant unknowns. The other thing that I don't have yet is a type of rare dig site where if you make any mistakes, it's game over for that dig. Like, you just don't get to build anything, you don't receive anything. It is an invitation to play perfectly, but it results in giving you like a very rare, not very,
like golden skeletons or something.
well, I've added one level of rarity at the moment, which is that it's a dig site that has one of every fossil from a specimen. So like, there's a full skeleton at this one dig site. Normally there won't be a whole skeleton at one place. So at the full specimen sites, that's treated as like its own thing, and you can't use generic fossils to fill out that skeleton if you smash one. And those are going to be rendered with special materials. Like some fossils in real life end up being like, the mineralization process ends up replacing the bones with something interesting or exciting. Like there are some opal skeletons here. We've got in Australia, we've got some opal mines where people have found there's a famous specimen called Eric, and he's a plesiosaur. And yeah, his skeleton is opal, which is pretty neat. I've seen some emerald fossils as well, and so yeah, I want these rare ones to or full specimen ones, sorry, to be that kind of thing. But the ones where, like, if you make any mistakes, you get nothing. So in those ones, if you make a mistake and you smash a fossil, then you just have a half-completed skeleton for your museum, which is interesting and fun, I hope. But yeah, the other ones are like, smash anything, game over. But what you get out of it is a specimen that is... I don't know how familiar you are with paleontology and dinosaur stuff, but things like the Berlin specimen, which is an Archaeopteryx, that is like the archetypical Archaeopteryx that everybody's like very, very excited about. It shows like twisted dead bird thing in a rock, and the fact that it... Let me bring up a screenshot. Yeah, so this is the Berlin specimen here. This very famous, well-known image of, as like one of the first fossils that really kind of cemented this idea that birds and dinosaurs have a very strong connection. Which is, it's like super powerful. And then there's also stuff like the Suncor Nodosaur, which is this specimen. Absolutely fantastic, very amazing, very powerful image of this creature emerging from the rock. Absolutely stunning. But I like this idea of specimens where the surrounding rock is a part of what makes it feel interesting and what makes it feel special. Whereas most of what Bonesweeper has you dig up gets rid of the rock, and it's just the bone stuff. even though
Yeah.
technically that's become rock in the meantime. But anyway, yeah, I feel like that takes away something interesting, and I like the idea of treating these as like these ultra special rare things that if you do really well, you can get some of these cool, very powerful, impressive and inspiring specimens like this.
The only frustrating thing as a developer being that like
No one's gonna
those
see
aren't
them.
texture swaps. Those are
Yeah, I'm
you're
gonna have to make 'em.
actually have different.
Yep.
You're gonna have to have different meshes and models for those. That's like
Yeah.
literally as much effort as adding a new dinosaur to the game. Instead of just
Well,
be adding
it's
another
slightly less
dinosaur
because
to,
you
like,
don't have to
like,
assemble it. Like it can just be like a static model rather than something that's posed
yeah, it's a
and
little easier.
and stuff. But yeah, it's still like a whole lot of work. But I think it's worthwhile,
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah, I really enjoy the idea of having that stuff in place. I'm very excited to get it into the game.
Frog find, frog find.
Yeah, if you're open to the idea and no pressure, I'll bring it up on my stream so you look bad if you say no. But if it aligns such that I'm done with Bone Sweeper and can give attention, I'd love
to collaborate. Yeah, no question, absolutely.
Yeah, I would
Definitely see him on the same page as far as the direction we want the game to go.
Yeah.
I think we're just both sort of
busy with other
right
stuff.
now.
Yeah. Yeah, I just really like the idea of like this static scene that you bring life to by like plopping your little frogs down in places.
I mean, I guess the only thing I'd have to do most of the art, but I don't think. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Everything else would be easy to team up on.
I want to draw some Greg Frog fan art. I like the idea of a frog.
I don't know which one is Greg yet. I haven't told you.
I like the idea of Greg wearing like a t-shirt with a G on it and a little flag with a G on it and stuff. It was like,
Gee.
yeah, for Greg.
I don't know if I spoiled this. Oh man, I probably didn't. Let me look up her bio. I don't have too many characters named in the game. I have it in my Google Doc. So basically, I want all these characters, all the frogs and Frog Finder, to have little haikus, which just sort of like tell you what they're like.
Oh yeah.
And one of the there's gonna be a frog named Greg, obviously, and they'll have a little bio. There's gonna be a frog called Blue Greg, and her bio is she hates when people call her Blue Greg. Her name is Kimberly. She's teaching herself Lua.
I love that. That's amazing.
Spoiler. Every time I think about, like, I really don't want to have words in Frog Finder. It's beautiful without the little haikus. It doesn't need the bios, but I always think about stuff like that. I'm like, this would be adorable. I think people would love reading these. Maybe it's worth spoiling the simplicity of the game.
Yeah. It is interesting though, like, one of the things that led to Hive Time's identity was I played the original. I played a whole bunch of like management sims and city builders and stuff. And management sims are like heavily focused on abstracting data down to a point that you can have something that's actionable, right? Like, and that's kind of an important part of what.
As in telling you, like, you made $816 this year and you paid 31 in taxes and those kinds of numbers.
Or more like, in the original SimCity, everything boils down to land value. Like, land value is your metric
I didn't
of.
know that. I mean, I've played a lot of it, and that's funny. Okay.
Yeah. So, like, if land value goes up, then people will want to live there, so your population grows. If land value goes down, people don't want to live there, and your population declines. But yeah, like, it gives you a couple of metrics, but like, all of the metrics that it gives you, like pollution and crime and everything else, are abstracting away the individuals that the simulation is meant to represent. It feels very dehumanizing to me, which frustrates me because SimCity is like this big inspiration for a lot of people to become urban planners. But it's completely the opposite of anything human-centric, which I think you kind of need to be human-centric if you're a civic planner. But I was like, yeah, how can I make a management sim that expresses that the people matter And like, yeah, you might see a car driving around in SimCity, or you might see in newer versions like people walking down the street, but you don't know if they slept well. You don't know if they're hungry. You don't you don't know anything about their hopes or dreams or who they are.
Some games fix that. Some Sims, but not City Sims.
Yeah, The Sims is like definitely a different beast. But yeah,
Well, I meant like no, Roller Coaster Tycoon.
oh yeah. Yeah,
That one very much lets you drill into people and be like, I'm hungry. I want to get off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride and all that stuff.
yeah, that's true. That's true. I never really played Roller Coaster Tycoon or
How'd you know it wasn't the red one? It could have been Forg.
it could have been Fork, I guess. I don't know. I was feeling Froggo.
Have you played Star Control 2: The Rook One Masters? Drew was mentioning it.
I have not played. Whoa, wrong one.
It like 99% holds up, and there's small parts of it where it's like, I think even honestly the open source version might have smoothed over those wrinkles. There's just like 2 or 3 esoteric wrinkles where it's like, okay, yeah, they messed up this hint, so you have to go to the wiki to find out where this planet is. But it's so much a masterpiece. It's just like,
there's a an open source game that I started a long time ago and was gonna treat in the way that you were doing Frog Finder. I was gonna do like a day a week on it, and I haven't touched it in a long time, and I'm very sad about that. But people tell me that it evokes some things that remind them of Star Control 2. But I've never played Star Control 2, so I don't know how to respond to that. And since I'm in the middle of making a thing, I think I need to finish making that thing before I expose myself to Star Control.
Well, the 2 most innovative things to me about Star Control 2 is, first of all, it had like this huge sprawling universe that you like uncover gradually. So it's sort of like Mass Effect if you played much of the Mass Effect series, where it starts out it's just like they're bad guys, the aliens you're shooting, but then you gradually learn like, oh no, those aren't just aliens, those are like the Hurry, and we had a war with them, and it's like, whoa, and it's like, and then we like, but then the so and so, it's like the Krogan, you're like, whoa, you just like uncover this whole world in Star Control, so it feels just massive. Which is a real accomplishment for I want to say like 1980s game, but built by a small team and not in a pre-existing universe. You know, they basically like made a universe. It might be dismissive to say it's the size of Star Trek, but it feels that, or Star Trek, yeah, but it feels that big. Like,
it's interesting. Like I get the impression that you could compare it to Elite, but like Elite has this massive universe that doesn't feel as vibrant, I guess, is the impression that I get.
Yeah. Actually, I said there were 2 things about Star Control, but I guess I'm going to say there's 3. So that was the first thing. Big, massive, huge universe, just filled with like tons of cool little stories and anecdotes, and like, no, we like evolved because like this lightning struck us, and then it's like, really, like what kind of lightning? Oh, let me tell you that story. And then, like, you can dig into all this crazy dialogue and like learn the history of these like all these different races and races within those races, and like it's like, oh, okay, that's big. The second thing is the battle system, which is probably well, okay, the battle system is just cool in that it's like every race has their own distinct ship, and every ship is like absurdly like weird and broken in a way, almost like a modern day MOBA. Like, you know, when you play like, I don't know if you played any League of Legends or Here's the Storm or any of those, but just the whole idea of like, well, my character like only has 500 mana, and they can cast like 3 fireballs, and then that's it, and they're done. And like, my character doesn't care about mana at all. They can just move as long as I'm close to you. I'm draining your health, and I'll just sit in this radius. So it's like this huge rock paper scissors of like, oh yeah, you got that big ship with fireballs. Well, my guy has like 3 free dodges, so you can never kill me. It's like, oh, you get 3 free dodges. Well, my guy just damaged everything in radius, so I'll just hunt you, and you can't avoid that. And it's like, oh, you hunt everything in radius. Well, my ship is 10 times faster than yours, so you can never get close to me. So it's just this really intricate rock paper scissors of these 20 ships. It's so awesome.
Yeah, nice.
And I don't think I'm spoiling anything because I'm making up ships. I don't think these really exist. Yeah, no spoilers. But then the third really cool thing about Star Control is the alien design. When you play games like when you are in universes like Star Trek and Star Wars, it's more or less like, here's a dude, but like his skin is green, or like, here's a dude, but like, oh, he has like long eyelashes, and it's like, okay. But Star Control is like 10, like actually what aliens might reasonably look like, you know, like, here's a mountain that can talk, and he's on an entire planet made of other sentient mountains. Again, I'm not telling the truth, this is all made up, but just that level of like, yeah, that's messed up. I can't even imagine that as being sentient.
Yeah.
'Cause they just take like the whole aliens to like an absurd degree of like, yeah, that's probably what an alien would be like, I guess.
And like
Definitely not just a
they
dude in a
also,
suit. They go insane.
the impression that I get is also not just like aesthetically do they feel alien, but also in terms of identity and values as well.
Yep. And identity, values, how they communicate, the things they like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, sort of to a degree, like when you think of like Star Trek and like the Klingon, and you start to think they're evil and they're brutal, and then you're like, no, they just sort of like combat, and that's sort of how they were raised. And why don't we like combat? That's not like we're right. It's just they're different. A little bit of that, but yeah, take it to a crazy weird extreme. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, I've played through it about a total of, I would say, like 1 2/3 times. But honestly, I've played through it like one entire time, and then no, I've played through it at least twice. Yeah, it's a good game, Star Control 2. You should definitely should be on your bucket list.
Yeah, I will get around to it.
It's a good game to stream as long as you're not as long as you're either you have to be pretty. You can't be that popular. People would spoil it for you. It's just,
yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like it'd be hard to
mean.
navigate.
It's just because it's so agonizing to watch, and their person's like, like, how do you not see this? It's so obvious. It's hard not to spoil when you watch someone play.
I feel like that shark was mean. Yeah, I feel like that should have been safe to click, but no.
Oh, was that the red squares level?
It was the yeah, so the squares are red and you gotta click the adjacent squares in order to find the arrow.
There's one or two surprising rules about that one, which people don't usually discover. Which I could spoil if you I think you've probably learned everything about frog fight. What the hell is that look? So
I mean, I'm not gonna argue with that.
He's up here somewhere. Found him.
Yeah, so in this case, I clicked there, and I guess the rule is that there's never going to be two adjacent.
That's true. So there's one. You see a fish. So a fish means you messed up. You can't click that square.
Yeah. Which I don't think I've really noticed or encountered that before, primarily because I would click here.
Well, you might be able to figure out why you're not supposed to click that. It's not at all obvious, but yeah, you shouldn't click that. You definitely shouldn't click that. Do you know why you shouldn't click that?
Because it already had told me about the tile
you
that those were adjacent to. Yeah.
You already knew both of those tiles were not a frog, so you clicked something that gave you no information. That counts as a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one puzzle that I'm definitely pretty eager to have people try it in the new version. Now that there's 2 or 3 things different about it.
Yeah.
Most importantly, that you can practice it over and over because it's in a scenario with only 2 levels, and also because there's like 8 difficulty levels, and it's going to cap you at like level 6 until later. So you get to practice sort of with the basic mechanics before it gives you all the crazy versions.
Is it always the last one?
It is not, but it usually is, especially on the harder difficulties.
Yeah. I think I've played a little bit of it because, like, when I was putting together my contributions, I think I downloaded the source and was keeping up to date back before I had other commitments.
This word find, the funny thing is there's only ever one place that frog can be spelled, even though it's always one letter off. But if you look like the right cluster here, it really looks like there should be room for the word frog over there, and there isn't.
Over here.
It barely isn't on the right side here.
I feel like I'm like frog, no.
I was gonna make a harder version of this word find where like there'd be more question marks. You would have to click the one square where like frog could be spelled. But looking at the right side there, if like one of those was an R or something, it's like that would take humans forever to figure out. That's like one of those NP hard puzzles. I mean, it's not, but it's I think you found it.
Hang on, there's an R on the right side? Are we?
Well, I'm saying right now on the right side, there's nowhere you could possibly spell frog.
Yes.
But if you change like one of those letters, like the rightmost O, to like another letter, like a G, it's like now there's a place where frog could be spelled up there.
Yeah.
So that was gonna be one of my puzzles. Was like I would have like a ton of question marks and scattered letters, and they would be like, where can frog be spelled? As opposed to like which one letter is missing. It'd be like, oh, this part of the level has like 3 letters missing, but frog could go here. This would be the F. And I thought about making that a level, and it was just too brutal.
I mean, you could also do what you do in the other word find one, which is where you introduce alternate words for frog. But maybe that's too mean here.
Oh man, I think that's too mean here also. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have some advanced word find ideas I want to do though.
You could introduce diagonals.
I thought about that. Yeah, I could. I wanted to take it more. Well, so one direction I wanted to take it in was this is the wrong wiki. Where's my frog finder wiki? I wanted to have a grid of the letters in shark, and you have to click the one letter that can't spell shark.
Oh, I love it.
So you find like the one safe square where it's like, nope, there's no K, there's no K. That square can't spell shark. I mean, I haven't played that, so that might be too hard.
Well, I think it becomes obvious, right? Like, you can't find frog, and then you're like, well, everything else is shark. And the fact that it seems to be trying to spell shark is going to clue you into the fact that it's different, I would guess.
Well, then once you click it and you're wrong, it'll spell the word shark, and you'll be like, oh, there's a shark there. So it won't be hard to figure out how the puzzle works, but I think it'll be very hard to look at a big grid and see like, yeah, this square is next to an H, but it goes S blank K, so this can't spell the word shark, so this is the safe square. You know, I think it'll be very hard.
And of course, there's a shark called Shrek.
Shrek. And I thought about a word find like this where there's just like a bunch of places that spell frog, and you have to you keep clicking them, and then after you click a bunch of them, then it's like there. That one's the actual frog.
Yeah.
So it's find a bunch of frogs instead of just one.
Yeah, that could be kind of fun. I gotta say that this particular one is a massive letdown for like weird words.
Oh no, but yeah, you can't combine that with this because there's just too many possibilities.
Oh no, I mean like normally there's some kind of exciting word that's fun to say, but this has only got.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have a few ideas for memory-based levels also.
Yeah.
And
I love it.
A few twists on mazes I want to do. I like the idea of a really tiny maze, like a maze in like a little 3x3 grid. But unlike this one, once the tiles are hidden, they'll change to something else. You'll still like your maze will cross back over itself a few times as you're exploring the path. I think that could be cute.
Yeah. Oh, come on! That was a misclick. Boom.
Ah! It was right there! It's Blue Greg! She's so
Her name is Kimberly.
Her name is Kimberly.
That's very good.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I am happy to continue waffling for as long as you like, but I have exhausted my notes of things to talk about, and as much as I am enjoying Frog Finder, I'm not sure that I'm providing viewers with
entertainment,
with enough new content here to be exciting.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Call it.
Thank you for making Frog Finder. Thank you for making Turbo Fat. These are the two games that I quite
working
like.
on it. It's not done yet. Thank you for making Bone Sweeper and Hive Time.
That's cool.
And I will love Bone Sweeper once it's done, but you need to finish it.
Woo. I'm working. It's a little bit like when you ask someone when their thesis is going to be done. That's not a question you ask. But no, I feel like I'm on track ish.
Yeah.
Is there a reason that, like you said that you're anticipating 2024? Are there any strategies or thoughts that you use to try and make those sorts of projections?
Well, yeah, more or less my strategy. Well, I mean, I initially just sort of like thought about, it takes me about this long to make a new world, so that'll be like 1 month, and I guess I'll do that like 6 times. That'll be like 6 months, and I came with all the estimations and wrote them down. And then as I tried to stick to that schedule, I was like, these are way off. So I added a month to all of them, and then I was like, they're still way off, and then I doubled them all, and that's where I am right now. So it's 2024 based on my original projections, and then stretching them way out because I kept missing my deadlines.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like I might miss my next deadline also, but in my defense, there's like this whole end step for like get the thing published on Steam, which is going to take 6 months, and I was like, I don't know how this is going to be done, but it's going to be a whole lot, and it's going to take me from like, you know, June to October of 2023, and now it's like, well, no, that's pretty much done, so I don't need to worry about that. There'll still be steps, but it'll be a lot. Most of it is being front-loaded now.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's a good question about scheduling because it's so hard to.
It is. It so is, and it's like I've been, you've been making games for a long time, and you've worked in other other software development fields where you also need to think about this stuff. And I feel like outside of game development, it's a little bit easier. Often you're making less in the way of like the process of making business apps is generally less guided by creativity, in my experience.
I don't know. Creativity isn't why I'm slow. I'm slow because what I need to do is unpredictable, and I think that's just as true in the business world. Unless you're making literally the same app you've already made. It does happen. Like there are fields where it's I'm being contracted to make this musician's music page, and I'm being contracted to make this teacher's whatever page. It's like this is the same thing I've already done. But for so often for other applications, it's like, oh, this app synchronizes weather data and correlates it to the New York Times to see if any celebrities, it's like whatever. It's like, okay, I guess I did that. Sure, it was hard. And the next one has nothing to do with any of that, and it's just as hard to estimate. I don't know. That's
and like often you'll end up in situations where you have clients who change their minds, and for that reason, like what you're working on is a moving target as well.
That's just like game development all the time.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, like as we said earlier, like you often with game development, you don't necessarily understand your project's identity until you're over halfway through, kind of thing. And I feel like in the cases where I've been working on non-game software, that unless I'm working with a client who changes their mind, in which case I'm probably going to fire the client if they do it too often. But that doesn't seem to happen as often in those kind of spaces compared to making games, in my experience.
You've had better clients. It's definitely happened to me a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it happened in TurboFat already like 2 or 3 times. I originally I basically wanted TurboFat to feel like Pokemon, except instead of battles, you had little puzzle games.
Yeah.
And you'd just have a world you were running around in, and then eventually I scrapped that, and then I thought, well, no, I initially scrapped the 3D, and I was like, this is all fine, but I want to get rid of the 3D because the 3D isn't adding anything. And then I continued with it in 2D, and then I was like, well, the 2D isn't really adding anything either. And I think it would be better if you just picked one of 3 levels, and that's where I am now.
Yeah, I gotta say that like as a player, I'm obviously on the outside of those kind of creative decisions, and I don't get to see the possibility space that you're considering. I only get to see the thing that's put in front of me. So when I was playing initially, I was like, okay, cool, I got a world I can walk around, and I can go and stand behind a tree and enjoy that, and like maybe I can interact with this thing in the ground and maybe dig something up, except I don't have a shovel. But that felt like it made the world like
richer,
more direct in terms of my interaction with it. And I was surprised to see it go. I'm not averse to it. It takes a little bit of getting used to. I don't dislike this 3 buttons thing, but it was interesting to see that disappear, because that's like quite a large effort item, right? Like to get that.
Oh, it was, but the problem was like, if you think of it from the point of view of like a novice sitting down to play, and they're like, okay, I sit down, I launch TurboFat, I go into the game. Like right now when you play it, it's like, oh, here's the little intro, and then here you get to pick these 3 levels. Which one do you pick? I'll pick that one, and then you're given like a level. It's clear, like as a novice, like here's the path, and you're playing the game, you understand it.
Yeah.
With the old one, it was like, here's the intro, and now you're just like sitting in the middle of nowhere, there's like, and then you can like, you figure out, okay, I can move around. I don't know, like, is there an
Gross.
interact button? What am I supposed to be doing? It's not really obvious what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And unless you know, like, okay, walk up to the guy who has like the cake speech bubble, not the regular speech bubble, and then hit Z. Like, you're just sort of dead-ended. So it was a
Yeah.
little bit more hard to get into for novices. But at the other end of the spectrum, when you're like an expert, and you're like, okay, I've played this game over and over, I know what I'm doing. When you just sit down and you go into like the story mode, you would just be like there, and you're like, well, what should I do next? You know, you'd be sort of directionless. So it just felt like for both people, like when I sat down to play the game, I would just, as an expert, I'd be like, well, let me look at the levels and I'll pick a level that looks interesting to me. Man, there's an awful lot of these. I don't know where I should go. So I just felt for both people who are new to the game and people who are experienced, neither of them really wanted to be just running around in a world looking for someone with a speech bubble over their head, figuring out who to talk to. They just both wanted to be like, just give me a level to play. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think that's valid.
But I did lose something. You're right. It really broke my heart to just let it go. But
yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't think it's a bad choice to make, but it does.
Just smaller.
It does reframe the game, I guess, and that's like, I feel like the reaction in Discord seemed to be less positive in general. Like, just
yeah. People were sad to see it go, and I do share their sadness. I totally know why they're sad. I'm sad too.
Yeah.
But you have to think about the players, not your personal attachments or how cool something seems.
Yeah. I find that, like, that's an interesting thing. That was one thing that was in my notes that I didn't bring up, was that you know, you're working on for both of these games, MIT licensed for like the core game.
Yeah.
And so you're welcoming, at least in my case, you've been welcoming of contributions.
Yeah.
So you're allowing other people to influence the direction of the project to an extent. And I also, you've run some like surveys and stuff in Discord as well, early on to get feedback.
Oh yeah. For like the little monster parts to add to turbo fat and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is that something that you think about, something that you want to do more or less of? I feel like
like
maybe that's something you've done less.
I stopped adding those creature parts because honestly, like the rendering of the creatures and stuff, Godot has a few limitations as far as working with sprites and stuff, where there's like, you can't just take a Mr. Potato Headed together creature and then like make it translucent and stuff. You have to like render it to a viewport, render that to a viewport texture, and all that stuff was like actually a huge bottleneck for the game. Like, it was to where like
it's heavy.
My phone couldn't run the game at like more than 20 frames a second. So it was like, I have to actually like put a hold on embellishing these creatures and making them more complex, more pretty, because it's like, cool, now you can have wings and sunglasses and halos, but now my phone is down to like 10 frames a second. I do want this to be a puzzle game first. And
Yeah.
know.
So the priority with those surveys was to like allow people to focus on cosmetic things. Excuse me, that didn't like alter the game itself very much, but still gave people an opportunity to feel involved.
No, I would value surveys that favor the other kind of stuff too, if there were meaningful ones that. Yeah, I would value that.
Yeah.
I have trouble thinking about that stuff though.
Yeah, I've wanted to not. I've done a couple of Bone Sweeper like surveys with Bone Sweeper stuff on my PamTram supporters, and it's been interesting. I've always tried to frame them as like, I would like your input. I'm going to make my own decision, but I would like your input.
Yeah.
And one was like, so Bone Sweeper has like a practice mode at the moment, and in my mind, the game that I want to make is the game with like the world map, and you're building a museum that you can curate the cool things that you find in. But I understand that there are some people who are just like, I like building the skeleton. I just want to build the skeleton, or I want to practice building the skeleton, or whatever. Like, I don't want to have to worry about any of the other stuff. So practice mode is in there, and I was thinking about like whether or not I want to track stats for practice mode, And if I do track stats, should they be attached to like a player profile? And yeah, so I asked that question, but I don't think I framed it well. I provided 3 options. One was like, don't track stats at all. Track stats for practice mode in a player profile, or have both stats out of the game and stats in a profile as well, or something like that. And what I neglected to say when I was talking about that was that, like, regardless of whether the stats are present in the player profile, there will still be some level of like ability to track your performance in practice mode that's independent of all that. I ended up going against the survey results because like everyone was like, oh yeah, just do both, have best of both worlds, and I think that was like
Right.
I think that was the attitude, was like, yeah, just do everything, why not? But after talking it through with a bunch of people and explaining, like, yeah, it's gonna have some ability to kind of track whether you're doing better than you did last time, kind of thing. That's gonna have that regardless. But the more I thought about it, the more I was like, well, if the museum is as far as the way the meta progression is framed, the museum is the reflection of everything else that you've done in the game. And the moment that I pollute the player stats with stuff from outside of that, then it's no longer a one-to-one mapping between the stats and what's in the museum. And that felt like it was moving in the wrong direction, and removing something that felt focused and clear in the concept that I have for the game.
Okay.
Which is like, it was interesting to have those discussions. Yeah. I like letting people have input. I like discussing things, but I'm always like, I'm also making the game that I want to make. I'm not quite as invested in. I'm just definitely not interested in making a game that I don't want to make. So yeah, often I feel like I could offer people the opportunity to have a conversation about something, but like there's no way that I'm ever gonna. Yeah, if it's not something that I'm actually considering and weighing up, then I'm wary of creating like the false sense of an opportunity for.
I definitely don't mind like giving people like 3 options. Like for Frog Finder, I might like make one of these 3 levels and give people a choice of like, well, which one of these 3 do you want me to make? I could do something like that. But
when it comes time to like blast out content, then I think I'll definitely be asking people what their favorite dinosaur is and that kind of stuff for Bonesweeper.
Yeah, exactly, stuff like that. Yeah. But for game design, like it's hard for me to think of game design things I'd want to ask people in TurboFat, because for the most part, it's not that I wouldn't trust their judgment. It's just that sometimes the fact that like someone's outvoted doesn't mean they're wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Like if I ask people, hey, do you want the last region to be like really hard or just attainable by anybody? And a lot of people just be like, yeah, really hard. I love these kinds of really hard games. You're not wrong, but now it means that like the other people can't finish. So
yeah, it's like a lot of different perspectives that are potentially valid. And I guess our job as designers are to curate the bits that we think work well together or are interesting. It's like the possibility space surrounding any problem is huge.
Yeah.
That's why I think of us as a designer.
The frog hand with your hand.
Yeah. Don't you do that?
It looked like a graphical glitch. I was like, oh no, I don't remember making that hand that big.
Yeah, hand's got weird outline on it. What's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah. I also have invited people to give thoughts and feedback on Bonesweeper as a name. I've always been treating it as a working title for this larger version of the game. And while I think that it's a good name, it's also the first idea I had, and so I'm always wary of just blindly accepting the first thing or falling in love with the first thing and not challenging it with anything. So from the beginning I've been like, okay, well, like, is this something that if I choose Bonesweeper, I need it to be a choice. Like, I'm not just going to accept it by default.
Yeah, to give it a poll or something.
Yeah, the poll that I put up was like, I haven't had time to sit down and do a proper brainstorming session. I got a couple of things now after a few more months of thinking about it. But like I put up this poll that was like, how do you feel about Bonesweeper? Is like option 1 is it is perfect, don't you dare change it, I'll set fire to your house. And number 4 is like I really don't care. And yeah, most people are like pretty attached to Bonesweeper. Yeah, it's a good name. It's also, there's another game out there that's called Bonesweeper, and I think it's identifiably different and it exists in a different market, and I'm not feeling like there's inherently a bit of overlap, but that's something that I want to be conscious about as well, is like me as a developer who has maybe a tiny bit more visibility than many other independent developers. I want to make sure that I'm not
like squelching their game.
Yeah, I don't want to stomp on someone else's work.
I see that.
But yeah, well, I don't know. Well, I'm still going to think about it. I still want to sit down and do proper brainstorming session. I really kind of like Fossicosity, but I don't think it works as well. Like, it sits in a very nice, comfortable position in my brain, but I don't think it would work well as a game title. So fossick is the verb for finding a fossil. And if you're going to find fossils, then you are going fossicking. And I like the sound and mouthfeel of Fossicosity. I think that's kind of fun to say.
I don't think people will be able to spell it.
Yeah, that's the big challenge. There's another game title that I have that's like completely unrelated game that sits in a similar comfortable position in my mind, which is Tons of Dungeons, which in my accent kind of rhymes.
Yeah, no, it does.
Yeah, tons of dungeons, because we say instead of. So tons of dungeons.
No,
it's fun.
Nobody says of, I don't think.
Yeah, some people say O, I guess.
Tons of dungeons absolutely rhymes.
Yeah.
Splurp had something to say.
Oh, Splurp. Hello, Splurp. Yeah. And then, like, that's the other thing. So Splurp is saying that, like, when you run a poll, you get more than just which thing is most popular. You also get at least some kind of vague idea of how popular the other options are and the, like, relationship between them. That's valuable for sure. The other thing I think you get is, and this comes back to what I was saying about not wanting to accept things blindly, like, sometimes I find that having someone else tell me what their opinion is allows me to think through what my own opinion is in a way that I wouldn't be able to do. So, like, challenging an opinion that you have forces you to like have a better understanding of how you feel about it. And
like rubber duck debugging, same idea.
Yeah, same kind of thing, yeah. And so yeah, like running a poll, even if I'm not going to heavily prioritize or heavily weight the outcome of the poll, like seeing everybody vote against the thing that I am committed to might not change my mind, but it might help me understand better why I like that thing. Or, you know, discovering that some option is unpopular might lead me to think about why I like. There's been occasions where I've gone, hey, pick between these 4, and the one that nobody's picked, I've like, okay, yeah, actually turns out I really love this, and I needed to see everybody else ignore it before I realized that. Yeah, it's interesting. But I also think that when you invite people to discuss, when you like invite people to give input, you give those people the opportunity to have a greater sense of ownership over their relationship with the project. So I think it's like makes sense from a community building standpoint.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Give people a motivation to engage.
Yeah. And it seems like people responded well to those like character customization option surveys that you ran.
Yeah, they definitely did. I'm sort of sad now that like nobody's really submitted new creatures for a while, but I did a few, but yeah, people stopped submitting their own little monsters.
Oh, people were contributing actual characters?
Yeah. For a while.
Good. That's cool.
If you go to the creatures tab of the Fat Discord.
Let's see if Discord wants to crash this time.
But again, like if you scroll up and you go past like Parrot, actually I like Parrot a lot. That was by someone named Deltad. And Deltad put in a few. one of his, but not the other. Because one of them just seemed like it was like his own little personal monster.
Oh yeah, right. I for some reason I have never looked at this channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, Parrot is cool.
Yeah.
And so these are all made with the in-game thing. Let
Yeah,
me.
it's an in-game editor. And you just export it as JSON and then
Yeah, that's cool.
put it up here.
That's cool.
And I put most of them in the game.
Yeah, it was in the
but then
announcements
it got to
channel
where,
where I
like,
saw the survey thing. When I'd scrolled back to look at the
Yeah.
history of the announcements.
Yeah, the announcements.
Yeah, this is rad. This creatures thing.
Yeah. But maybe, who knows, maybe it'll catch on again.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal, honestly. I have so many monsters in the game. I have like plenty now, so
Yeah.
I don't need to add more. But
It's a lot of
it
people.
was just a fun little way of interacting with the community. Getting them to add their own little guys in.
Do you credit people for their character
game.
suggestions?
But I guess I could. I might have this written down somewhere, but I don't know where it would be. Yeah, I don't know if I did or not.
I had one of the things I said I'm doing a Hive Time patch for Hive Time's birthday next month, and one of the things is I want to put in a couple more vignettes because they're kind of fun. Oh, coming all the way back to that discussion about like management sims often being dehumanizing. That's why Hive Time has all its vignettes with its cute little bee stories and stuff. And you can go into bee inspect mode and mouse over your bees, and it'll tell you about what they're carrying and what they're silly little things that are meant to like define them as like individuals.
Poobslag, it's not
What if it's Poobslag?
profane. The lag of poobs.
Yeah. When I shared the announcement that I was going to be having a chat with you on stream, I said that I'm going to be having a chat with Poobslag about TurboFat. And I'd put it in text, and someone was like, I find this very hard to, like, my brain had to read this like 5 times before I...
This is the worst.
He's like, Poobslag about TurboFat. And it's like, how many of these words are verbs? Good times. So, I'll invite you to stick a Discord invite link into chat here if you would like to.
Yeah, to the TurboFat Discord, sure thing.
Yeah, is that like linked on the
Let's see.
wiki or something? Can we find that nicely through GitHub? Yeah, there's links there.
Copy.
Boop.
Oh yeah, it is. You're right. That's how I would do that.
Oh, I can do that. That's cool.
You got it.
Bam.
Thank you.
So if people would like to follow Poobslag's work or contribute a cool character to TurboFat, that's probably a good place to get involved. And yeah, thanks for this chat. It's been fun. I've probably waffled a little bit more about my own games than I was intending to, but it'd be nice to have a back and forth.
Oh no, I have a verbal confirmation that you will contribute to Frog Finder. That's all I need.
Yeah.
So
Well, I've already put backgrounds in, so I've like
you did do that.
I've made the token effort that says that I'm interested enough to open a pull
You
request.
got your stamp on the game.
Yep, that's right. I'm responsible for the game. It's a game that I'm doing contract work on at the moment, and I contributed to code fix because I'm being contracted primarily to work on QA. And I contributed a code fix a while back and did an art fix as well. And I'm like, yeah, I did the code, did the art. I practically made this game.
What else is there?
Yeah, sorry, Basil1XA. I am. We're just kind of wrapping up, but I'm gonna leave the VOD up on Twitch, and I'm gonna throw an archive up on YouTube as well, so you'll be able to catch that. If you have any questions you would like to ask in the last minutes, then feel free to throw them in. Otherwise, I think we'll wrap up there. Yeah, you're aiming for March with TurboFat, you said? For
2024.
2020. Sorry, yeah, 2024. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
March next
Not
year.
the close march. The march slightly further along. And Frog Finder is currently ticking along at its own pace, presumably to.
Yeah, I don't have a schedule for that one, but
Yeah. Yeah. That's fine.
yeah, it's coming. The frogs are being found.
Frogs are being found. Yeah. Dear. The people are digging away in the frog mines, excavating frogs.
Aw. Live frogs, happy frogs.
Happy frogs. Yeah. Yeah, it's been fun. I will stay in touch, and I will continue to watch Frog Finder development with enthusiasm, and I'll continue to watch TurboFat development with enthusiasm as well.
Listen to the new shark songs. What do you think?
Yeah. I am looking forward to doing
We're
that.
gonna eat you up, and it's scary because they're sharks.
We were talking about the sticker book idea. I kind of love the idea of being able to like press a hidden button and then see like the equivalent scene, but for sharks, where you can stick all your sharks.
Oh, there'll be sharks in the sticker book. There should be.
There's this idea of like there's a dark world that's like the invert of the game, where you're like your goal is to find all the sharks.
You're getting ahead of yourself, but you're not wrong. There's gonna be some little edge to the game about you're onto something.
I'm a fan of sharks as well. Like I quite like.
Yeah, no, I think the sharks are adorable. That's why I don't want the game to make them totally antagonists. There's gonna be some cute little extras for the shark lovers.
Yeah, there was a reason that my first piece of Frog Finder fan art was a couple of sharks doing cute stuff.
Yeah, the shark with the little finger sticks.
Yeah,
so cute. I still treasure that. So good.
Good times. Oh, I don't know if it was a detail that I called much attention to, but the background is a frog. Like it has the same kind of background as the game has, where it's a silhouette. Hang on.
Look at that again.
Let me bring it up. I think that. Do I have? I don't even know. Alright, I have no idea where it is. But yeah, it's got like a background like the game background silhouette thing going on, but it's got a frog in the background, which I thought was like, wanted to bring it back to still having a frog in it. It's my way of jamming a frog in there.
The Hive Time picture, but where's the Frog Finder thing? I probably tweeted it. I'll dig it up on my Twitter.
Yeah, no, I tweeted it. I'll find it. I was just
find it.
Being
that picture. I'm just sad I can't find it right now.
Lazy here. From
finger sticks. He was eating them. He had a little stand.
I'm pretty sure I can find this easily because I said I am still obsessed with Poobslag's Frog Finder. There it is.
Found it.
I have found it.
I'm just gonna see if you posted it in our Discord.
There it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I put it in Discord.
Yeah. Or else I'm gonna save it. I can't believe I didn't save it. I probably just saved it somewhere I can't find it. Oh my gosh.
For a moment, I thought one of these hands was my cursor.
There. I'll never lose it again.
Yeah, that silhouette is loosely based on a frog I met at.
Yeah, I see it there. Right.
Gosh, I don't remember where it was, but they had a frog there, but they also had like this little like a box that was open on top, kind of like a tub that was inset into like a countertop, that had like a whole ton of hermit crabs in it that were running around swapping shells, showing their bums to the world.
What?
Yeah, you never seen a hermit crab swap shells? They do that every now and again when they.
I have seen that, but.
Yeah, they pull their little bums out of the shell, which is like, because it gets less exposed to elements, their backside's a little bit like discolored or differently colored. It just looks like they're showing their deep private secrets when they quickly hop to another shell. Yeah. Anyway, I'm terrible at wrapping things up. Thank you again. It's been fun, and
I'm gonna post this tweet to the TurboFat Discord in case some people didn't see it because it's still adorable.
I kind of wish I'd done a better job on it. It's like feels very rough and sketchy in places where I didn't necessarily want it to be rough and sketchy.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah, it's like this line just intruding on the eyeball feels a bit weird here.
Feels very in the moment. I mean, the official Frog Finder art in the game isn't that polished. It's part of its charm.
Yeah.
Captured it perfectly.
Well, thank you. Trying to get something that felt like it was emulating the font a little bit was a challenge as well. I have terrible handwriting.
Yeah, handwriting font. You have a tablet, I guess, or you moused it.
Yeah, I used a tablet to do that one.
Nice,
yeah. Anyway, thank you again, everybody. Check out TurboFat. Check out Frog Finder. Check out Turbo Frog. Check out Bone Sweeper. Keep your eyes out for the Hive Time birthday patch. I have been Cheese. You have been Poobslag. Is there anything else that you wanted to end on? I had one last thing to go out with. If you don't.
No.
Nope. Do you have a favorite dessert?
It's a toss-up. I think I would have to go with mango sticky rice.
Mango sticky rice. Interesting.
Yep. It's a Thai dessert. It's got, obviously has like usually sliced up mangoes on top of a bed, really soft rice, and then there's usually sort of a sugary icing that goes on top as well. To really
That's cool.
Make it,
are we likely to see
it on a menu?
Are we likely to see mango sticky rice and TurboFat?
Oh, it's too healthy.
It's too
That
healthy.
would be one of the bad foods. The game's mostly about sugary and
That's true.
indulgence.
That's true.
The plot points that'll be revealed eventually.
I very much like cheesecake, so I was excited to see some cheesecake.
Ooh, those were already in the game. Cheesecake's already in the game, but it's not super obvious.
Yeah, I made one the other day, and I was like, hell yeah, cheesecake.
yeah, cheesecake's hard to make, but it has like the chocolate drizzle on top too. Yeah, there's some good cheesecake in there.
Yeah.
Cheesecake's got calories. It's absolutely for TurboFat. I might eventually add some fruits and veggies, but they'll be the things that you get if you didn't make any other cakes when you're doing a bad job at the game, so they won't be the prize foods.
Nice. Alright, well yeah, thank you again. We'll wrap up there, and yeah, I'll
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
Do this again sometime. Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye.
Alright, well, thank you again everyone for watching. We'll be back again another time.